After Dongfang Yongping asked the question, Zhang Yinan took over the conversation and began to inquire about Chu Zhongtian's background. Chu Zhongtian didn't hide anything from him. Because his background was very simple, there was no need to hide anything from him. Junior brother Chu, since you were personally arranged by Elder Jiao to train your origin, then, did Elder Jiao mention anything about the fortune in Secret Realm? When Zhang Yinan heard that Chu Zhongtian was personally arranged by Elder Jiao, he looked at Chu Zhongtian with anticipation. Chu Zhongtian shook his head, feeling helpless. He honestly explained how he came to Purgatory City, and he only knew the specific situation of Secret Realm through other people. Junior brother Chu, according to what you just said, you don't know what's going to happen next. Yu Zhongzong, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked. Chu Zhongtian nodded and admitted that he knew nothing. Yu Zhongzong let out a long breath and looked at Dongfang Yongping with questioning eyes. After Dongfang Yongping nodded, Yu Zhongzong continued to speak. Junior brother Chu, since you and I are from the same sect, it is only right for us to help each other. Next, I will tell you about the changes in Secret Realm. After saying that, Yu Zhongzong pointed at the mountain peak in front of him and said, this mountain peak in front of us is the cavern of a peerless expert when he was alive. It contains the wealth of this peerless expert's life. However, before this peerless expert passed away, he used his lifetime's worth of cultivation to seal the cavern. After thousands of years of cleansing, the power left behind by that peerless expert had mostly dissipated. Therefore, what we need to do next is to wait for the power to dissipate before entering the cavern to fight for the wealth left behind by that peerless expert. Speaking up to this point, Yu Zhongzong said with a serious expression, Junior brother Chu, you're only a third layer of the body refining period. There are many experts here who are stronger than you. After entering the cavern, the three of us can't possibly take care of you. That's why I hope you don't venture too deep into the cavern. All you need to do is find a suitable opportunity in the outer perimeter of the cavern. Yes, brother Yu. Although Yu Zhongzong's words sounded somewhat unreasonable, Chu Zhongtian did not harbor any resentment towards him. Dongfang Yongping and the others took the risk to participate in the ranking competition. Apart from the rewards for the final ranking competition, their biggest expectation was most likely this opportunity. Who wouldn't fight for the treasure left by a divine soul period stage warrior? How could they waste the opportunity to fight for the treasure for an outsider that had nothing to do with them? Besides, Yu Zhongzong had already expressed his gratitude to Chu Zhongtian about the opportunity that was about to appear. How could he be dissatisfied with it? After Yu Zhongzong finished explaining the opportunity that was about to appear, he turned around and looked at the mountain peak in front of him just like Dongfang Yongping. Only Zhang Yinan would chat with Chu Zhongtian from time to time. When it was noon, the originally quiet mountain peak suddenly shook slightly. It was this slight vibration that made the originally idle people nervous. The people who were chatting stopped chatting and the people who were resting stopped resting. Everyone's gaze turned towards the mountain peak in front of them. The first slight vibration was like a signal. Less than 30 seconds later, the second vibration was clearly much stronger than the first one. At the same time, the mountain peak in front of them began to drop rocks. When the third vibration came, Chu Zhongtian found that the mountain in front of them was shaking. With a strong vibration, the huge rocks and trees on the mountain peak started to fall off, one by one. The people guarding the mountain had no choice but to take a few steps back. Although with their strength, these giant rocks falling from the mountain peak could not harm them, they could not avoid being in a sorry state. When the third vibration stopped, Chu Zhongtian found that the originally beautiful mountain peak had lost all color. At the bottom of the mountainside, at the bottom of a mountain, there was a hole about 3 meters tall and 5 meters wide. When the hole was fully formed, more than 80 arena lord of different stage used their movement technique, and all of them rushed towards the hole with all their might. Junior brother Chu, you must not be reckless, be careful. When they were rushing towards the entrance of the cave, Zhang Yinan reminded them with concern. You guys should be careful too. Chu Zhongtian nodded and said with concern. Chu Zhongtian did not rush towards the cave entrance like the other arena lord. Instead, he walked towards the cave entrance at a neither fast nor slow speed. Only those who had broken through to the divine soul stage could be called peerless experts. In Chu Zhongtian's previous life, he had been injured by the residual waves caused by the battle between the two peerless experts. This caused him to be unable to continue his cultivation. In the end, he died due to depression. As Chu Zhongtian received the memories of his past life, as his cultivation level increased, he could more and more clearly feel the power of those two peerless experts. The cavern in front of him was left behind by a peerless divine soul stage expert. Although 1,000 years had passed, many of the techniques that were left behind had lost their effectiveness, but with the abilities of these peerless experts, there must be a lot of deadly traps hidden in the cavern. Rushing in ahead of time meant that they would be able to obtain more benefits, but at the same time, it also meant that they would be in greater danger. Chu Zhongtian was only a third-layer peak of the body refining period now, and he was facing the means left behind by a peerless divine soul stage warrior. He had no way of escaping, which was why he was rushing at a moderate speed. You are able to remain calm when faced with temptation. You have a good mentality. By the time Chu Zhongtian reached the cave entrance, more than 80 arena lord had already rushed into the cave. Seeing that there were no hidden mechanisms in the cave entrance, Chu Zhongtian planned to step into the cave entrance. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Without much recollection, Chu Zhongtian quickly remembered who the owner of this voice was. But how could this person be in his mind? Who exactly are you? Why is it in my mind? When did you appear in my mind? Chu Zhongtian asked with a trembling voice. He was trembling not only because he was afraid that this person would hurt him, but also because he had used the ability to copy and paste more than once since he entered the secret realm. If this person in his mind had been monitoring him, it meant that his biggest secret had already been exposed in this person's eyes. Thinking of this, how could Chu Zhongtian not be afraid? Kid, don't tell me you can't remember who I am? Without answering Chu Zhongtian's 3 questions, the person in his mind sneered. Senior, I know you are a guest in Aunt Rome's pub, but I don't know your true origin and why you appeared in my mind. Since the matter had already happened, no matter how anxious Chu Zhongtian was, he wouldn't be able to solve the problem. He forced himself to calm down, and his brain began to think quickly. He thought about how to solve the problem in front of him. My real origin. The voice in Chu Zhongtian's mind also asked him a question. Then he remained silent. Chu Zhongtian did not continue to ask about it, but continued to think about how to solve the problem in front of him. The man in his mind was silent for almost a minute. With a long sigh, he began to chatter endlessly. Kid, regarding my true origin, I can't tell you yet. I can answer your other 2 questions. However, before I answer my questions, can you enter the cavern first? One should know that the master of this cavern was a mighty figure whose name shook the southern domain tens of thousands of years ago. There were many peerless treasures hidden in the cavern. Senior, I'm just a puny third layer of the body refining period. I don't dare to be greedy. That's why I'm not in a hurry. In the face of that person's urging, Chu Zhongtian didn't seem to be in a hurry. In Chu Zhongtian's opinion, the most precious treasure in this world was the duplication and paste program he possessed. If the person in his mind didn't see him using the duplication and sticker ability, then he would immediately enter the cavern to search for treasures. If the person in his mind discovered his secret, Chu Zhongtian must find a way to solve this hidden problem. Only then would he be able to enter the cavern to search for treasures. Otherwise, he would rather give up this opportunity. Seeing Chu Zhongtian's firm attitude, the person in his mind sighed once again, and then began to explain the 2 problems that came after Chu Zhongtian. Kid, I entered your mind in the old lady's pub. Unfortunately, I only have the body of the divine soul. It is very difficult for me to stay in a person's sea of consciousness, so after entering your sea of consciousness, I have been sleeping. Speaking up to this point, the person in his mind chuckled again. His tone was filled with envy. Hee. I never thought that you would have such a good fortune. You actually managed to obtain an upper rank 9th grade profound dragon fruit at the primary rank of the body refining period. And I was able to awaken when the cavern opened by borrowing the profound yang qi in the profound dragon fruit. Hearing the explanation of the person in his mind, Chu Zhongtian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Since he woke up before the cavern opened, it meant that he did not notice that he was using the duplication and paste program. Of course, Chu Zhongtian did not completely believe his words. Instead, he continued to ask him a few questions. Through these few questions, Chu Zhongtian finally confirmed that the person in his mind had just woken up. He did not know the duplicating and paste ability he had. It was only at this moment that he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Originally, he was half relieved, but the remaining half was thinking about how to expel the person in his mind. After all, there was an additional person in his mind, which would affect his life and not make use of his future cultivation. Kid, I have already explained your problem. Will you be able to enter the cavern now? Seeing Chu Zhongtian suddenly calm down, the person in his mind urged him in a hurried tone. Yes. Nodding his head, Chu Zhongtian walked into cavern. The wide tunnel was lit up by countless night pearls on the wall, allowing Chu Zhongtian to clearly see the tunnel in front of him. There were many statues carved on the walls around the passage, and each statue had a handsome young man on it. The young man either cultivated alone, fought with strange beasts, or fought with human martial artists. The statues on the walls seemed to be singing praises of that young expert. Chu Zhongtian was not interested in this, so he planned to quicken his pace and rush through the passageway. At this moment, the person in his mind was not as anxious as he had urged Chu Zhongtian to, and he reminded Chu Zhongtian to look at the statues. Kid, you don't have to rush into cavern. You can look at these statues carefully. Perhaps it will bring you unimaginable benefits. In his heart, Chu Zhongtian didn't want to pay any attention to the person in his mind. However, considering the fact that he mentioned the body of the divine soul he had just now, which meant that the person in his mind was most likely a divine soul stage expert, Chu Zhongtian didn't dare to provoke him too much. In case he played some tricks in his mind, it would hurt his fragile consciousness. According to the person's reminder in his mind, Chu Zhongtian went back to the cave entrance and started to carefully look at the first statue. As he looked at each statue, Chu Zhongtian was gradually attracted by the events described by the statue. At the same time, through the statues, a vivid story appeared in his mind. One was a disciple from a branch of a level 9 family, and the other was a good-for-nothing who had never been valued by his family. Among these statues, there was the helplessness in the eyes of this young man when he faced the mockery and ridicule of his family members, and also the joy when this young man broke through to the chi refining stage and became a true cultivator. There was the anger of this young man when he was forcefully robbed of his opportunity by the higher-ups of his family. There was also the excitement of this young man when he killed and robbed his family members of their opportunity. Some were in high spirits when this young man became the #1 expert of the family, and some were helpless when faced with the suppression of even more powerful forces. There was the shyness on this youth's face when he faced the woman he liked, and there was also the sadness of his lover leaving him in the end. After this youth had become a true expert, everyone had been in high spirits when they admired him, and there had also been his arrogance and arrogance. Could be said that the statues around the tunnel were the process of a person's growth. Chu Zhongtian deeply admired the young man's growth in the statue. Although he had once been mocked by his clansmen because of the damage to the meridian, however, ever since he was able to cultivate once more, his family had never robbed him of his opportunity. In fact, the higher-ups of the family had given him even more help. Compared to the experience of the young man in the statue, Chu Zhongtian felt that he was much luckier. Kid, how do you feel after seeing these portraits? After Chu Zhongtian finished looking at the last statue, which was also the scene of the young man roaring at the sky, the person in his mind asked. First, I admire him, and then I despise him. Chu Zhongtian said the truth. What did you say? After hearing Chu Zhongtian's answer, the man in his mind suddenly became furious. His chi of divine soul stirred Chu Zhongtian's consciousness, making him feel dizzy and great pain. Fortunately, the person in his mind quickly discovered Chu Zhongtian's condition and immediately calmed down. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian felt as if his head had been violently punched a few times. The unbearable pain made him kneel on the ground and hold his head with both hands. After a light and refreshing aura moistened his mind, the unbearable pain gradually disappeared. At the same time, Chu Zhongtian felt that his consciousness seemed to have become much stronger. "Kid, explain to me the answer just now." When Chu Zhongtian returned to normal, the person in his mind asked with a cold tone. "Senior, the experience of that senior in the statue is similar to mine when he was young. Because of an accident, the meridian was damaged." After experiencing the horrendous pain just now, Chu Zhongtian knew the terror of that person in his mind. At this moment, he didn't dare to provoke him so easily. He tried his best to use words of praise to describe the person in the statue. In order to highlight the excellence of the statue, Chu Zhongtian even compared his experiences with the statue. "I never thought that your experiences would also be so difficult. No wonder you said that relying on the heavens and the earth is not as good as relying on your own strength in the tavern." Chu Zhongtian made use of his own experience to highlight the excellence of the person in the statue, making the person in his mind sigh endlessly. "As for the second half of the senior in the statue, I can't give an accurate evaluation because I wasn't born in that era. However, the senior in the statue is arrogant and conceited. He doesn't listen to the opinions of the people around him. In the end, he was surrounded and heavily injured, so he had a big problem." Hearing the sigh of the person in his mind, Chu Zhongtian wasn't relieved. Instead, he was very nervous about what he would say next. Chu Zhongtian was not a gentleman, nor was he the kind of person who would lie without a conscience. Therefore, he tried his best to use objective words to evaluate the latter half of the person's life in the statue. "Is that so?" Hearing Chu Zhongtian's more objective evaluation, the person in his mind only responded faintly before falling into silence. The person in his mind did not speak, so Chu Zhongtian did not dare to rashly move forward. He could only stay where he was and wait. After more than 10 minutes, the person in his mind finally ended his silence and spoke. What he said made Chu Zhongtian somewhat confused. "My surname is Huang. You can call me Elder Huang from now on." "Yes," Chu Zhongtian respectfully replied, but his heart was filled with doubt. "From now on, just call me Elder Huang." From his tone just now, it seemed like he wouldn't leave his sea of consciousness for a short period of time. If that was really the case, then he wouldn't be able to use the duplication and paste ability anymore. Then his cultivation speed would definitely slow down, because the number of body-strengthening pill and body-softening pill he had duplicated and adhered to could only assist him in breaking through to the 5th level of body refinement. Although Chu Zhongtian was very depressed in his heart, he didn't dare say anything. He could only temporarily suppress this gloom in his heart. Continue forward now. He did not know whether it was because the evaluation just now was too realistic or because of some special reason that made Elder Huang, who had been chattering nonstop, suddenly quieten down. Even his words started to become concise. "Yes." Chu Zhongtian deliberately walked behind them from the beginning. He spent a long time looking at the statue on the wall. He originally thought that the other arena lord had already rushed into the cavern of peerless experts and had already collected most of the treasures. However, when he passed through the long passage and arrived in front of a wide green door, he discovered that more than 80 arena lord were attacking the green door together. What's going on? Chu Zhongtian searched for a while and quickly found Zhang Yinan, Yu Zhongzong, and Dongfang Yongping in the crowd. As Zhang Yinan was more passionate and approachable, Chu Zhongtian squeezed to his side and asked softly, "We thought that the entrance to the cavern would be the entrance to this place, but we never thought that the real entrance would be here. Furthermore, this entrance is sealed by a formation, and is about to open the door. We have to break the formation in front of us." Zhang Yinan looked at Chu Zhongtian and pointed at the green gate with a helpless expression. Formation. Hearing Zhang Yinan say that the green gate was sealed by a formation, Chu Zhongtian immediately focused his attention on the green gate. Before he participated in the first round of the floating cloud sex test, he had passed the Great Ming Dynasty's imperial capital's Luoyang city. Chu Zhangxian had once said that the entire Luoyang city was sealed by a peerless grand formation. As a result, not a single spiritual qi of heaven and earth was leaked out of Luoyang city. At that time, he had developed a strong interest in the formation. because the formation in Luoyang City was very similar to the one he had. However, the Luoyang City was the capital of the Ming dynasty. It was impossible for him to personally experience the structure of the formation. Now that he could observe the formation at a close distance, how could Chu Zhongtian give up this opportunity? However, no matter how he looked at it, Chu Zhongtian felt that the green door in front of him was very ordinary. There were no traces of the formation at all. Chu Zhongtian thought of the green door that was still closed after being attacked by the crowd for more than an hour. He continued to stare at the green door. At this moment, Elder Huang, who was in his mind, suddenly said sarcastically, "You have never learned the basic formation. You are just daydreaming if you want to see through the formation in front of you." Then, he saw that Chu Zhongtian wanted to say something but stopped himself. Elder Huang knew that he was worried that talking to himself would arouse the suspicion of others. So he said kindly, "Next, I'll teach you a skill. As long as you learn the skill and want to tell me anything, you just need to silently recite it in your heart. Only those who are above the Qi High realm can cultivate the magic. Can I, a body refining stage, learn it?" Of course, this was just a thought in Chu Zhongtian's heart. He couldn't say it out loud. Remember, the words of the magic are telepathy, telepathy, and telepathy. Its ears are wide, and its eyes are bright. Elder Huang's words were very short. There were only over 20 words. But these simple 20 words caused Chu Zhongtian to fall into deep thought. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian was anxious to grasp this small magic, Elder Huang in his mind quickly tried to persuade him. "You must not underestimate this magic. Although the magic I taught you just now is very simple, you can practice it with just a Qi refining stage cultivation base. But you must let me explain. Otherwise, you won't be able to master it in a short period of time." Is this how the magic was used just now? After pondering for a while, Chu Zhongtian felt that this small magic was like a magic that could control one's thoughts through the first and last words of each sentence. It was through this understanding that Chu Zhongtian was able to familiarize himself with this small magic in less than 5 minutes. Although Chu Zhongtian didn't say anything just now, his voice had actually entered his ears. At this moment, Elder Huang was completely shocked by Chu Zhongtian's astonishing comprehension ability. The magic that he had just mentioned was actually just a simplified version of the sound transmission. Back then, when he was at the 10th level of body refining peak, he practiced this small magic. Furthermore, under the explanation of his seniors, it took him nearly half a day to truly master it. But what about Chu Zhongtian? Chu Zhongtian relied solely on his comprehension to grasp this small magic in a short 5 minutes. He was exceptionally shocked by Chu Zhongtian's astonishing comprehension ability. At the same time, a glimmer of hope silently rose in his heart. Did the small magic I just used succeed? Elder Huang only said one word, and it was an elongated voice. Chu Zhongtian didn't know whether he had learned this magic or not. So he anxiously asked, "So, I did not think too much back then. I directly learned it." In order not to show his fear in front of Chu Zhongtian, Elder Huang lied without changing his expression. Of course, even if it was because of shyness, Chu Zhongtian wouldn't be able to see it. Because he only had the body of a divine soul right now, and was staying in his sea of consciousness, Chu Zhongtian would not be able to see his face clearly. Ranking competition. In the secret realm. In front of the cavern, which was left behind by a peerless expert. I have really mastered this magic. Although Elder Huang's evaluation of him was full of disdain, Chu Zhongtian did not care. Because he had mastered a magic that only essence-gathering stage warriors could master. Just this point alone was enough to make him extremely excited. "You ignorant bumpkin!" Seeing Chu Zhongtian's excited look, Elder Huang in his mind couldn't help but continue to look down on him. "Elder Huang, you just said that if you didn't know the basics of formation, I can't see through the profoundness of the formation. Could it be that Elder Huang is a great master of the formation?" After being excited for a few minutes, Chu Zhongtian finally calmed down. After that, he suddenly remembered that when Elder Huang evaluated him, his tone revealed his pride and confidence in the formation. This made Chu Zhongtian suspect that Elder Huang might be a great master of the formation. "You are right. I am indeed proficient in formation. Elder Huang didn't deny Chu Zhongtian's guess. He admitted that he was proficient in formation. Kid, actually, the formation is the same as an alchemist, and it is also at the level 10. Before I became like this, my formation had already reached the peak level 5. Elder Huang said with a proud tone. Elder Huang, what grade of formation is the sealed Cyan Gate? Are you confident that you can break it? Chu Zhongtian asked in surprise when he heard Elder Huang's arrogant tone. After enduring over 80 arena lords' continuous attacks for over 40 minutes, the Cyan Gate had not changed at all for a long time. In Chu Zhongtian's opinion, it was not realistic for everyone to rely on brute force to open the Cyan Gate. Furthermore, the ranking competition had a total of 20 days. 5 days had already passed. If everyone were to waste their time here, they wouldn't be able to find the black token that determined their ranking. Then this time, the ranking competition would probably be the biggest failure in the Purgatory City in the past 10,000 years. The failure of the ranking competition and whether they had gained anything had nothing to do with Chu Zhongtian. However, facing the cavern that could change his destiny, Chu Zhongtian wasn't willing to give up just like that. Therefore, after hearing Elder Huang say that he was a level 5 formation master, Chu Zhongtian became excited. Hee, breaking the formation in front of me is just a piece of cake for me. But I don't want so many people to enter the cavern, so I won't help them for the time being. After a period of recovery, Elder Huang's character had returned to his original habit of chattering away and making people angry. What he said made Chu Zhongtian speechless. Elder Huang, it has nothing to do with me whether other people can enter or not. But with our relationship, you must think of a way to let me in, right? Hearing that Elder Huang had a way to enter, Chu Zhongtian was delighted in his heart. Among the 99 people who entered Secret Realm, excluding those who had already died, although his cultivation base wasn't the lowest, his cultivation base was definitely at the back. Furthermore, Yu Zhongzong's contemptuous words had provoked Chu Zhongtian even more before he entered the cavern. Back then, he had no choice but to accept the fact that he was helpless. Now that he had a solution, he naturally wanted to monopolize all the treasures in the cavern. That's right. I can let you in, but not by yourself. Elder Huang's answer puzzled Chu Zhongtian. He didn't want to help, nor would he let Understar go in alone. What Elder Huang said just now seemed to be contradicting himself. This matter concerned whether or not he could monopolize the treasures left behind by the peerless experts in cavern. Chu Zhongtian temporarily forgot how scary Elder Huang was. He continued to ask, Elder Huang, what is the meaning of this? Kid, if I have a physical body now, it wouldn't be difficult for me to let you enter the cavern alone. But I only have the body of the divine soul now. I don't have the ability to do anything. That's why I can't send you in alone. You have to borrow the help of others in order to enter the cavern. Elder Huang's explanation not only solved Chu Zhongtian's doubts, but also gave him an idea to save himself. As for whether he could succeed or not, he needed some time to consider. Elder Huang, what should I do next? Hearing that there was a way to enter the cavern, Chu Zhongtian quickly asked. No hurry, wait a little longer. Facing Chu Zhongtian's urgency, Elder Huang in his mind claimed that he was not in a hurry and indicated that he could continue to observe the Cyan Gate. Everyone continued to attack the Cyan Gate with all their might for another hour, but the Cyan Gate did not change at all. At this time, not only did the spiritual power consume a lot of energy, but it also consumed a lot of energy. Elder Huang, who had been silent for nearly an hour, suddenly asked, Kid, do you know anyone in this group? Yes, 3 of them are my senior brothers from the same sect, and one of them is a friend that I have a very good relationship with. Chu Zhongtian didn't know what Elder Huang meant, but he still answered truthfully. Who are they? Chu Zhongtian pointed at Zhang Yanan, Yu Zhongzong, Dongfang Yongping, and Lu Yuan one by one. Sure. There is one person who can keep the scene under control. When Chu Zhongtian pointed at Dongfang Yongping, Elder Huang praised him. After that, Elder Huang continued, Kid, carefully observe the Cyan Gate in front of you, and see what's so special about it. After a period of contact, Chu Zhongtian had a better understanding of Elder Huang's personality. He knew that there were some things that he would not directly point out. He liked to use some roundabout ways to guide you to discover problems. Elder Huang, the cyan gate in front of you is no different from an ordinary door. If there was any difference, it would be the round buttons used to decorate the stone door. It seems to be a little redundant. Chu Zhongtian took the cyan gate from top to bottom, from bottom to top, from left to right. He looked at it from right to left 5 times, but he did not find any abnormalities. He just felt that the button used to decorate it was a bit special, but he couldn't find anything special about it. Your eyesight is very unique, Elder Huang praised when he saw Chu Zhongtian turn his attention to the button on the door. After that, he specifically reminded Kid, there are 18 buttons on each door. There are a total of 36 buttons. These 36 buttons are the key to activating the formation. Kid, go and find your strongest senior brother now, and make him believe that you have the ability to open the cyan gate, so that he can fully cooperate with your orders. Elder Huang, I believe what you just said about opening the formation. However, it will be very difficult for me to convince my senior brother with just my words. So, I hope that you can give me a more detailed explanation. You can even tell me how to activate the formation. Only then can I have the confidence to tell senior brother Tong about it. Just by explaining that the button was the key to activating the formation, Elder Huang told him to look for his senior brother. Of course, Chu Zhongtian wouldn't act rashly. Furthermore, through the simple conversation just now, Chu Zhongtian knew that Dongfang Yongping was the same as Lu Yuan. He was a very proud person. If you don't give him a reason to trust someone with such a proud personality, if you want him to cooperate with you with all his might, it is basically a daydream. Alright, kid. Next, I'll tell you how to activate the formation, as well as the things you need to pay attention to after it is activated. After that, Elder Huang told him in detail how to activate the formation. After knowing how to enter the cavern, Chu Zhongtian confidently walked towards Dongfang Yongping. Senior brother Dongfang, I have something important to discuss with you. Chu Zhongtian walked to Dongfang Yongping's side and said in a low voice. Dongfang Yongping was the number 2 arena lord with 11 high rank of the Qi transforming period arena, and his combat strength was ranked 2nd among the 80+ arena lord present. When everyone was attacking the cyan gate with all their strength, although Dongfang Yongping had also used all his strength, with his profound cultivation base, the consumption wasn't as serious as he had imagined. At this moment, Dongfang Yongping was putting on a look as if he had consumed too much energy and was trying his best to adjust his condition, mainly to show others. At the same time, he was also considering how to open the cyan gate in front of him. After Dongfang Yongping heard that Chu Zhongtian had some important matters to discuss with him, he stood up with a frown and avoided the people around him. Speak! After avoiding the crowd, Dongfang Yongping's expression was indifferent, and he said in a cold voice, Senior brother Dongfang, I have a way to temporarily open the cyan gate and allow some people to enter the cavern. Chu Zhongtian knew that a proud person like Dongfang Yongping didn't like to beat around the bush, so he went straight to the point. Oh! He heard Chu Zhongtian say that he had a way to temporarily open the cyan gate and allow some people to enter the cavern. Dongfang Yongping's originally calm expression slightly trembled, but when he saw Chu Zhongtian's tender face, I know, you might not believe that I have a way to open the cyan gate, but please be patient and listen to my detailed explanation. Chu Zhongtian saw Dongfang Yongping's cold expression instantly. He knew that he wanted to convince Dongfang Yongping with just a few words. Also, it was impossible for Dongfang Yongping to cooperate with him to activate the formation, so he was not in a hurry. Continue. Dongfang Yongping, who had regained his calm expression, said in an emotionless tone. I wonder if you have noticed the 36 buttons on the door? Chu Zhongtian did not immediately explain. Instead, he pointed at the cyan gate and asked. Dongfang Yongping nodded and did not respond to Chu Zhongtian's question. Chu Zhongtian did not care about this. He continued, Senior brother, these 36 buttons are not decorations for the cyan gate. They are the eye of the formation. Only by attacking these 36 buttons can the cyan gate be opened for a short period of time. Hearing Chu Zhongtian say that only by attacking the 36 round buttons can one open the cyan gate, Dongfang Yongping's face revealed a trace of displeasure. His tone was unusually cold as he said, "Junior brother, the cultivation and knowledge of these arena lord far exceeds yours. Don't tell me you think we haven't done this before." 10 minutes after attacking the Cyan Gate, Dongfang Yongping and a few 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period arena lord had already noticed the round buttons on the door, and they had also attacked the round buttons with all their strength. In the end, they had no effect at all. "Senior brother Dongfang, you don't have to be in a hurry. Please listen to me slowly." Hearing the dissatisfaction in Dongfang Yongping's tone, Chu Zhongtian was not in a hurry. He still spoke in a calm tone. "Senior brother Dongfang, I think when you attacked the button on the door just now, you attacked randomly regardless of the order, right?" Dongfang Yongping nodded his head, but his facial expression didn't change at all. "No wonder. Senior brother Dongfang, although I am not a great master of formation, I have seen this kind of formation before when I went out to cultivate. I know how to attack the button on the door." "Oh!" Hearing Chu Zhongtian say that he had seen this kind of formation before, Dongfang Yongping's cold face eased up. At the same time, he was interested to continue listening. "Senior brother Dongfang, this formation is called the 36 Astral Formation. It is a formation that is set up by 36 top-grade spirit weapon as the eye of the formation. It is difficult to break through a formation master that is not at the divine soul stage or above, but I have a way to stop this formation for 30 seconds. The formation described just now was told to Chu Zhongtian word by Elder Huang in his mind. He only repeated it in its original form. As for what the 36 astral formation was, and what the eye of the formation was, he had no idea at all. "How confident are you?" Not only did Chu Zhongtian mention the name of the formation, he even knew how it was formed. At this moment, Dongfang Yongping somewhat believed that Chu Zhongtian could temporarily break the formation. "If you all listen to my orders, I'm 80% sure." Chu Zhongtian lowered his head and thought for a while, then finally said an 80% chance. In fact, according to what Elder Huang had said in Chu Zhongtian's mind, as long as Dongfang Yongping and the others could follow Chu Zhongtian's orders, the success rate would be 100%, but Chu Zhongtian had left some leeway. Because the human heart was unpredictable, it was impossible for everyone to be willing to listen to your orders. Besides, there were too many people whose cultivation and strength were higher than Chu Zhongtian's. It would be strange if they could believe Chu Zhongtian with 100% confidence. "What do you need me to do?" Dongfang Yongping nodded his head when he heard Chu Zhongtian say that he was 80% confident. In his heart, he believed that Chu Zhongtian could temporarily break through the Cyan Gate in front of him. Therefore, his tone became friendly. "There are a total of 36 round buttons on the door of the Cyan Gate. The order of each attack is different. Moreover, each round button requires at least 2 people, so I hope you can convince the other arena lord. Join us." "All right. Wait for me for a moment." Attacking 1 round button required 2 people, while 36 round buttons required 72 people. In other words, most of the arena lord present had to participate in the attack. Dongfang Yongping felt a trace of pressure at this moment. There were more than 80 arena lord present, and each of them had an extraordinary background. It wasn't an easy task to make them listen to Chu Zhongtian's commands. Therefore, Dongfang Yongping needed to join forces with some of the strongest arena lord, and then rely on their strength and prestige. Talent. In the end, he could convince the other arena lord to agree. He had already told them the method. As for whether or not those arena lord would agree in the end, at this moment, Chu Zhongtian was observing the round button on the green door in front of him. He was listening to Elder Huang's description of the next attack in his mind. "Dongfang Yongping, it's not that I don't believe you, it's just that your current method is too excessive. Just now, when we attacked the Cyan Gate with all our strength, you didn't say that you had a way to open the door. Now that our spiritual power and physical strength have been consumed too much, you suddenly said that you have a way to open the door. Are you teasing us?" After Dongfang Yongping contacted a few arena lord who had a good relationship with him, he finally expressed his stance to the strongest and most hated opponents present. The result he got was an unreasonable provocation from his opponent. "Lang Yun, don't mislead everyone's thoughts. I didn't mean that at all. When I attacked the Cyan Gate just now, I did my best. I'm sure everyone present saw that. Facing Lang Yun's slanderous words, Dongfang Yongping didn't get angry, nor did he feel nervous. He only used facts to prove his innocence. In the ranking competition in the secret realm in front of the cavern which was left by a peerless expert, Dongfang Yongping didn't get angry or anxious when he saw Lang Yun slandering him for no reason. He just calmly and truthfully stated his words, causing the people who had misunderstood him to nod their heads. They believed that he wasn't deliberately hiding it from them. Dongfang Yongping, I'm afraid that only you know whether you have tried your best or not. But you didn't explain why you didn't tell us that you had a way to open the Cyan Gate. You had to wait until our vital spirit and physical strength were exhausted. Only you can prove that you have a way. You must have your own selfish motives. Dongfang Yongping used facts to prove his innocence, but he did not let Lang Yun give up. He still believed that Dongfang Yongping's biggest flaw was Dongfang Yongping. He looked like he wanted to force Dongfang Yongping to become an evil person. Dongfang Yongping pointed his finger at Lang Yun. He was so angry that he could not speak. He did not want to hide the method to open the Cyan Gate, but because he really did not know how to open it. However, the person who could open the Cyan Gate was his junior brother from the same sect. He could not explain it in detail. It was because of this reason that he did not know how to refute Lang Yun's slander. Senior brother Zhang, what happened? Under Elder Huang's careful narration, with Chu Zhongtian's amazing perception, he did not spend much time to grasp how to open the stone door for a short period of time. At this moment, he saw that Dongfang Yongping and Lang Yun had a conflict. He just did not know why Lang Yun was deliberately targeting Dongfang Yongping. After all, his ability to open the Cyan Gate was beneficial to everyone present. Junior brother Chu, the person who quarreled with senior brother Dongfang, is called Lang Yun. He came from the Syria state and he is the crown prince of the Syria state. He is also the strongest amongst the young generation of the Syria state. He is also one of the top 10 experts of the great Yuan dynasty's young generation. When Zhang Yinan heard Chu Zhongtian's question, he explained it to him in detail. Junior brother Chu, Syria state belongs to great Yuan dynasty. They have 1,000 years of enmity with the great Ming royal dynasty behind senior brother Dongfang. Therefore, no matter what senior brother Dongfang does, Lang Yun will always confront him with equal harshness. When Chu Zhongtian heard Zhang Yinan's explanation, he immediately understood what was going on. Originally, Lang Yun didn't believe that Dongfang Yongping had a way to open the door, but he wanted to use this opportunity to provoke the dissatisfaction of the crowd towards Dongfang Yongping. He even wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of Dongfang Yongping. How could he let Chu Zhongtian get away with Lang Yun's evil intentions? Furthermore, he needed to borrow Dongfang Yongping's strength to enter cavern. How could he let Lang Yun ruin his plans? When he thought of this, Chu Zhongtian walked out from the crowd. He faced Lang Yun and the others directly. He cupped his fists and said loudly, "Seniors, may I ask if you will listen to me? Who are you?" Looking at Chu Zhongtian, who was walking out from behind Dongfang Yongping, Lang Yun asked in a gloomy tone, "I am Chu Zhongtian. I am from the Floating Cloud sect. I am senior brother Dongfang's junior brother." Chu Zhongtian replied fearlessly in the face of Lang Yun's gloomy and cold tone. "You are only a body refining stage warrior. You have no right to interfere in this matter. Hurry up and back off." He was afraid that Chu Zhongtian would destroy the hatred they had towards Dongfang Yongping that he had formed with great difficulty. Lang Yun immediately refused Chu Zhongtian's interference. "Senior disciple is right. In terms of strength, I'm just a puny body refining stage. I don't have the right to interfere in your personal conflict with senior brother Dongfang. But if you want to open the Cyan Gate in cavern, I have to do it." After saying that, Chu Zhongtian straightened his body. He looked around and looked at Lang Yun. He said proudly, "Because I am the only one who knows how to open the Cyan Gate in cavern. None of us 30 Qi transforming period warriors can open the Cyan Gate. You are just a small body refining stage warrior." The Qi transforming period beginner level arena lord that followed Lang Yun couldn't stand Chu Zhongtian's confident look. He took the initiative to step forward and mock him. "That's right. My cultivation base is indeed weaker than yours, but that doesn't mean I can't open the Cyan Gate. Because I know about the formation in this cavern. I know how to open the formation and how to enter the cavern. The corner of Chu Zhongtian's mouth raised slightly. He said in a sarcastic tone, "Of course, you can choose not to believe it. You can also choose not to help. But after we open the Cyan Gate, I hope you won't do anything that will harm your status." The reason Chu Zhongtian was so confident was because he believed that most of the arena lord present wanted to enter the cavern left behind by the peerless experts to search for their own fortune. Could it be that you are a formation master? Of the more than 80 arena lord present, not all of them were Lang Yun and Dongfang Yongping's subordinates. Although many of them were not as powerful as the 9 major powers, they were not people that ordinary people could provoke. A 5th-grade family master of the Qi transforming period looked at Chu Zhongtian with anticipation. Senior disciple, I'm not a true formation master. Fortunately, I have seen an identical formation before. Although I can't really break the formation in cavern, I can temporarily open the Cyan Gate. I can give everyone a chance to enter cavern. In order to make everyone believe in him, he would listen to his commands in the following operations. Chu Zhongtian could only continue lying. Fortunately, Elder Huang was a real formation master in his mind, so Chu Zhongtian wasn't worried that he would be seen through. I wonder where you have seen this formation before? When he heard Chu Zhongtian mention that he had seen an identical formation before, the 5th-grade family master of the Qi transforming period hurriedly asked. In response to master of the Qi transforming period's urgent question, Chu Zhongtian let out a cold laugh. He had been influenced by countless movies and books, so he could tell master of the Qi transforming period's real purpose with just a glance. The cavern that was sealed by the formation was left behind by a peerless expert. So, if there was a place that had the exact same formation, did it also have a cavern left behind by a peerless expert? If he could get the exact location of the cavern, he could totally lead the experts of his family to fight for it after the ranking competition ended. Does everyone believe what I just said? He didn't pay attention to the greedy master of the Qi transforming period. Chu Zhongtian looked around and asked, I believe what Mr. Chu said. After Lu Yuan and Chu Zhongtian parted ways, he stayed by the side of his senior brother from the Hua Mountain sword sect. After the intense argument between him and his senior brothers, he finally stood out with his chest puffed out and his head held high. His tone was decisive as he chose to support Chu Zhongtian. If anyone in the crowd knew Chu Zhongtian the best, it would be him, Lu Yuan. Whether it was in terms of cultivation, comprehension, potential, luck, or combatability of Chu Zhongtian, he had won Lu Yuan's respect. He believed Chu Zhongtian's words. Chu Zhongtian nodded at Lu Yuan. He didn't say anything to thank him, but waited for the others to respond. In the secret realm of ranking competition, in front of the cavern which was left by a peerless expert, I choose to believe in him. I believe that he can open the Cyan Gate. Although Lu Yuan's cultivation base wasn't the highest on the scene, his reputation wasn't any weaker than those high rank of the Qi transforming period arena lord. This was because he was a rare swordsman who was born for the sword and died for the sword. He was one of the important figures who would lead the Hua Mountain sword sect to rise in the future. Therefore, he stood up and supported Chu Zhongtian. In an instant, he had won the support of some people. I also believe in him. Since we can't open the Cyan Gate, we might as well believe his words for now. That's right. Even if he can't open the door, we won't suffer any losses. What if he can open it? As Lu Yuan took the initiative to support Chu Zhongtian, more and more people chose to trust him temporarily. In the end, out of the 80-plus arena lord, 75 chose to believe Chu Zhongtian. This made Chu Zhongtian secretly heave a sigh of relief. In order to open the formation for a short period of time, 2 people had to attack a round button at the same time. And attacking 36 round buttons required 72 people. If the number of people was not enough, they would not be able to activate the formation. At this moment, not only were the number of people participating in the attack more than enough, it had even surpassed the number of people. This made Chu Zhongtian relieved, and at the same time he was secretly delighted. If the number of people exceeded 72, it meant that he didn't need to make a move. He didn't even need to make a move against one of his 3 senior brothers. If you want to activate the Cyan Gate, you must listen to my commands and obey every single one of my commands seriously. Otherwise, even the slightest mistake might cause the final opening to fail. Chu Zhongtian's expression was serious as he said in a serious tone, "There is only one chance to open the Cyan Gate. If some unnecessary mistakes cause the final opening to fail, I'm afraid that all of you will have no fate with this cavern." In fact, Chu Zhongtian said that on purpose. According to Elder Huang, even if they failed to activate the formation, he also had a way to send Chu Zhongtian into the cavern. However, if he wanted to enter the cavern by himself, he would have to pay a huge price. That was why he said that, in order to ensure their success. "Junior brother Chu, don't worry. We will definitely follow every single one of your orders strictly." As Chu Zhongtian's fellow disciples, Dongfang Yongping would naturally support Chu Zhongtian. "Mr. Chu, don't worry. I trust your character." Lu Yuan, who respected Chu Zhongtian the most, also took the initiative to support him. At the same time, his senior brothers behind him also supported him. "Next, I will arrange the mission." Chu Zhongtian saw that everyone present had agreed to carry out his orders. He immediately arranged the targets, order, and time for everyone to attack according to Elder Huang's instructions. After he arranged for the people to attack the 36 buttons, he ordered the remaining people, "Everyone, we will attack the buttons with all our strength. We can't worry about the situation outside for the time being. So I hope that you can protect everyone's safety and prevent us from being disturbed." After Chu Zhongtian had finished arranging all the orders, Lang Yun and the others stood in the distance and watched coldly. They had no intention of helping. Although Chu Zhongtian didn't want to believe that Lang Yun and the others would dare to take the risk to attack them, he still needed to be on guard. Moreover, when the attack button was about to end, something would happen before the Cyan Gate was opened. Chu Zhongtian wanted to prevent Lang Yun and the others from taking away their credit. Therefore, he purposely left a few Qi transforming period warriors behind to guard against Lang Yun and the others. "Junior brother Chu, don't worry. It won't be easy for Lang Yun and the others to do something bad." Among his fellow disciples, Yu Zhongzong was purposely left behind by Chu Zhongtian. Because Yu Zhongzong was a 6th-layer peak of the Qi transforming period, although he wasn't the strongest here, he was still considered the strongest. He should be able to stall Lang Yun and the others for a short period of time. When everyone was ready, Chu Zhongtian walked straight to the stone door and placed the spiritual power in his dantian on his finger. Then, he jumped into the air and pointed his finger at the 36 buttons in a regular pattern. After that, Chu Zhongtian used the windbreaker and quickly retreated. At the same time he shouted, "The first group attack the first button on the right." 3 seconds after the first group attack ended, Chu Zhongtian quickly shouted, "The second group attack the first button on the left." 5 seconds after the second group attack ended, Chu Zhongtian continued to shout, "The third group attack the last button on the right." After the third group of attacks ended, the Cyan Gate, which had not moved at all, made a slight sound. Although the shaking sound was very soft, the people present were not ordinary people. They all heard the light swaying sound. At this moment, everyone began to believe in Chu Zhongtian, believing that he had a way to open the Cyan Gate. The 4th and 5th groups also seriously attacked the buttons at different times according to his instructions. Chu Zhongtian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. In order to ensure that everyone believed in him and earnestly carried out his orders in the end, it could be said that they had put in a lot of effort to arrange for the people to attack. The first group of people to attack was Dongfang Yongping. The reason he chose Dongfang Yongping was because he was his senior brother from the same sect, and also the first person who believed that he had a way to open the Cyan Gate. At the same time, Chu Zhongtian also hoped that Dongfang Yongping could restore the spiritual power that he had consumed before the Cyan Gate was opened, because after the Cyan Gate was opened, he still needed Dongfang Yongping to bring him into cavern. The second group of people to attack was Lu Yuan. The reason he arranged Lu Yuan to be in the second group was because Chu Zhongtian believed in Lu Yuan's character, and believed that he could earnestly carry out his orders. The third group of attackers was also his senior brother, Zhang Yinan. When the 18th group of attacks ended, Not only did the stone door shake more and more violently, a small crack gradually appeared on the originally tightly shut door. This made everyone believe in Chu Zhongtian even more, and look forward to the next attack. Lang Yun and the others who had been watching from not far away, after the third attack ended and the stone door shook easily, they had noticed it. However, they did not act rashly for the time being, and waited patiently. At this moment, they saw a small crack in the Cyan gate, and a trace of surprise appeared on their faces. They started to call the people around them to get closer to Chu Zhongtian and the others. Brother Yu. Ever since the fourth group of people could accurately execute his orders, Chu Zhongtian withdrew most of his attention. It was also because of this that he noticed Lang Yun and the others who were getting closer. In order to prevent Lang Yun and the others from disturbing the people who were attacking the Cyan gate and causing the failure of activating the formation, Chu Zhongtian quickly signaled Yu Zhongzong to bring his men to stop Lang Yun and the others. Among the 30 people who had finished attacking, other than a few who were adjusting their breathing, the rest also stood up and surrounded them. Only Dongfang Yongping did not stop Lang Yun. Instead, he walked straight to Chu Zhongtian's side and acted as if he was ready to protect him. Senior brother Dongfang, you don't have to worry. Lang Yun and the others won't dare to offend me. Seeing Dongfang Yongping taking the initiative to protect him, a trace of gratitude flashed through Chu Zhongtian's heart. However, Chu Zhongtian was quite confident that Lang Yun and the others wouldn't attack him. He knew that Lang Yun would not dare to provoke him. Although the gap between the Cyan gate was getting bigger and bigger, there was still a long time before it was fully opened. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian, who knew how to open the Cyan gate, was the most important to everyone. No matter who attacked Chu Zhongtian, they would offend most of the people present. This was also the reason why he firmly believed that Lang Yun and the others wouldn't dare to attack him. Lang Yun and the others, who were stopped by Yu Zhongzong and the others, became anxious when they saw the stone door being gradually opened. The hatred between him and Dongfang Yongping was only the hatred between the country and the country. In terms of individual, he did not have much interaction with Dongfang Yongping. In the face of the cavern left behind by a peerless expert, Lang Yun no longer cared about the hatred between families and countries. He said to Dongfang Yongping with a worried expression, "Brother Dongfang, I was wrong just now. I will apologize to you now. I hope you can forgive me. Let us go over there too." Facing Lang Yun taking the initiative to give in, Dongfang Yongping only snorted coldly and ignored him. Just now, Lang Yun deliberately provoked everyone's misunderstanding of him, causing him to almost fall into the predicament of being punished by everyone. How could he let Lang Yun go just because Lang Yun gave in a few words? "Brother Lin, we have a good relationship. Can you give me some face and let me go?" Lang Yun wasn't too disappointed when Dongfang Yongping ignored him, because he knew he had offended Dongfang Yongping just now. It wasn't realistic for him to ask him to agree with just a few words. The reason why he first gave in to Dongfang Yongping was that he hoped that Dongfang Yongping would not continue to make things difficult for him, because the next target he was looking for was the strongest person in ranking competition. Lin Aochuan from the Hua Mountain Sword Sect, one of the 9 major powers. Unlike Dongfang Yongping and Lang Yun, who hated each other because of their country, they hated each other very much. There was no hatred between Lang Yun and him. 2 years ago, when he went out to train, he had fought side by side with Lang Yun. Their relationship was pretty good. Logically speaking, he should have agreed to let Lang Yun go. However, the one who could make the decision now wasn't Lin Aochuan, but the people of Floating Cloud Sect. To put it bluntly, it was Chu Zhongtian. Therefore, Lin Aochuan cast an inquiring look at Chu Zhongtian. There were limited treasures left in the cavern by peerless experts. One more person would mean one less share of the treasures. Of course, Chu Zhongtian wasn't willing to let Lang Yun and the others in. Furthermore, Lang Yun was obviously targeting Dongfang Yongping just now, but it was very likely that Dongfang Yongping would become Chu Zhongtian's relative. How could he possibly make Dongfang Yongping unhappy because of Lin Aochuan's words? "Senior brother Dongfang, I will listen to you." After Chu Zhongtian slightly flattered Dongfang Yongping, he gave the decision to Dongfang Yongping. "Junior Dongfang, you and I don't know what the situation in cavern is like in the end. Perhaps there are dangers lurking in the cavern. With the help of one more expert, it will be beneficial for us to explore the cavern. What do you think? Seeing that Chu Zhongtian had given the decision to Dongfang Yongping, Lin Aochuan knew that Chu Zhongtian also didn't want Lang Yun to enter the cavern. Originally, he had already given up on persuading him, but Lang Yun had secretly transmitted a message to him just now. The benefits that he promised him had moved him. Greed won over reason. In the end, he decided to help Lang Yun. Brother Lin, what you did made things difficult for me. Seeing that Lin Aochuan supported Lang Chao, Dongfang Yongping's expression became extremely ugly. Lin Aochuan was different from ordinary people. Putting aside the fact that the force behind him was not weaker than Heavenly Dragon Empire, just his cultivation and strength alone made Dongfang Yongping feel a little apprehensive. His support at this moment made Dongfang Yongping not know how to answer. Seeing Lin Aochuan supporting Lang Yun, Dongfang Yongping wasn't the only one who had an ugly expression on his face. Chu Zhongtian also felt uncomfortable in his heart. As Lin Aochuan was Lu Yuan's senior brother, when Chu Zhongtian arranged the order of attack, he had deliberately taken care of Lin Aochuan and placed him in the position of the fifth group of attack so that he could have enough time to rest and prepare. He didn't expect Lin Aochuan to not thank him at all. Lin Aochuan didn't give him face. Neither did he give his junior brother, Lu Yuan, face. In fact, Lu Yuan's facial expression didn't look good either. He didn't expect that his senior brother, whom he usually respected, would do such a treacherous thing. Lin Aochuan was the strongest among all the people present. His support not only made it difficult for Dongfang Yongping to refuse, but also made it difficult for him to refuse. Chu Zhongtian couldn't refuse either. At this moment, other than the rumbling sound of the Cyan Gate's attack, the entire scene had fallen into a strange atmosphere. Right at this moment, Elder Huang in Chu Zhongtian's mind suddenly reminded him. He asked Chu Zhongtian to agree to let Lang Yun enter the cavern, and he promised again and again. Not only did Lang Yun not have a good ending after entering the cavern, even Lin Aochuan would not have a good ending. It was precisely because of Elder Huang's promise that Chu Zhongtian specifically reminded Dongfang Yongping to agree with Lin Aochuan's suggestion and let Lang Yun in order to avoid offending Lin Aochuan. All right, Chu Zhongtian reminded him secretly. Although Dongfang Yongping did not know what he meant, he thought that Chu Zhongtian had a way to open the Cyan Gate. Perhaps he still had a way to deal with Lang Yun in cavern. Thus, he agreed with Lin Aochuan's suggestion. Thank you. Lin Aochuan happily thanked Dongfang Yongping and Chu Zhongtian when they both agreed. When the 36th group of attacks ended, a finger-thick crack had appeared on the stone door. At this moment, besides Chu Zhongtian, everyone at the scene was secretly mobilizing their strength, ready to charge into the cavern at any time. However, the Cyan Gate had not been fully opened, and no one knew if there would be any danger in the future. Therefore, they were all waiting for Chu Zhongtian's order. Everyone, I have to remind you all of something. Chu Zhongtian signaled Dongfang Yongping and the other 3 senior brothers to follow him to the Cyan Gate. He didn't do anything for the time being. Instead, he turned around and said to the crowd, "Next, I will completely open the door, but the time it takes for the door to open is only 30 seconds. I hope those who have grudges with each other can temporarily settle their grudges after entering the cavern." Chu Zhongtian's seemingly friendly reminder was actually deliberately provoking the hatred in everyone's heart. The Cyan Gate only opened for 30 seconds, and there were more than 80 people present. It was somewhat difficult to pass all of them in a short 30 seconds. In order to ensure that they would pass and obtain more treasures from the cavern, they would definitely fight in secret. Ranking competition, Secret Realm, in front of the Cyan Gate. After reminding everyone about the things they needed to take note of, Chu Zhongtian turned around and nodded at Dongfang Yongping and the other 2. After that, he stretched out 10 fingers and controlled nearly 60% of the spiritual power in the dantian on his finger. The second time, he pointed at the 36 buttons. This time, every time his finger touched a button, the buttons on the door would completely sink in. When one button sank into the door, the crack in the Cyan Gate was widened. When all 36 buttons sank into the door, the entire green stone door was completely opened. The moment the Cyan Gate was opened, Dongfang Yongping grabbed Chu Zhongtian's shoulder. Before everyone could react, Yu Zhongzong and Zhang Yinan rushed into the cavern. Seeing the floating cloud sects Chu Zhongtian and the other three rushing into the cavern without hesitation, the rest of the people immediately reacted. More than 20 Qi transforming period arena lord exploded with the vital spirit that they had prepared earlier. They were like cannonballs that shot into the cavern in an instant. The 50-plus body refining stage and Qi refining stage arena lord also exploded with spiritual power. They followed closely behind the Qi transforming period arena lord and were about to charge into the Cyan Gate. At this moment, Lang Yun and the others who were rushing at the front suddenly turned around. The attribute form that could only be used by Qi transforming period warriors turned into giant palms. The arena lord blocked the body refining stage and Qi refining stage warriors from entering the cavern. After casting the palm technique, they no longer paid any attention to the power and effect of the palm technique, and rushed straight into the cavern. Damn it! Seeing the gigantic palm blocking their way into the cavern, the 50-plus body refining stage and Qi refining stage arena lord cursed. After that, they unleashed their most powerful attacks to attack the gigantic palm. When facing the palm force, the arena lord of an advanced body refining stage could easily break through it and smoothly enter the cavern. As for the primary rank of the body refining period and Qi refining stage arena lord, most of them were sent flying by the gigantic palm. When the arena lord returned to the Cyan Gate, they were furious to find that the Cyan Gate had already closed, and started cursing. Dongfang Yongping was a 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period warrior, and he had the combat strength of an essence gathering stage warrior. Under the lead of his powerful cultivation base, Chu Zhongtian felt like he had appeared in cavern in an instant. In Chu Zhongtian's knowledge, only a divine soul stage warrior could be called a peerless expert, and the cavern that was left behind by a peerless expert must be a magnificent place. The spiritual Qi in cavern was oppressive, it was a paradise on earth. However, when he truly entered the cavern, he realized that reality was far from what he had imagined. This was because the cavern, which was left behind by a peerless expert, was in tatters everywhere. There was not a single trace of majesty or magnificence. Furthermore, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was pitifully scarce. It was not even as abundant as the spiritual Qi he had in the Chu family's Jingya pavilion. This is the cavern left behind by a peerless expert? Looking at the tattered scene in front of him, Zhang Yinan said in disappointment. Don't be disappointed. There must have been a fierce battle here before. It caused the entire cavern to be severely damaged. Next, we will split up and look for the book pavilion, pill pavilion, weapon pavilion, medicinal field, and the most important inheritance pavilion. Dongfang Yongping was stunned by the current situation. Then, he made some quick preparations. Little junior brother, follow me from now on. Bringing a person with him would definitely affect his speed and harvest. But Dongfang Yongping thanked Chu Zhongtian for opening the Cyan Gate. Moreover, Chu Zhongtian had given them the initiative, which was why he had finally decided to bring Chu Zhongtian along. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongtian refused and said, Senior brother Dongfang, you guys hurry up and find your own opportunities. I have a way to protect myself, you guys don't have to worry about me. Really? Seeing Chu Zhongtian's clear refusal, Dongfang Yongping asked again. Really, no need. You all should leave now. Looking at the passageway behind him, Chu Zhongtian urged. All right, take care of yourself. Since Chu Zhongtian had a way to open the Cyan Gate, perhaps he really had a way to protect himself in cavern. Therefore, Dongfang Yongping didn't continue to persist. He flew away from where he stood. Zhang Yinan and Yu Zhongzong also reminded him to hurry up and find their own opportunities. Elder Huang, is what you just said true? After Dongfang Yongping and the other two left, Chu Zhongtian asked directly. Originally, after entering the cavern, Chu Zhongtian's initial plan was to follow Dongfang Yongping. Because this cavern was left behind by a peerless divine soul stage warrior, who knew if there were any hidden mechanisms in the cavern. Although Dongfang Yongping was a 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period expert, his true combat strength had already reached the essence gathering stage. With his current strength, he could walk freely in the cavern. Following behind Dongfang Yongping, although the chances of him getting lucky were lower, but at least it's safe. However, just as Dongfang Yongping decided to bring him along, Elder Huang in his mind made him refuse. Furthermore, he also told him that there was a treasure in cavern that could help him improve his cultivation talent. Let's talk as we walk. Without answering Chu Zhongtian's question, Elder Huang indicated for Chu Zhongtian to leave the scene as soon as possible. Kid, have you heard of the 3 great spiritual route? After leaving the scene, Chu Zhongtian followed the route that Elder Huang indicated and headed towards the depths of cavern. At the same time, Elder Huang began to explain why he was allowed to move alone. I have never heard of it. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongtian indicated that he had never heard of the 3 great spiritual route. Although he had a lot of knowledge, the Chu family that he came from was after all a level 8 family. The information stored in the family was limited, and there were many things that the Chu family could not come into contact with. Anyway, we are still some distance away from that place. I will explain to you what the 3 great spiritual route are. As Elder Huang explained, Chu Zhongtian's heart went from shock to wild joy. According to Elder Huang, there were 3 types of spiritual route that could change a person's cultivation talent in Eternal Continent. These 3 types of spiritual route were named Heaven, Earth, and Man according to their respective effects. The mortal grade spiritual route could increase a warrior's cultivation talent by 1 grade below the 6th grade. For example, Chu Zhongtian's cultivation talent was now a 7th grade low-rank cultivation talent. If he consumed the spiritual root of good luck, the cultivation talent could directly advance to the low-rank 6th grade. An Earth grade spiritual root could increase a cultivation talent by 1 level for warriors below the 3rd stage. As for a heavenly spiritual root, it could increase a grade by 1. At the same time, according to what Elder Huang said, the cultivation talent was not like what the world knew. It only had 30 levels of the level 10. Above the top level 1 cultivation talent, there was another type of cultivation talent, and it was called the Saint grade. However, there had never been such a monstrous genius in the Eternal Continent, so this rumor was gradually forgotten by the world. The human spiritual root could be found. People needed a heaven-defying opportunity to find the Earth spiritual root. As for the heaven spiritual root, it was like a saint-grade cultivation talent, basically a legendary treasure. In the secret realm, in the cavern that was left behind by a peerless expert. According to Elder Huang, there was a human spiritual root in the depths of the cavern left behind by this peerless expert. This was also the reason why Elder Huang had asked Chu Zhongtian to avoid Dongfang Yongping. Although Dongfang Yongping's cultivation talent was definitely higher than a 6th grade's, the human spiritual root had no effect on his cultivation talent. However, as the only 3 spiritual root left in the world, the human spiritual root's function wasn't just to increase the cultivation talent. It had an unimaginable improvement to one's cultivation base, potential, and comprehension ability. With Dongfang Yongping's 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period stage, he had a 90% chance of breaking through to the essence gathering stage after consuming the human spiritual root. If Chu Zhongtian wanted to monopolize the human spiritual root, he had to avoid Dongfang Yongping. When his wild joy calmed down a little, a trace of doubt rose in Chu Zhongtian's heart. This cavern had existed in secret realm for at least 10,000 years. How did the Elder Huang in his mind know that the cavern left behind by a peerless expert had the human spiritual root of one of the 3 great spiritual root? However, Chu Zhongtian suppressed this trace of doubt in his heart and did not inquire about the root of the question. After Elder Huang finished explaining the 3 spiritual root, he fell into silence. He waited until Chu Zhongtian came to a herb field that was still full of spiritual qi and had not been destroyed before Elder Huang finished his silence and said, Chu Zhongtian, we've arrived at the place you were looking for. Elder Huang, where is the human spiritual root? Hearing that Elder Huang had reached the place he was looking for in his mind, Chu Zhongtian quickly stopped and looked around to see where the human spiritual root was. However, after looking at the medicinal field 3 times, he did not find the human spiritual root that Elder Huang described. Without answering Chu Zhongtian's question, Elder Huang looked at the medicinal field that had not been destroyed much inside. After a full 5 minutes of silence, Elder Huang finally opened his mouth to speak. Kid, The human spiritual root is in the medicinal field in front of us. No! Although the medicinal field in front of them hadn't suffered much damage, most of the herbs in the medicinal field were ordinary level 9 and level 10 herbs. They didn't have the herbs that Elder Huang described as human spiritual root. Chu Zhongtian, do you have any spirit stones of medium grade 7 and above in your hands? Elder Huang didn't tell Chu Zhongtian the exact location of the human spiritual root, but asked Chu Zhongtian if he had any spirit stones of mid-grade 7 and above. Yes. I have 3,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stones in my hand. In order to obtain the human spiritual root that could increase the grade of the cultivation talent, Chu Zhongtian didn't hide the grade and quantity of the spirit stones he had. I didn't expect you to be so rich. Elder Huang was shocked when he heard that Chu Zhongtian had 3,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stones in his hand. One should know that 7th grade middle rank spirit stones were basically used by Qi transforming period warriors. Chu Zhongtian, who was a third layer of the body refining period warrior, had so many 7th grade middle rank spirit stones. Either it was because the force behind Chu Zhongtian was powerful enough to provide a sufficient number of 7th grade middle rank spirit stones, or it was because Chu Zhongtian wasn't a good man, but because he had seized the spoils of war from someone else. Elder Huang, what do you want to do with 7th grade middle rank spirit stone warriors? Chu Zhongtian didn't want Elder Huang to investigate how he had obtained so many 7th grade middle rank spirit stones, so he changed the topic and started interrogating him about the use of the spirit stones. The herbal field you saw in front of you was actually covered up by a formation. The real herbal field isn't like this. The reason why I asked you to take out the 7th grade middle rank spirit stone is to help you get rid of the formation in front of you. Expose the true face of the medicinal field. Elder Huang didn't hide his intention. He told Chu Zhongtian all the details about the use of the spirit stones. Elder Huang, how do I break the formation in front of me? Chu Zhongtian, who had been disappointed by the ordinary herbal field in front of him, became excited when he heard what Elder Huang said. Take out 107th grade middle rank spirit stones and place them in different positions according to my instructions. Elder Huang didn't let Chu Zhongtian wait. He just told him how to break the formation in front of him. 10 steps to the right, put down 3 spirit stones. 7 steps to the left, put down 5 spirit stones. 10 steps forward, 1 spirit stone down. Take 6 steps back, put down 4 spirit stones. Following Elder Huang's instructions, Chu Zhongtian placed a 107th grade middle rank spirit stone in different locations in the medicinal field. After putting all 107th grade middle rank spirit stones away, Chu Zhongtian returned to the position he had just been standing at. Take out another 6th 7th grade middle rank spirit stone and 38th grade low rank spirit stone. After Chu Zhongtian stood up, Elder Huang in his mind continued to instruct Chu Zhongtian to take out spirit stones. Place the 38th grade low-rank spirit stone into a circle with a diameter of half a meter. Then put the 6th 7th grade middle-rank spirit stone into the circle. When Chu Zhongtian took out the spirit stones, Elder Huang continued to make arrangements. Alright, next use your most powerful technique. Break the 6th 7th grade middle-rank spirit stone in one go. After Chu Zhongtian completed all the preparations according to his instructions, Elder Huang shouted with a slightly excited tone. Sun scorching. Although Chu Zhongtian had mastered the middle-rank martial skill, saber technique, he had never really fought an enemy before, so he was not very familiar with it. Among the beginner martial skill, saber technique, Chu Zhongtian had only mastered this skill. Not only was he familiar with this skill, he had also obtained the essence of it. It was the most powerful skill that he had mastered at the moment. The tip of Chu Zhongtian's blade, which was emitting scorching hot aura, directly pointed at the 6 level 7 spirit stones, shattering them into pieces. As for the enormous spiritual qi contained within the spirit stones, it was immediately released because of the shattering of the stones. The spiritual qi contained within the 7th grade middle rank spirit stone was similar to a small stream. The spiritual power formed by the merging of the 6 small streams was like a tornado, directly destroying the 30-round level 8 spirit stones on the ground. Chu Zhongtian looked at the spirit stones being crushed by the tornado formed by the spiritual qi. The void above the ordinary medicinal field was gradually twisting and shattering. 5 minutes later, when the last level 7 spirit stone was crushed, the ordinary medicinal field was destroyed by the tornado, leaving behind ruins on the ground. Elder Huang, what's going on? After the tornado formed by the spiritual qi completely destroyed the medicinal field, Chu Zhongtian did not see the scene of countless medicinal herbs in front of him. Without the medicinal herbs of the human spiritual root, Chu Zhongtian asked in puzzlement. Don't be anxious. Wait for 30 seconds, Elder Huang said unhurriedly in his mind. 30 seconds later, the tornado formed by hundreds of spirit stones completely disappeared into the void. The originally destroyed medicinal field had completely disappeared, and a small tree that was about 30 centimeters tall and shaped like a baby appeared on the scene. At the top of the small baby-like tree, there were 2 tender green leaves. Elder Huang, could this be the human spiritual root? Pointing at the baby tree in front of him, Chu Zhongtian asked with a trembling voice. With the ability to copy and paste, Chu Zhongtian wasn't too worried about the cultivation process. Because as long as he had sufficient energy and pills that could increase his cultivation base, he would be able to maintain the speed of breaking through to the stage, and he was confident that he would be able to reach the peak in a short period of time. The only thing that Chu Zhongtian could not solve was the cultivation talent. This was because the cultivation talent decided one's final achievement. This was the iron rule of the eternal continent, and it could not be changed by hard work. The small tree that looked like a baby in front of Chu Zhongtian was very likely one of the 3 great spiritual root in the world. It was a heaven-defying opportunity that allowed him to be reborn and finally reach the peak of the martial path. Kid, your guess is correct. This small tree that looks like a baby is one of the 3 great spiritual root in the world, the human spiritual root. The 2 green leaves on the top of the small tree are heaven-defying treasures that can increase the cultivation talent's cultivation and improve one's potential and comprehension ability. Facing the human spiritual root that could allow one to be reborn, Elder Huang's tone was very calm, without any surprise. Kid, the 3 great spiritual root belong to a foreign object of the heaven and earth. They are incompatible with the heaven and earth. There is nothing in the world that can accommodate this treasure, so you can only pluck it and consume it immediately. Because the 2 leaves that leave the mother body will return to nothingness in 36 seconds, and after 1,000 years, it will grow again in a random place in the eternal continent. What should we do? Hearing Elder Huang say that he must consume the human spiritual root immediately after he plucked it, Chu Zhongtian immediately fell into a dilemma. As Chu Zhongtian had opened the Cyan Gate and was brought in by Dongfang Yongping, Chu Zhongtian was the first to seize the initiative. Under Elder Huang's guidance, he finally found the human spiritual root. At this time, half an hour had passed. Not only had those arena lord entered the cavern, but there were probably a few people who were rushing in this direction. According to Elder Huang, apart from raising the cultivation talent and cultivation base, the human spiritual root could also increase one's potential and comprehension. If Chu Zhongtian consumed the human spiritual root, he would definitely need some time to refine it. If someone came at this time, it would definitely affect his refining of the human spiritual root. If it was more serious, those arena lord would very likely snatch the opportunity that belonged to Chu Zhongtian. Kid, since I asked you to pick the human spiritual root, I'm sure there's a way for you to have sufficient time and energy to refine it. Seeing Chu Zhongtian's hesitant look, Elder Huang didn't need to guess to know what he was worried about. Elder Huang, what can you do? Chu Zhongtian asked in surprise. Kid, do you think you have completely broken the formation of the human spiritual root just now? Instead of answering Chu Zhongtian's question, Elder Huang asked. Isn't that clear? Pointing at the human spiritual root in front of him, Chu Zhongtian showed a clear expression and said, You have underestimated the means left behind by an almighty stage warrior. Facing Chu Zhongtian's obvious attitude, Elder Huang mocked him with disdain. Kid, without my guidance, you won't be able to reach the human spiritual root, let alone pick it. Elder Huang, please give me your guidance. Not only did Chu Zhongtian not care about Elder Huang's sarcasm, He even pretended to be respectful. Next, follow my instructions and move forward. Don't make any mistakes in the middle. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to obtain the human spiritual root, your life might even be in danger. Yes, with his life in danger, Chu Zhongtian naturally did not dare to be careless. He carefully listened to Elder Huang's every command and carefully took each step forward. 5 minutes later, Chu Zhongtian appeared in front of the human spiritual root. At this time, not only could he clearly see the detailed appearance of the human spiritual root, he could even smell the fragrance coming from the human spiritual root's leaves. Kid, you are safe now. Next is to harvest the human spiritual root. Increase your cultivation, potential, and comprehension of the cultivation talent. Seeing Chu Zhongtian staring at the human spiritual root without blinking, especially the 2 green leaves on the top of the tree, Elder Huang reminded. Elder Huang, thank you. Although Elder Huang had occupied Chu Zhongtian's mind, which made him have a lot of secrets that he could not reveal. However, Elder Huang did not harm him, and he had brought him many opportunities. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian was grateful to Elder Huang from the bottom of his heart. Kid, what I hate the most is your hypocritical look. If you really want to repay me, then you should improve your strength. In the future, I will definitely need you. Elder Huang rejected Chu Zhongtian's sincere gratitude. No problem. As long as I can do it, I will do my best. Although he didn't know what Elder Huang wanted him to do in the future, with the help of the human spiritual root, this was Chu Zhongtian's personality. Kid, I remember you saying that you once consumed an intermediate 7-grade bodiless pill. Chu Zhongtian's promise made Elder Huang very happy in his mind. At the same time, he wanted to consciously help Chu Zhongtian increase his strength. Chu Zhongtian nodded. The human spiritual root is like a 7-grade bodiless pill. As it increases your cultivation talent, the underscore 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 is like a underscore underscore underscore. When it raises your underscore underscore underscore, it will allow your consciousness to enter a state of emptiness. You can completely make use of this state of emptiness. Break through to the 4th layer of the body refining period. Really? Chu Zhongtian asked in surprise when he heard Elder Huang say that the human spiritual root was like a rebirth pill that could help one break through to the minor stage. A 4th layer of the body refining period had already broken through to the body refining stage intermediate, and it was also used on his body. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy for Chu Zhongtian to break through to the next level of the stage. After all, the body was different from that of a skeleton. The bones of an adult warrior were extremely hard, and they could withstand the impact of the violent spiritual qi. Compared to the tough bones, the body was relatively fragile, and it couldn't withstand the violent spiritual qi. Before breaking through to the stage, the body would need to be tempered to a certain degree. Chu Zhongtian had originally planned to use the body strengthening pill and body softening pill to increase the strength of his body to a certain extent. Then, he would think of a way to break through to the 4th layer of the body refining period. If the human spiritual root really had the effect of an intermediate 7-grade bodiless pill, then it would save Chu Zhongtian a lot of time. Furthermore, after Chu Zhongtian finished joining the ranking competition in the Purgatory City, he had to follow Xie Jun back to the Floating Cloud sect. At that time, Chu Zhongtian would definitely have to face Wang Fuqi's overbearing pressure. If Chu Zhongtian could break through to the 4th layer of the body refining period and use the time he had to return to his sect to increase all his potential, then his true combat strength would be at the 8th layer of the body refining period. If he cooperated with Wang Fuqi, Chu Zhongtian's true combat strength would be at the 9th level of body refinement. At that time, he wouldn't have to fear Wang Fuqi's pressure at all, and could even suppress Wang Fuqi, making Wang Fuqi listen to his orders obediently. Kid, this place is protected by the formation. You don't have to worry about anyone affecting your absorption of the human spiritual root. You can stay here and cultivate. I have something to do and will be leaving for a while. After Chu Zhongtian woke up from his surprise, Elder Huang reminded him to leave for a short while. In the secret realm, in the cavern that was left behind by a peerless expert. Elder Huang, with your current condition, it shouldn't be dangerous for you to go out, right? Chu Zhongtian asked worriedly. Elder Huang's sincere help had unknowingly made Chu Zhongtian agree with him. In his heart, he gradually regarded Chu Zhongtian as an elder that he could rely on, so he began to care about his safety. "Kid, don't worry. I'm just gonna find something. I won't fight with anyone." After Elder Huang gave a simple explanation, he completely calmed down. "Elder Huang." After waiting for a minute, Chu Zhongtian began to call out to him. He called out 3 times, but Elder Huang's voice did not come from his mind. Chu Zhongtian thought to himself. It seemed like Elder Huang had already left. After confirming that Elder Huang had left, Chu Zhongtian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he took out 3,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone and several hundred 7th grade middle-rank spirit stones from his storage bag. He inserted one hand into the pile of 7th grade middle-rank spirit stones, while the other hand was placed on the human spiritual root. In his mind, he started the duplication process. There were a total of 9 major powers in Eternal Continent's southern domain. Although these 9 powers did not have a precise ranking, it was publicly acknowledged that the strongest was the only empire in southern domain, the state of Qin. And among the 9 major powers, 5 of them were level 4 families. Although Chu Zhongtian didn't have the ambition to unify southern domain, he also thought of developing Chu family into a superfamily that wasn't any weaker than the 5 major families. If the Chu family replaced the Qi's family and became the true ruler of the Qi country, Chu Zhongtian also wanted to take the Qi country and become the second empire of the southern domain. In order to achieve this goal, he had to continuously improve his cultivation base. In addition to expanding his influence, he also needed to gradually increase the overall strength of the Chu family. Under the influence of this mentality, after meeting a treasure that could increase one's cultivation base and cultivation talent, Chu Zhongtian's first thought was to replicate it. Human spiritual root could increase a large level of cultivation talent. If he could replicate and paste a sufficient amount of human spiritual root, then the young men of Chu family and many of the younger generation wouldn't be restricted by the cultivation talent. Every single one of them could become a Qi transforming period stage warrior or a peak essence gathering stage warrior, or even a divine soul period stage peerless expert. Without Elder Huang watching them from the side, Chu Zhongtian would never let go of the opportunity in front of him. The 3 spiritual root belonged to the heaven and earth rare treasures. Although they were not listed in the grade, according to Elder Huang's estimation, the grade of the human spiritual root should at least be at the 6th grade, or perhaps even higher. In order to avoid the lack of energy during the duplication process, Chu Zhongtian used hundreds of 7th grade middle rank spirit stone in one go. It was also because he had made sufficient preparations in advance that he didn't make any fatal mistakes in the subsequent duplication process. Although the grade of the human spiritual root had reached the 6th grade, it belonged to the heaven and earth rare treasures. It was a unique existence. The energy required to replicate its program was too great. Hundreds of 7th grade middle rank spirit stone barely managed to replicate its program. Looking at the hundreds of 7th grade middle rank spirit stone turning into a pile of white powder, Chu Zhongtian's face revealed a trace of seriousness. According to the comparison of duplicating and paste energy, he wanted to paste a duplicating program. The energy consumption was more than 10 times that of duplicating programs. In other words, he had consumed several 107 intermediate spirit stones to duplicating the human spiritual root program. If he wanted to paste the human spiritual root, he would need at least several thousand 7th grade middle rank spirit stones. Thousands of 7th grade middle rank spirit stones were equivalent to more than 100,000 8th grade low rank spirit stone. Such a huge amount of spirit stones made Chu Zhongtian feel an unusually heavy pressure. Fortunately, Chu Zhongtian had adjusted his mental state in time. He knew that this was not the time to think about this problem. Taking a deep breath, Chu Zhongtian placed the 3,000 level 8 spirit stones around his body and calmed his mind. After the mind stabilized, he reached out his hand and plucked the 2 tender leaves from the top of the human spiritual root. Without any hesitation, he directly consumed them. The 2 tender green leaves entered his mouth. Before he could chew them, the leaves instantly turned into 2 strange energies and entered his body through his esophagus. When the energy entered his body, it instantly exploded, and a portion of the energy entered his body. It began to improve his body, while another portion of the energy entered his brain through his nervous system. It expanded his consciousness, increasing his potential and comprehension. At the beginning, Chu Zhongtian could still consciously circulate the Taishan Heart Sutra. Under the nourishment of the human spiritual root leaf's energy, he felt his entire body become lighter and lighter, and his consciousness gradually became clear. In this state where his consciousness was empty, the thousands of spirit stones placed around his body automatically began to emit the spiritual qi under the autonomous circulation of the Taishan Heart Sutra. As a large number of spiritual energy of heaven and earth entered his body, his cultivation began to gradually increase. There's nothing here. Just as Chu Zhongtian was using all his strength to increase his cultivation base, and using the human spiritual root to increase his cultivation talent, those arena lord who had already entered the cavern started wandering around the cavern, looking for opportunities that belonged to them. However, after searching many places, they found that the entire cavern had basically been destroyed by the intense battles in the past. There were no useful treasures left behind. This made the dozens of arena lord who were looking for opportunities unwilling to accept it. One of them, who had a fiery temper and a qi transforming period intermediate cultivation base, couldn't help but curse. That's right. If I had known about the situation in cavern earlier, I would have gone and killed those strange beasts that had hidden their token. At least, the reward for this trip to ranking competition is still very generous. Another qi transforming period arena lord nodded his head and joined the Dao integration stage. Alright, stop complaining. Since there are no treasures in cavern, we have to find a way to leave this place. One of the 9th layer of the qi transforming period peak arena lord reminded. Don't mention it, there is no exit at all. The passageway that we used to enter has completely disappeared. We can't find the exit now. The qi transforming period intermediate arena lord that was complaining at the beginning spoke in a gloomy tone. Let's go and find that body refining stage disciple of floating cloud sect. Since he has a way to open the Cyan gate, he must have a way to leave cavern as well. The arena lord who had reached the 9th layer of the qi transforming period peak suggested. That's right. That kid must know a way to get out. Let's go. Let's go. Chu Zhongtian, who was working hard, did not know that because he could not find the treasure, the arena lord that had entered the cavern had already started searching for him. With the help of the unique energy of the human spiritual root and over 3,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone, he broke through to the 4th layer of the body refining period in just 3 minutes. At this moment, he was still in an empty state. His cultivation base continued to increase rapidly, and his potential and perception were also gradually increasing. His body even underwent a complete transformation with the help of the special energy of the human spiritual root. Another 5 minutes passed, and Chu Zhongtian, who was in an empty state, gradually woke up. After waking up, Chu Zhongtian first stabilized his strength after breaking through. Then he felt the changes in his cultivation base and talent after breaking through to the stage. At the same time, he checked the changes in his constitution and consciousness caused by the human spiritual root. After that, a look of wild joy appeared on his face. First of all, with the special energy of the human spiritual root, his cultivation talent had indeed been improved. As for how much it had improved, Chu Zhongtian had no idea for the time being. At this moment, he didn't have any items that could be used to test the cultivation talent, but he could clearly feel that his cultivation talent had been upgraded by no more than 1 or 2 small grades. This was because when he used the intermediate 7th-grade bodiless pill in the past, he was very clear about the feeling of the cultivation talent being upgraded by a small grade. Next was the change in his cultivation base. After consuming the human spiritual root, not only did he successfully break through to the 4th layer of the body refining period stage, and in a state of emptiness, his cultivation base was directly raised to the 4th layer peak of the body refining period. He could break through to the 5th layer of the body refining period at any time. The 4th layer peak of the body refining period also meant that he had the combat strength of an 8th layer peak of the body refining period. If he cooperated with the current situation, his true combat strength would reach the 9th layer peak of the body refining period. At this moment, he had an impulse to immediately return to Hidden Dragon Peak. Then he would teach Wang Fuqi a lesson. Lastly, it was the improvement of his potential and comprehension ability. The improvement of potential could only be seen through continuous battles, but the improvement of comprehension ability was very obvious. Because Chu Zhongtian discovered that there were many things and feelings that he did not understand in the past. At this moment it seemed to be very simple. Elder Huang still hadn't returned, so Chu Zhongtian couldn't leave this place. Therefore, he took out the body-strengthening pill, body-softening pill, and bone-cleansing pill from the storage bag and began to increase his potential. He wanted to increase his potential to the limit in a short period of time. Just as Chu Zhongtian was using the __ to increase his potential, Dongfang Yongping and the other two who had entered the cavern earlier were surrounded by Lang Yun and more than 10 others. Lang Yun, what do you mean? Looking at Lang Yun and the others who had unfriendly expressions, Dongfang Yongping roared fiercely. If they were to fight one-on-one, not only would Dongfang Yongping not be afraid of Lang Yun, he would even have the confidence to defeat him within 100 moves and take his life within 1,000 moves. However, at this moment, not only Lang Yun was present, there were also 2 ninth layer of the Qi transforming period peak Arena Lord and 6 or 7 different stage Arena Lord. Facing Lang Yun and the others, Dongfang Yongping, who had always been calm, started to feel anxious. Facing Dongfang Yongping's fierce roar, Lang Yun sneered. After that, he crossed his arms over his shoulders and threatened fiercely. Dongfang Yongping, hand over the treasure you obtained from the cavern. In order to fight for the treasures in the cavern, Lang Yun and his men had used their Qi transforming period cultivation base to stop many Qi refining stage and body refining stage Arena Lord from entering the cavern. Forcibly depriving others of their opportunities was a very hateful method. If Lang Yun could obtain enough treasures in the cavern, and use these treasures to improve his cultivation base, he wouldn't be afraid of these things. He wasn't a timid person. However, after he entered cavern, he didn't even find a single class 10 lower rank spirit stone. He had offended many people, but he didn't get anything from them. This made Lang Yun very angry. Therefore, when he met Dongfang Yongping and the others, he vented his anger on them. Lang Yun, you have seen the specific situation in cavern. We only entered the cavern a dozen seconds earlier than you. How could we find any treasures in such a short period of time? Dongfang Yongping knew that Lang Yun wanted him to hand over the treasure. It was just a signal before he made his move. However, in order to avoid being attacked by more people, Dongfang Yongping still wanted to explain. Dongfang Yongping, you and I are both at the peak of the Qi transforming period. It won't take long for us to search for treasures. How do I know if you have used these 10 seconds to collect all the treasures in cavern? Lang Yun quickly found a reason to fight back after hearing Dongfang Yongping's explanation. Then what do you mean? Seeing that Lang Yun had refused to let him go and continued to encourage others to misunderstand him, Dongfang Yongping asked with a cold expression. As long as you hand over the storage bag, we will take a look. If there isn't any treasure in the cavern in your storage bag, we will believe you and won't attack you. What do you think? Lang Yun said with a sinister smile. Lang Yun's move could be said to be insidious and vicious. One should know that martial artists all had their own secrets and opportunities in their cultivation. Everyone had their biggest secret stored in their storage bag. If one wanted to inspect a person's storage bag, it was actually no different from a severe punishment. This was forcing Dongfang Yongping and the others to retaliate. 2 junior brothers, after we make a move, will break out of the encirclement. Whether or not we can keep our lives depends on our luck. Dongfang Yongping didn't even need to think about Lang Yun's request. There was no way he would agree to it. At the same time, he was ready to make his move. However, Zhang Yinan and Yu Zhongzong were his biggest concerns at the moment. He had to arrange 2 people before he could attack with all his strength. Just as Dongfang Yongping and the other 2 were about to break out of the encirclement, Lu Yuan and his senior brother Lin Aochuan were watching from a hidden place not far away from them. Seeing that Lang Yun and the others were about to fight with Dongfang Yongping and the others, Lu Yuan anxiously asked Lin Aochuan, "Senior brother, we were able to enter cavern earlier than the others because of Chu Zhongtian's secret help. At this time, his senior brothers are in danger, so we should help them. Junior brother, I know you have a good personal relationship with Chu Zhongtian, but you must not forget that you are a member of the Hua Mountain Sword Sect. You must prioritize the interests of the sect in everything you do. Lin Aochuan pointed at Lang Yun and the others and said, Junior brother, the force behind Lang Yun and the others is very powerful. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble for you, me, and the sword sect, I order you not to interfere. Facing Lu Yuan's request, Lin Aochuan refused it without any worry, and sternly ordered Lu Yuan not to interfere. Chu Zhongtian's secret help not only didn't win Lin Aochuan's gratitude, but it also made the narrow-minded Lin Aochuan hate him, because the moment Chu Zhongtian opened the Cyan Gate, Dongfang Yongping and the others entered cavern earlier than him, which made him very dissatisfied. In Lin Aochuan's opinion, Chu Zhongtian should have let him enter the cavern together with them instead of being late by more than 10 seconds. It was precisely because of this hatred that he did not help Dongfang Yongping when he was surrounded by others. He even stopped others from helping him. In the secret realm, in the herb garden of the cavern left behind by a peerless expert, with the help of all kinds of level 9 pills and large amounts of level 8 spirit stones, in just 3 hours not only had Chu Zhongtian stabilized his cultivation base after breaking through, he had also increased all of his potential by nearly the 3rd layer. Although he was still a distance away from his true limit, Chu Zhongtian wasn't worried. Because he had a lot of pills and spirit stones, and his talent and comprehension ability were also very strong. As long as he had enough time, the improvement of his potential was only a matter of time. In less than half a day's time, not only have you broken through to the 4th layer peak of the body refining period, your cultivation base has also broken through to the 4th layer peak of the body refining period. Even the stage has been completely stabilized. The effect of the human spiritual root on your improvement has exceeded my imagination. Just as Chu Zhongtian was about to continue improving his potential, Elder Huang's praising voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Elder Huang. Chu Zhongtian heard Elder Huang's voice of praise in his mind and immediately asked in surprise. The human spiritual root was one of the 3 great spiritual root in the world, and Chu Zhongtian had a deep understanding of its powerful effects. Without Elder Huang's help, he would not be able to enter the cavern. It was even more impossible for him to obtain the human spiritual root at this moment. It was just that he hadn't realized it yet. Kid, when I came back just now, I saw your 3 senior brothers being besieged. The situation is very dangerous. Ignoring Chu Zhongtian's greeting, Elder Huang told him a serious situation. Where are they? When Chu Zhongtian heard Elder Huang say that Dongfang Yongping and the other 2 were surrounded, he stood up in shock. Maybe Dongfang Yongping did not treat him well at the beginning, or even treated him coldly, but his change of attitude and his care for Chu Zhongtian had made Chu Zhongtian treat him as a friend. It was from their words that Chu Zhongtian understood the specific situation of this special change, and he had made preparations in advance. More importantly, Dongfang Yongping was very likely to be Dongfang Yun'er's brother. Whether it was personal feelings or friendship between fellow disciples, Chu Zhongtian had to help. Kid, those who attacked your senior brother are a dozen Qi transforming period warriors. With your 4th layer peak of the body refining period cultivation base, you won't be able to defeat them. What's the use of you going over there? Although Elder Huang's tone was full of sarcasm, his face revealed a satisfied expression. Perhaps my current cultivation base isn't a match for them, but there are some things that I have to do even if my cultivation base isn't high enough. Elder Huang's sarcasm didn't dispel Chu Zhongtian's plan of attacking. When Elder Huang saw Chu Zhongtian's fearless attitude, he let out a helpless sigh. After that, he said with a gratified tone, I will help you once. Chu Zhongtian didn't feel any movement from Elder Huang, but a purple token suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. Kid, this token in front of you is the cornerstone of this cavern. As long as you can control this token, you will be able to control all the formation in the entire cavern and use it to unleash the power of the cavern. Elder Huang couldn't help but sigh. His tone was filled with regret as he said, Your cultivation base is too low. If you have reached the Divine Soul stage, you will be able to completely refine this token and truly control this cavern. However, although you can't completely control the token with your current cultivation base, with my help, You can barely control 1,000th of the power of the cavern. Kid, you must remember this. The origin and power of this cavern is far beyond your imagination. Because it is not the cavern left behind by a peerless expert, you must keep this token safe. You must not lose it, otherwise there will be endless troubles in the future. Elder Huang, how should I control this token? Chu Zhongtian was in a hurry to save Dongfang Yongping and the others. He didn't care about what Elder Huang had just said. After taking the token, he anxiously asked how to use it. You drip a drop of your essence blood onto the token, and then I'll teach you a set of finger incantation. With the help of the finger incantation and essence blood, you will be able to temporarily master this token. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian did not mind his warning just now, although Elder Huang was somewhat dissatisfied, however, it was nothing much, because he knew that Chu Zhongtian had yet to witness the true power of this cavern, and he didn't know how precious it was. Once he truly understood the mysteriousness and power of the cavern, there was no need for him to remind him. Chu Zhongtian would automatically treat this token as a precious treasure. When Chu Zhongtian heard Elder Huang's instructions, he hurriedly dripped a drop of essence blood onto the token. When the essence blood completely merged with the token, Chu Zhongtian could faintly feel that there was a slight connection between him and the token. However, the connection between him and the token was very weak, as if it could break off at any time. The essence blood only barely allowed you to establish a connection with the token, and wanted to deepen the connection between you and the token. You must use the finger incantation that I will teach you next. Elder Huang's 10 fingers moved up and down, and a special energy was emitted from his fingers. After that, it merged into Chu Zhongtian's mind. When the special energy merged into Chu Zhongtian's mind, 3 images appeared in Chu Zhongtian's mind. These 3 images were of a thin middle-aged man who was about 40 years old. He was using his finger to make a spell. Kid, carefully experience the 3 different finger incantation techniques in the painting. Those are the most important things to control the token. Chu Zhongtian originally wanted to carefully observe the appearance of the middle-aged man in the image, because he felt that the middle-aged man in the image was most likely the real face of Elder Huang. But at this moment, Elder Huang's urgent voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Okay. Ever since the finger incantation knew Elder Huang, this was the first time he had heard Elder Huang's urgent tone. He immediately knew that the finger incantation he had just inherited was no small matter. He quickly observed the 3 images of the finger incantation. He didn't pay any attention to the middle-aged man's appearance. The finger incantation in the 3 images seemed simple, but when he started to learn it, he felt that something was wrong, as if he couldn't learn it at all. Calm your mind and concentrate, and experience the feeling of energy merging when you consume the human spiritual root. Elder Huang could feel the restlessness in Chu Zhongtian's heart, so he immediately reminded him. The feeling of energy merging when consuming the human spiritual root. Elder Huang specifically reminded Chu Zhongtian to calm down immediately, so that he could carefully experience the feeling when he ate the human spiritual root just now. As the feeling deepened, the finger incantation that Chu Zhongtian formed with his fingers became closer and closer to the finger incantation in the image. When Chu Zhongtian completely understood the special energy of the human spiritual root, the finger incantation formed by his fingers was exactly the same as the finger incantation in the image. Condense. Consolidate. When Chu Zhongtian had completely mastered the 3 forms of finger incantation, the middle-aged man in the image suddenly shouted out loud. Chu Zhongtian also subconsciously shouted out loud. The intermittent connection between him and the token suddenly became much clearer. At the same time, some information was transmitted from the token intermittently. When Chu Zhongtian completely received the information from the token, he immediately understood why Elder Huang said that he could save Dongfang Yongping and the others with the token. Because after he could control the token with the essence blood and finger incantation, he could use all the formation in cavern. There were a total of 3,650 formation left in the cavern by a peerless expert. Each formation could be formed individually, and they could also be combined to form even stronger formation. At the same time, amongst the 3,650 formation, There were defensive formation, offensive formation, surveillance formation, and teleportation _____. As Dongfang Yongping and the others were in a dangerous situation, they could die at any time. Chu Zhongtian didn't feel too much about the token and the cavern. He immediately waved his 10 fingers up and down. He squeezed out the first style of the finger incantation connecting token. Through the token, Chu Zhongtian activated the monitoring formation in the cavern. Soon, he saw Dongfang Yongping, who was surrounded and attacked. At this moment, Lang Yun was leading 6 to 7 Qi transforming period warriors to attack Dongfang Yongping. 30 meters away, 3 Qi transforming period beginner level peak warriors were attacking Zhang Yinan. 80 meters away, 4 Qi transforming period intermediate warriors were attacking Yu Zhongzong. When Chu Zhongtian saw that the 3 men were covered in wounds, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. What made Chu Zhongtian even more furious and unbearable was that, 100 meters away from Dongfang Yongping, Lin Aochuan and the others were watching coldly from the side. Only Lu Yuan was looking at Lin Aochuan angrily, looking very angry. Before entering the cavern, when Lang Yun deliberately targeted Dongfang Yongping, Chu Zhongtian had already been disgusted by this person. His original intention was not to let him enter the cavern. The reason why he agreed to let Lang Yun in was not only because Elder Huang said that he had a way to deal with him, but also because of Lin Aochuan's face. Of course, this also had something to do with Lu Yuan. In order to get closer to Lin Aochuan, Chu Zhongtian secretly took special care of them when he arranged to attack the formation. The reason he secretly took care of Lin Aochuan wasn't because he wanted to get his gratitude, but because he hoped that Lin Aochuan would be able to help him when he was in danger in cavern. If Lin Aochuan could do that, then the price he had paid back then would be worth it. However, now that he saw that all his efforts were in vain, Lin Aochuan was simply an ungrateful person. Elder Huang, how can I activate the formation? Seeing Dongfang Yongping gradually falling into a disadvantageous position, and the injuries on his body gradually worsening, Chu Zhongtian wanted to rush over immediately, but he was still far away from their fight. If he used the movement technique to rush over, it would take him at least 20 minutes. With Dongfang Yongping's current condition, he wouldn't be able to last until that time. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian planned to use the formation that could transport people in cavern. Spirit stones. A huge amount of spirit stones. As Elder Huang was in Chu Zhongtian's mind, there was a deep connection between him and the token that controlled cavern. Therefore, he could also see everything that Chu Zhongtian saw through the formation. He also understood that Chu Zhongtian wanted to use the formation that could transport people. How many spirit stones do I need? Rescuing Dongfang Yongping and the others was more important. For the time being, Chu Zhongtian didn't care about the spirit stones. He just received the message and asked how many spirit stones he needed. According to the length of the teleportation distance, you will need at least 3,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stone or 30,000 8th grade low rank spirit stone. After calculating for a while, Elder Huang gave a rough number of spirit stones. So much! Although he couldn't care about the consumption of spirit stones for the time being, in Chu Zhongtian's opinion, at most, he would need a few thousand 8th grade low rank spirit stone. But he didn't think that a single transmission would require 30,000 8th grade low rank spirit stone. This made him somewhat worried. After all, he only had 60,000 8th grade low rank spirit stone in his storage bag, and half of them were consumed in an instant. Anyone would seriously consider it. However, after seeing through the monitoring formation that Dongfang Yongping had been fiercely struck by Lang Yun's palm from behind, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He did not care about the spirit stones as he gritted his teeth and asked, "How do I use it?" Send the spirit stones into the token. Use your consciousness and finger incantation to activate the formation transmission technique. Elder Huang had also clearly seen the scene of Dongfang Yongping being injured. Therefore, he didn't dare delay any longer and directly told him the method to use it. He took out 3 large boxes from within the storage bag, opened them one by one, and threw the spirit stones inside towards the floating token. 30,000 8th grade low rank spirit stone, if piled together, was at least a few square meters. But when these spirit stones were thrown in front of the token, the token was like a strange beast. It swallowed them all in one go. After the token swallowed 30,000 spirit stones, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly used the finger incantation. His consciousness linked with the token, and he silently chanted the formation transmission technique in his heart. When the finger incantation was completed, Chu Zhongtian suddenly felt a strong suction force from the token. Before he could react, the strong suction force had sucked him in. Although Dongfang Yongping had already prepared himself for the attack of Lang Yun and the others, he was still prepared for it. But what he didn't expect was that the few people following Lang Yun actually knew how to attack together. The combined combat strength wasn't any weaker than him, which made his plan to break out of the encirclement fail. He could only stay where he was and fight with his life on the line. Although his cultivation base and strength were higher than Lang Yun's, Lang Yun wasn't fighting alone. He had a few people beside him, whose strength and cultivation base were second only to his. This caused Dongfang Yongping to be at a disadvantage from the beginning of the fight. After exchanging blows for a period of time, Dongfang Yongping knew that his situation was not good. He was very likely to lose his life here today, so he planned to use all his strength. Even if he was killed in the end, he would still kill a few people before his death. Especially Lang Yun, he was the person Dongfang Yongping wanted to kill the most at this moment. However, what he didn't expect was that Lang Yun was a very shrewd and cunning opponent. When Dongfang Yongping gave up on defending and started attacking with all his strength, he knew Dongfang Yongping's plan. Therefore, he had his men cast a joint attack and surrounded Dongfang Yongping. He used his speed to find Dongfang Yongping's weakness and used it to attack Dongfang Yongping. It was under this tactic that not only did he not get hurt by Dongfang Yongping's desperate attack, but he also did not get hurt by Dongfang Yongping's attack. He also used this tactic to hurt Dongfang Yongping. There were even a few times when his attack almost took Dongfang Yongping's life. Seeing Dongfang Yongping's injuries worsening and the aura becoming more and more chaotic, Lang Yun's face gradually revealed a proud smile. Dongfang Yongping, who had used up too much of his vital spirit, could not hold on much longer. He only needed 3 to 5 minutes to completely kill Dongfang Yongping. Just as he was enjoying the joy of killing Dongfang Yongping, a crack suddenly appeared in the void above him, and a person that he hated appeared from the crack. Within the cavern, where Dongfang Yongping was besieged, 100 meters away from the battlefield, Lin Aochuan and the others who were watching the battle saw that Dongfang Yongping's injuries were getting heavier and heavier. The consumption of vital spirit was increasing, and the aura was becoming more and more chaotic. Lin Aochuan's face revealed an inhumane coldness. As for Lu Yuan, who was in a state of fury, his face revealed a trace of despair and chagrin. Although in Hua Mountain Sword Sect, Lu Yuan's status and identity were both higher than Lin Aochuan's. However, his status and identity had already lost its effect in the secret realm. Lin Aochuan, who had the highest cultivation base, could totally ignore his opinion and even order him to do so. Lu Yuan, who had already lost all hope, thought that Dongfang Yongping would be killed by Lang Yun in 3 to 5 minutes at most. However, at this moment, a crack appeared in the void above the two sides of the battle. At the same time, a figure that Lu Yuan was very familiar with and had high hopes for appeared in the crack. When the indifferent Lin Aochuan saw the figure in the void, his eyes flashed with surprise and a trace of cold killing intent. The suction force from the token was so strong that Chu Zhongtian was absorbed without any reaction. When he finally woke up, he found that he was in the sky above Dongfang Yongping, who was surrounded and attacked. Stop! When Chu Zhongtian slowly landed on the ground, he saw that his whole body was covered in blood. Dongfang Yongping, whose aura was in chaos, shouted loudly. At the same time, he used the finger incantation to activate the defensive formation in his token. It formed a protective barrier around Dongfang Yongping's body. Ignoring Chu Zhongtian's shout, Lang Yun and his men continued to attack Dongfang Yongping with all their strength. Dongfang Yongping, who was severely injured, knew that it was impossible for him to dodge this attack. He thought that he was going to die, so he closed his eyes and accepted the arrival of death. Death was not scary to Dongfang Yongping. This was because ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation, He was ready to die at any time. The only thing that made Dongfang Yongping regret was whether his sister had passed the sex test and become an official disciple of the Floating Cloud sect. Dongfang Yongping also didn't know if his sister, who had a peerless appearance, had a crush on him. Dongfang Yongping had already closed his eyes and accepted the arrival of death. But after waiting for more than 10 seconds, the attack that he had imagined didn't land on his body. After opening his eyes, Dongfang Yongping was surprised to find that there was a layer of transparent protection covering his body. Lang Yun and the others were desperately attacking the protective cover. But no matter how hard they attacked, they were unable to break the protective cover on Dongfang Yongping's body. Lang Yun, I advise you to stop wasting your energy. With your current strength, it would be a daydream if you want to break my protection, unless you are a peerless divine soul stage warrior. Seeing that Lang Yun and the others still didn't give up and continued to attack Dongfang Yongping, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but remind them. One should know that although using the defensive formation didn't consume as many spirit stones as using the teleportation formation, every time Lang Yun and the others attacked, Chu Zhongtian would secretly inject at least 1,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone into the token. In fact, it didn't need to be taken out from the storage bag to pour the spirit stones into the token. As long as one's consciousness was connected to the storage bag, the token would automatically absorb the spirit stones in the storage bag. After Lang Yun and the others attacked for more than 10 seconds, the box of 8th grade low-rank spirit stone within Chu Zhongtian's storage bag had basically been used up. Seeing the shrinking wealth within the storage bag, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but remind them with a pained heart. Perhaps it was because the continuous attacks didn't have any effect, or perhaps it was because of Chu Zhongtian's warning. Lang Yun and the others stopped attacking and stared at Chu Zhongtian fiercely. If it wasn't because Chu Zhongtian's appearance was too shocking and his technique was too powerful, Lang Yun would have attacked Chu Zhongtian long ago. After Lang Yun and the others stopped their attacks, Chu Zhongtian walked to Dongfang Yongping's side step by step. As for the ferocious eyes of Lang Yun and the others, Chu Zhongtian didn't take them seriously. This was because while he was casting the defensive formation on Dongfang Yongping, he was also casting the same defensive formation on his body. Chu Zhongtian helped Dongfang Yongping up from the ground and asked with concern, "Senior brother Dongfang, are you alright?" Shaking his head, Dongfang Yongping looked at Chu Zhongtian with a complicated expression. He took out a crystal-clear pill that emitted a strong medicinal fragrance from his storage bag and consumed it. After that, he sat down with his legs crossed and started circulating his energy to treat his injuries. Although he didn't express any gratitude, in Dongfang Yongping's heart, he had already acknowledged Chu Zhongtian and regarded him as a brother that could face death. "Lang Yun, can you stop the men who attacked my two senior brothers? Or else, I will get angry." Facing Lang Yun and the others whose cultivation base far exceeded his, Chu Zhongtian's expression was relaxed. His tone was full of teasing. "All of you, stop right now." Recalling the strangeness of Chu Zhongtian's attack just now, Lang Yun didn't think too much about it. He immediately ordered the people who were attacking Yu Zhongzong and Zhang Yinan to stop. When the wounded Yu Zhongzong and Zhang Yinan gathered around Chu Zhongtian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although Chu Zhongtian could also use the formation to defend Yu Zhongzong and Zhang Yinan, it would consume thousands of 8th grade low-rank spirit stone to defend against an attack. At this time, the number of spirit stones in Chu Zhongtian's storage bag was not much. Next, he had to use an offensive formation to intimidate Lang Yun and the others. He also needed to teach the despicable and shameless Lin Aochuan a lesson. All of these required a huge amount of spirit stones. Chu Zhongtian didn't know if he had enough spirit stones in his storage bag. Lang Yun, outside the cavern, for the sake of some sinister and despicable person, my senior brother has already let you off once. But I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. You actually dare to sneak attack my senior brother behind my back? It seems like you don't take our floating cloud sect seriously. Since Zhang Yinan and Yu Zhongzong were safe, Chu Zhongtian would start to deal with Lang Yun and the others. Of course, he wouldn't let Lin Aochuan go either. He would first use words to humiliate him. Lin Aochuan, who was watching the battle from a distance, heard Chu Zhongtian mocking him for being a treacherous person. He immediately let out a cold snort in displeasure. Just like Lang Yun, Lin Aochuan was extremely shocked by the way Chu Zhongtian appeared. He didn't dare to act rashly, otherwise, given his cunning personality, if Chu Zhongtian dared to insult him like this, he would have skinned Chu Zhongtian alive long ago. Chu Zhongtian, don't slander me. I have never looked down on the floating cloud sect. I only have a personal grudge with Dongfang Yongping. I don't want to involve the grudges between the sections. Lang Yun would never admit that Chu Zhongtian looked down on the floating cloud sect even if he was beaten to death. Although the great Yuan dynasty that Lang Yun belonged to was very powerful, it was merely a relatively strong ant in the face of one of the 9 major powers, the floating cloud sect. It wasn't a match for the floating cloud sect at all. If the enmity between Lang Yun and Dongfang Yongping rose to the level of sects and dynasties, then the price would not be something a mere qi transforming period warrior like him could bear. Really? Chu Zhongtian pretended to be surprised by Lang Yun's rebuttal. After that, Chu Zhongtian's expression suddenly changed. He pointed at Zhang Yinan and Yu Zhongzong with an unusually angry tone and shouted, Lang Yun, since it is a personal grudge between you and senior brother Dongfang, then why did you attack my 2 senior brothers? Don't tell me you have a personal grudge with them. You! Facing Chu Zhongtian's angry roar, Lang Yun angrily pointed at Chu Zhongtian, not knowing how to refute. Lang Yun and Dongfang Yongping had a personal grudge against each other. Dongfang Yongping's status in Heavenly Dragon Empire was special. Getting rid of Dongfang Yongping had dealt a heavy blow to Heavenly Dragon Empire. As for Yu Zhongzong and Zhang Yinan, they were Dongfang Yongping's followers. Destroying them would also weaken the potential strength of Heavenly Dragon Empire. However, Lang Yun could only think about it in his heart, but he could not say it out loud. Fortunately, I came at the right time. My 3 senior brothers' lives weren't in danger. There is still a possibility that this matter can be resolved. In an instant, the furious Chu Zhongtian returned to normal in a blink of an eye, and he made a grateful expression. Lang Yun, I am not an unreasonable person. The hatred between you and senior brother Dongfang, I will give you all a chance to settle it alone. However, before that, I want to talk to you about compensation. Lang Yun was a 10th layer great perfection of the qi transforming period. Although his strength was slightly weaker than Dongfang Yongping's, his true combat strength had probably reached the essence gathering stage. If Chu Zhongtian wanted to get rid of a top expert like Lang Yun, the amount of spirit stones required to use the formation in cavern would probably far exceed his imagination. Besides Lang Yun, there were also more than a dozen qi transforming period experts behind him, as well as a dozen high rank of the body refining period warriors helping him. These people wouldn't just stand there and watch Chu Zhongtian get rid of Lang Yun. They would definitely help Lang Yun. If Chu Zhongtian used the formation to get rid of these people, the amount of spirit stones he would use to get rid of them wouldn't be less than the amount he used to get rid of Lang Yun. He was worried that if he made a move in the end, the number of spirit stones in the storage bag would not be enough to cause him to lose. Therefore, he planned to use some blackmail methods to prepare a sufficient amount of spirit stones in advance. Lang Yun, my 2 senior brothers were seriously injured by you. I need a large amount of spirit stones and medicinal pills to treat their injuries. At the same time, because they were severely injured, their cultivation was delayed. You've also delayed the treasure hunt, so you need to make sufficient compensation. At the same time, I also used up a lot of spiritual power just now. You also need to make some compensation for this. After saying this, Chu Zhongtian stretched out his right hand and began to draw on his palm with his left hand. At the same time, he began to calculate in a soft voice. Lang Yun saw that Chu Zhongtian did not care whether he agreed or not. Chu Zhongtian started to calculate the amount of compensation he needed. Lang Yun did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chu Zhongtian unexpectedly intervened and prevented Lang Yun from killing Dongfang Yongping and the others. But Chu Zhongtian wanted to deal with Lang Yun. Perhaps it was not realistic, so the compensation that Chu Zhongtian mentioned just now. In Lang Yun's opinion, Chu Zhongtian was basically joking. Chu Zhongtian calculated for nearly 3 minutes before he put down his palm. He said with a friendly face, Lang Yun, after my detailed calculations, you need to pay 300,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone, and 10,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stone. As for healing pills and cultivation increasing pills, they have already been converted into spirit stones. Such a compensation price is truly fair. You don't need to bargain anymore. You are dreaming. Lang Yun heard Chu Zhongtian say the amount of spirit stones needed to be compensated, and he was not allowed to bargain. He was so angry that he directly refused. 300,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone, 10,000 7th grade middle-rank spirit stone. If piled together, it would be enough to fill a 20-square-meter room. Moreover, with such a huge amount of spirit stones, it could almost make a cultivation talent reach the 6th grade. His cultivation base had broken through to the peak of the Qi transforming period. Lang Yun didn't have so many spirit stones with him. Even if he did, he wouldn't give them to Chu Zhongtian. This wasn't only related to his personal interests, but also his reputation. If Chu Zhongtian threatened him with just a few words, Lang Yun would obediently hand over a huge amount of spirit stones. If this matter was spread out, he wouldn't have the face to stay in Great Yuan Dynasty, and he wouldn't be able to establish a foothold in Southern Domain. Is that so? Lang Yun refusing to hand over the spirit stones wasn't out of Chu Zhongtian's expectation. If Lang Yun honestly handed over the spirit stones, Chu Zhongtian would instead be worried that he had some kind of scheme. That's right. If I don't compensate you with the spirit stones, what can you do to me? Lang Yun had a firm attitude, but he had already secretly put up a defense. After all, Chu Zhongtian's appearance was too shocking. Lang Yun had no choice but to carefully prepare his defense. When Chu Zhongtian saw that Lang Yun refused to compensate him, he sneered and pointed his right finger at a 6th-layer peak of the Qi transforming period subordinate beside Lang Yun. At the same time he shouted, "Die!" Chu Zhongtian didn't have any energy fluctuations, nor did he show off his skills. In an instant, he turned the 6th-layer peak of the Qi transforming period subordinate beside Lang Yun into a pile of powder. Impossible! Lang Yun saw that Chu Zhongtian didn't have any energy waves, nor did he see Chu Zhongtian use any powerful skills. Lang Yun's companion was killed without a sound. It was not only unbelievable, but also unbelievable. The dozen or so companions around him were even more terrified. In fact, it wasn't only Lang Yun and the others who felt terrified. Lin Aochuan, who was not far away, also felt it was unbelievable. When Chu Zhongtian stretched out his finger just now, Lin Aochuan had focused his mind and carefully felt how Chu Zhongtian attacked. With his peak of the Qi transforming period cultivation base and essence gathering stage combat strength, he had no idea how Chu Zhongtian had killed that 6th-layer peak of the Qi transforming period warrior. How could he not be shocked? Chu Zhongtian had just used the formation in his token. Although he had consumed nearly 10,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone in an instant, he didn't feel any heartache. All he felt in his heart was excitement. The one Chu Zhongtian had just killed was a 6th-layer peak of the Qi transforming period warrior. If a warrior with such a cultivation base was in Qi country, it would definitely be the patriarch sect of every family. He could even kill such a powerful warrior. The feeling of killing an expert who had surpassed the stage was indescribable. Fortunately, Chu Zhongtian's mental state was not bad. The excitement in his heart quickly returned to normal. His face was gloomy, and he said in a cold tone, "Lang Yun, 400,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone, 11,000 7th grade middle-rank spirit stone. Do you want to hand them over? If you don't pay the spirit stones, then I will continue to attack, and the amount of spirit stones that I will pay will increase exponentially." Chu Zhongtian needed at least 10,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone to kill a Qi transforming period expert. The number of spirit stones in his storage bag was rapidly decreasing, and he only had 20,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone left. In order to compensate for his loss, Chu Zhongtian decided that every time he attacked, he would need Lang Yun to pay 3 times the amount of spirit stones. Impossible! Lang Yun was indeed afraid of Chu Zhongtian's attack just now, but he suspected that this might be Chu Zhongtian's final move. Chu Zhongtian's final move was definitely not a lot. Usually, he would use it once less, so Lang Yun was betting that Chu Zhongtian would not be able to use the same move again. Die! Seeing that Lang Yun still wasn't willing to compensate him for his loss, Chu Zhongtian knew that the shock he received just now wasn't enough. Therefore, he did not feel any heartache for the few spirit stones in the storage bag. He continued to activate the formation attack in the token. He used the same method to kill one of Lang Yun's 6th layer peak of the Qi transforming period comrades. Die! Chu Zhongtian was worried that killing one of them wouldn't be enough to scare Lang Yun. So after killing the second 6th layer peak of the Qi transforming period opponent, he didn't stop attacking. He continued to kill another 7th layer of the Qi refining period peak opponent in the same way. After killing 2 Qi transforming period middle advanced opponents in a row, the 8th grade low rank spirit stone in Chu Zhongtian's storage bag had been used up. He had even used nearly 1007th grade middle rank spirit stone. If Lang Yun still refused to admit defeat, Chu Zhongtian wouldn't be able to shock him for the time being, unless he borrowed some spirit stones from his 3 senior brothers. Mr. Chu, stop! Chu Zhongtian silently killed the 3 mid-Qi transforming period advanced warriors beside him, especially the 7th layer of the Qi refining period peak warrior, which terrified Lang Yun completely. The fact that Chu Zhongtian could kill a 7th layer of the Qi refining period peak warrior without making any noise indicated that he could kill him without making any noise. At this moment, he no longer cared about his benefits and face. He was eager to compensate Chu Zhongtian for his request. 600,000 low-grade 8 spirit stones and 20,000 grade 7 intermediate spirit stones. Seeing that Lang Yun had been completely frightened by his attack just now, Chu Zhongtian was wild with joy in his heart. At the same time, he doubled the price of the compensation. I'll give it to you. Hearing Chu Zhongtian double the amount of compensation, Lang Yun was so angry that his teeth itched. However, he did not dare to refuse, because he was worried that if he continued to reject the compensation, Chu Zhongtian's first target might be him. Although he had a trump card that could save his life compared to spirit stones, it was still a trump card that could save his life. 600,000 low-grade 8 spirit stones and 20,000 grade 7 intermediate spirit stones. If they were piled up together, it would be enough to fill up 220 square meters rooms. Although the storage bag that Lang Yun used was very top grade, and the space within it was 100 square meters with his cultivation and strength, it was impossible for him to carry so many low-grade level 8 spirit stones with him. After discussing with his companions, Lang Yun took out a storage bag and put the spirit stones that needed compensation into his storage bag. At the same time, he explained, Mr. Chu, I don't have that many low-level 8 spirit stones with me, so I plan to use level 7 intermediate spirit stones to replace low-level 8 spirit stones. I don't need Mr. Chu's permission. Do you agree? Of course I agree. After consuming the profound dragon fruit to improve his physique, as well as increasing his cultivation talent and comprehension ability with the spiritual root, Chu Zhongtian discovered that the low-grade level 8 spirit stones could no longer keep up with his current cultivation speed. Before consuming the spiritual root, the spiritual qi contained within a low-grade level 8 spirit stone was enough for him to absorb for 10 minutes. But after consuming the human spiritual root to increase his cultivation talent, a low-level 8 spirit stone could only support him for 10 seconds. This was also the reason why he had used a large number of low-level 8 spirit stones. This was because he needed to leave behind some level 7 intermediate spirit stones to aid his daily cultivation. He couldn't afford to waste too many of them. Lang Yun actually wanted to use level 7 intermediate spirit stones to replace the spirit stones of the lower level 8 team. Chu Zhongtian could only describe the joy in his heart with wild joy. How could he object? Mr. Chu, according to the current exchange rate on the market, one level 7 intermediate spirit stone can be exchanged for about 10 low-grade level 8 spirit stones, 600,000 low-grade 8 spirit stones, which is equivalent to 60,000 level 7 intermediate spirit stones. There is a total of 80,000 level 7 intermediate spirit stones in the storage bag. It is the amount that Mr. Chu requested for compensation. As for this 50 square meter storage bag, it is my gift to Mr. Chu. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian had agreed to replace it, Lang Yun threw the storage bag in his hand to Chu Zhongtian. He said in a fawning manner, "Not bad, very good." He reached out his hand to take the storage bag that Lang Yun threw at him and connected it with his consciousness. About 50 square meters of space appeared in Chu Zhongtian's mind. At the same time, There was a pile of level 7 intermediate spirit stones inside his storage bag that emitted rich spiritual chi. This made him even more ecstatic. One should know that the storage bag he was using right now was the same storage bag he had found in the cave of the White Jade Python in the Endless Forest. The space inside the storage bag was only 10 square meters, and it was no longer enough to satisfy his current needs. The storage bag that Lang Yun had given him had a space of 50 square meters, which was enough for him to use for a period of time. Chu Zhongtian was very satisfied with Lang Yun's tactful actions, and could not help but praise him. "Mr. Chu, I wonder if we can leave?" Seeing that Chu Zhongtian had taken the storage bag and had a look of ecstasy on his face, Lang Yun took the opportunity to ask. "Yes." Facing Lang Yun's suggestion to leave, Chu Zhongtian didn't have any objections and directly nodded his head in agreement. "Junior Chu, letting the tiger return to the mountain will definitely be a huge problem." Although Dongfang Yongping's injuries were very serious, with the help of top healing pills, just as Chu Zhongtian killed Lang Yun's comrades for the second time, he had regained his senses. He didn't interfere with what Chu Zhongtian did. He relied on Chu Zhongtian's freedom to do whatever he wanted. However, when he saw that Chu Zhongtian had agreed to let Lang Yun go, Dongfang Yongping immediately became anxious. Apart from the hatred between him and Lang Yun, Dongfang Yongping was also worried about Chu Zhongtian's safety. After all, what Chu Zhongtian had done just now had deeply offended Lang Yun. In the cavern, which was left behind by a peerless expert, Chu Zhongtian might have a way to deal with Lang Yun, but once he left the cavern, the narrow-minded Lang Yun would definitely take revenge on him. With his cultivation base of the 10th level of Qi Transformation Realm, the Great Perfection, it was very easy for him to take revenge on a 4th level body refining stage rookie. Senior disciple Dongfang, "Don't worry, I know what to do." Ever since Lang Yun and his men besieged Dongfang Yongping, Chu Zhongtian had been sentenced to death in his heart. The reason why Chu Zhongtian didn't take the opportunity to kill him was because Chu Zhongtian was confident that Lang Yun and his men would stay in cavern for the rest of their lives. Through the simple connection with the token and Elder Huang's explanation, Chu Zhongtian knew that the cave he was in right now wasn't as simple as the cavern left behind by a peerless expert. As long as he didn't take the initiative to communicate with the token to open the formation, no one would be able to leave cavern. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian had the time and opportunity to deal with Lang Yun and the others alone. Apart from Lang Yun and the others, there were also Lin Aochuan and Lu Yuan, as well as a dozen Qi transforming period arena lord not far away. Lang Yun wasn't an ordinary person. Although the force behind him wasn't as powerful as the Sky Cloud Martial School, but he's not someone he can easily provoke. If Chu Zhongtian killed Lang Yun in front of everyone, the power behind Lang Yun would come and settle the score with Chu Zhongtian. The sect and himself would be under a lot of pressure. Unless he killed everyone on the scene, but he wasn't a devil who killed countless people. He couldn't kill innocent people at will. After experiencing the Cyan Gates attack on the formation, Dongfang Yongping found out that Chu Zhongtian wasn't a reckless man. He was a man with foresight and caution. Since Chu Zhongtian told him to be at ease, it meant that Chu Zhongtian definitely had a way to deal with Lang Yun. Therefore, he didn't continue to ask Chu Zhongtian to deal with Lang Yun. Instead, he kept silent. "Mr. Lu." After Lang Yun and the others left the scene, Chu Zhongtian cupped his fists and greeted Lu Yuan, who was not far away. "Mr. Chu." Facing Chu Zhongtian's greeting, Lu Yuan felt embarrassed, but his heart was also very complicated. Unlike Lin Aochuan and the others, Lu Yuan's status in the Hua Mountain Sword Sect was somewhat special, because he was born for the sword and died for the sword. He was the key to the prosperity of the Hua Mountain Sword Sect, so he was given special treatment in the Sword Sect. The most important reason why he participated in the Purgatory City Challenge was to enter the secret realm. He wanted to enter the cavern, because before he left the mountain, a peerless expert from the Hua Mountain Sword Sect who was proficient in the prophecy technique told him. In the secret realm of Purgatory City, there was a spiritual route in the cavern that was about to open. It could improve the cultivation talent and its comprehension ability, and also allow one to be reborn. This was also the main reason why Lu Yuan was refining this time. At the same time, it was also one of the reasons why he invited Chu Zhongtian back then. The improvement of the cultivation talent wasn't important to him, because his cultivation talent had already reached the level 5. However, he urgently needed the spiritual root to improve his comprehension ability. This was because the improvement of the sword technique required hard work and hard work. It also required him to fight opponents of the same level as the stage. The most important thing to improve the sword technique was its comprehension ability. The comprehension of the sword technique in one go surpassed hundreds of times, even thousands of times of diligent practice. Ever since he entered the cavern, Lu Yuan had used the treasure-hunting spirit weapon given to him by the elders of the sect to search for the spiritual root with all his might. Unfortunately, the treasure-hunting spirit weapon had no effect in the cavern at all. At this moment, he saw that Chu Zhongtian had already reached the 4th layer peak of the body refining period. At the same time, a different kind of aura was being emitted from his body. Lu Yuan knew that the most precious spiritual root in the cavern had been obtained by Chu Zhongtian, and that Chu Zhongtian had already consumed the spiritual root and refined it. Lu Yuan was envious and jealous of this, but he didn't have a shred of resentment in his heart, because he knew very well that opportunities were related to a person's luck. If a person's luck was good, then opportunities could be found everywhere. If a person's bad luck was at their head, then he would be in trouble. Chu Zhongtian and Lang Yun were the most obvious examples. Mr. Lu, what I am going to do next is not to deliberately target you. I hope you can understand. Through the monitoring formation, Chu Zhongtian could clearly see the quarrel between Lu Yuan and Lin Aochuan. He knew that Lu Yuan was a friend who could make friends with him. However, Lu Yuan's current cultivation base couldn't affect Lin Aochuan. There were some things that Lu Yuan couldn't decide. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian wasn't angry at Lu Yuan for not helping Dongfang Yongping. Mr. Chu. Although Chu Zhongtian didn't say it explicitly, Lu Yuan had already guessed what he was going to do next. However, the identity he was in now made it very difficult for him. If he chose to ignore this matter, not only would he offend the narrow-minded Lin Aochuan, it would also affect his reputation in Hua Mountain Sword Sect. If he helped Lin Aochuan, it would mean that he had completely offended Chu Zhongtian. Lu Yuan thought of Chu Zhongtian's mysterious means just now. He knew that with his current strength, there was no way he could be a match for Chu Zhongtian. Although he also had a trump card that could save his life, he believed that his trump card could block Chu Zhongtian's attack. However, he didn't want to use his trump card. This was because using his trump card meant that he and Chu Zhongtian had completely fallen out. This went against his original intention. Junior brother Lu, step aside for now. Just as Lu Yuan was in a dilemma, Lin Aochuan took the initiative to step forward and looked at Chu Zhongtian with a proud expression. Chu Zhongtian, you can use whatever means you have. I want to see what kind of heaven-defying harvest you have obtained in cavern. Chu Zhongtian had just killed 3 Qi transforming period experts with ease. Although it had given Lin Aochuan a heavy pressure, he wasn't afraid at all. As a famous young expert of Hua Mountain Sword Sect, Lin Aochuan was highly regarded by the higher-ups of the sect. When he went down the mountain to cultivate, the peerless expert of the sect had already left a trump card for him that could save his life. Therefore, he wasn't worried about his own safety. Furthermore, he really couldn't stand Chu Zhongtian's petty behavior. In order to teach Chu Zhongtian a lesson, he wouldn't hesitate to use his ultimate trump card. Humph! The fact that Chu Zhongtian had killed 3 Qi transforming period warriors didn't shock Lin Aochuan. He was still very proud of himself, which made Chu Zhongtian feel very unpleasant in his heart. Regarding Lin Aochuan, Chu Zhongtian didn't want to take his life. Chu Zhongtian just wanted him to obediently hand over a portion of the spirit stones. Firstly, he wanted to enrich his own resources, and secondly, he wanted to give him a deep lesson. He wanted to let him know that there were some people he couldn't afford to offend. However, when Chu Zhongtian saw the unrepentant Lin Aochuan, he changed his mind. Not only did Chu Zhongtian want to extort a large portion of his spirit stones, he also wanted to teach him a lesson that he would never forget. Kid. This little kid surnamed Lin has the power of 3 peak of the divine soul period warriors on him. The amount of spirit stones needed to kill him is huge. Have you thought about it? Just as Chu Zhongtian was about to attack, Elder Huang suddenly reminded him in his mind. Elder Huang, even if I consume all of my spirit stones, I will teach him a lesson. I will let him know that some people cannot be easily offended. Chu Zhongtian had just received the compensation of 80,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stone from Lang Yun. This was the time for him to get rich. Although Elder Huang reminded him that he needed to consume a huge amount of spirit stones, in Chu Zhongtian's opinion, it would at most cost 10,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stone. In order to teach Lin Aochuan a lesson, he could still afford the consumption of 10,000 or 20,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stone. Alright, since you agree, all you need to do now is to activate the formation in cavern. I'll transfer spirit stones into the token. When Elder Huang saw Chu Zhongtian agree to attack Lin Aochuan without any hesitation, a cunning smile flashed across his face. He took the initiative to ask for help. Die! Since Elder Huang had taken the initiative to help, Chu Zhongtian didn't need to calculate the amount of spirit stones he could use. He directly hooked the formation inside the token and pointed out the target. A 7th layer of the Qi refining period peak couldn't even last a second under Chu Zhongtian's attack. So Lin Aochuan didn't dare to be careless. When Chu Zhongtian raised his finger, Lin Aochuan activated all the vital spirit in the Dantian. At the same time, he activated the only mid-level defensive spirit tool in his body. He planned to use his strongest defense to block Chu Zhongtian's attack. When Chu Zhongtian raised his finger and shouted the word die, Lin Aochuan suddenly felt a force that made his body tremble. This force quickly landed on his body. The defense formed by the peak of the Qi transforming period vital spirit couldn't even last for half a second before it was shattered by the force in the void. After that, the top mid-level defensive spirit tool on his body only lasted for half a second before it was shattered by the force in the void. In less than a second, the defense formed by the peak of the Qi transforming period vital spirit and mid-level spirit weapon was broken by the force of the void. At this moment, Lin Aochuan was filled with regret. If he knew that Chu Zhongtian's means were so terrifying, he would have said a few pleasant words in advance, and then took out a small portion of the spirit stones. Chu Zhongtian might let him go because of Lu Yuan. However, it was too late for regrets. He could feel the energy in the void penetrating into his body. He could feel death approaching. Lin Aochuan was forced to take out his final trump card. A force that could change the color of the sky and make the earth tremble rose from Lin Aochuan's body. Facing this force that could change the color of the sky and earth, no matter if it was Chu Zhongtian, Dongfang Yongping, Lu Yuan, and the people who were watching the battle. They all felt like they were leaves on a tree branch, as if they could be blown away by the strong wind at any time. Lin Aochuan used his final trump card. When he felt the force that shook the heavens and earth, his mentality changed instantly. At this moment, he looked at Chu Zhongtian with a cold expression, and his eyes revealed a strong killing intent. Chu Zhongtian, if you want to live, kneel down and beg me. Borrowing the power of his trump card, Lin Aochuan ordered arrogantly. Elder Huang, use your 7th grade middle rank spirit stone to defeat his final trump card and let him have a taste of kneeling. Chu Zhongtian saw Lin Aochuan standing up again and shouted. All right. Elder Huang saw Chu Zhongtian, who had completely fallen into a violent rage. He said in an excited tone, break for me. His consciousness once again communicated with the token. Chu Zhongtian pointed at Lin Aochuan, who was slowly rising into the air, and roared. Following Chu Zhongtian's roar, the originally calm void began to distort. An even more powerful force struck Lin Aochuan's body at a speed that no one could react in time. Who hurt the disciples of Hua Mountain Sword Sect? Just as the force formed in the void was about to hit the peerless expert, a powerful and dignified voice was heard from Lin Aochuan's body. However, no one present had the time to answer this question, because the force of the void had directly dispersed the remaining force of the peerless expert, causing his force to completely dissipate in the void. Chu Zhongtian looked at Lin Aochuan, who had fallen from the sky. He didn't hesitate at all. He once again communicated with the token. He raised his finger, and his face showed an expression of wanting to kill Lin Aochuan. Lu Yuan casted the movement technique, and he quickly rushed to the place where Lin Aochuan landed. He stretched out his hand and caught Lin Aochuan, who had fallen from the sky. Lu Yuan saw that Chu Zhongtian did not let Lin Aochuan go, so he quickly begged, "Mr. Chu, please show mercy." "Mr. Lu, what are you doing?" Chu Zhongtian saw Lu Yuan hugging Lin Aochuan, and he looked at Lu Yuan. Chu Zhongtian didn't have any intention of killing Lin Aochuan. He just wanted to teach Lin Aochuan a lesson and then extort some spirit stones from him. However, what he didn't expect was that after Lin Aochuan used his final trump card, not only did Lin Aochuan make him kneel down and beg for mercy, his eyes also revealed a strong killing intent. This was enough to show that Lin Aochuan wanted to kill him. How could Chu Zhongtian let go of someone who wanted to kill him? "Mr. Chu, as long as you let Brother Lin go, you can make any request." Lu Yuan saw that Chu Zhongtian's fingers stopped in the air and did not withdraw. So he quickly said the solution. "I don't need anything now." Chu Zhongtian had just obtained 80,000 spirit stones. Besides, he also had a lot of body refining stage intermediate stage pills. Right now, he really didn't lack cultivation resources. Besides, he really didn't want to let Lin Aochuan go. "Kid, take a look at your storage bag first. Then consider whether you need compensation or not." Just as Chu Zhongtian was in a dilemma, Elder Huang suddenly reminded him. "Elder Huang, what's going on?" Elder Huang's reminder made Chu Zhongtian subconsciously look at the storage bag. Then, he was surprised to find that there were less than 3,000 spirit stones left. "Kid, do you think that the strength of a peak of the Divine Soul Period warrior is so easy to break through?" When Elder Huang heard Chu Zhongtian's question, he asked back in an unhappy tone. "Elder Huang, that's 80,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stone warriors. These things were enough for a 6th grade cultivation talent warrior to break through to the essence gathering stage. My attack just now consumed them all." Although what Elder Huang said made sense, Chu Zhongtian still couldn't accept this reality. It was like he had just become a billionaire. However, he had only spent once and he had spent all his money, turning him from a billionaire to a penniless man again. This kind of strong contrast was hard to accept. "Kid, do you think the power left behind by a peak of the Divine Soul Period warrior is very weak? Just now, in order to break through this power, not only did I consume the spirit stones in the storage bag, I even used my own power of the Divine Soul. I didn't blame you, but you blamed me." When Elder Huang heard Chu Zhongtian's questioning attitude, he was instantly unhappy. "Elder Huang, that's not what I meant. You must not be angry." When Chu Zhongtian heard the displeasure in Elder Huang's tone, he quickly apologized. The reason why he could be so majestic now was entirely because of Elder Huang's help. If it wasn't for Elder Huang secretly helping him, he wouldn't even be able to get out of this place, let alone get rid of Lang Yun. "This is the only time," Elder Huang coldly snorted and warned. "Elder Huang, don't worry. I will never question you in the future. Any questions you have are correct." When Chu Zhongtian heard that Elder Huang had finally calmed down, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he thought of the spirit stones he had just used up, he immediately looked at Lu Yuan angrily. "Mr. Lu, for your sake, I can let Lin Aochuan go, but all of you must take out 100,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stone, as well as 10 upper rank 9th grade scarlet blood pill and viscera solidifying pill each. 100,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stone could guarantee his daily cultivation, and it was also for the sake of dealing with Lang Yun and the others. Lang Yun's background and the forces behind him might not be as good as Lin Aochuan's, but he wasn't an ordinary force either. With Lang Yun's talent, he definitely had a trump card in his hand. Perhaps, his trump card wasn't as powerful as Lin Aochuan's, but his trump card was at least a peerless divine soul stage expert. Chu Zhongtian knew that if he wanted to get rid of Lang Yun, he would need a large amount of spirit stones. As for the upper rank 9th grade scarlet blood pill and viscera solidifying pill, they were prepared for him to break through to the high rank of the body refining period in the future. After experiencing Lin Aochuan's powerful trump card, Chu Zhongtian knew that if he wanted to get rid of Lang Yun and bury him in cavern, he would need a huge amount of spirit stones. He had prepared 100,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stone for Lang Yun. As for upper rank 9th grade scarlet blood pill and viscera solidifying pill, They were prepared for the high rank of the body refining period in the future. Because the upper rank 9th grade scarlet blood pill and viscera solidifying pill were targeted at the blood and organs in one's body, they were compatible with the high rank of the body refining period, and they were the best pills for high rank of the body refining period warriors to improve their cultivation base. Mr. Chu, I have both pills, but I don't have 100,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stone pills. After checking his storage bag collection, Lu Yuan said with a troubled expression. However, a cunning look flashed across his eyes as he looked at Chu Zhongtian. Mr. Lu, don't blame me for not giving you face. 100,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stone. This is my limit. Otherwise, I will kill Lin Aochuan. I will still be able to obtain his storage bag. I think the wealth in his storage bag should not be limited to this amount. A cunning look flashed across Lu Yuan's eyes, allowing Chu Zhongtian to quickly understand what he meant. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian continued to threaten him. Give it to him. The peak of the Divine Soul period warrior had deliberately held back his power, even though Chu Zhongtian and Elder Huang had used the formation in cavern to break it. However, the power of the formation had been weakened to its limit. With Lin Aochuan's peak of the Qi transforming period cultivation base, the reason why he didn't reply just now was because he couldn't accept the fact that his final trump card had been broken. After a period of adaptation, he had now accepted the reality. After hearing the bargain between Chu Zhongtian and Lu Yuan, he immediately agreed to Chu Zhongtian's request for compensation. Brother Lin, I don't have that many spirit stones with me. Hearing that Lin Aochuan agreed to compensate 100,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stone, Lu Yuan began to disguise himself. I don't need you to pay me spirit stones. I have them with me. Lin Aochuan took out a storage bag from his pocket and threw it to Chu Zhongtian with an expressionless face. Chu Zhongtian, this is an ownerless storage bag. It has an area of 70 square meters, and there are nearly 110,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stone in it. It is enough to pay for the spirit stones you need. After Chu Zhongtian took the storage bag from Lin Aochuan, before he could check it out, Lin Aochuan ordered Lu Yuan. Junior brother Lu, I don't have any useless level 9 scarlet blood pill or viscera solidifying pill pills. I will borrow 20 pills from you for the time being. In the future, I will return you pills of a higher grade. I happen to have these 2 types of medicinal pills here. Lu Yuan knew that Lin Aochuan was currently in a state of fury. Some words were blurted out without thinking, so he didn't want to make too much of a fuss about it. I'll give you the pills. Lin Aochuan took the 2-pill bottle from Lu Yuan and threw it to Chu Zhongtian without even looking at it. I like trash, and I only taught someone a lesson because of trash. Chu Zhongtian approached the pill bottle that Lin Aochuan threw over, but he didn't check it either. He put it into his interspatial storage bag and laughed proudly a few times. As for the trash that Lin Aochuan mentioned just now, Chu Zhongtian did not care at all. Perhaps to a peak of the Qi transforming period Lin Aochuan, upper rank 9th grade scarlet blood pill and viscera solidifying pill were trash. But to Chu Zhongtian, these 2 pills were the key to his rapid advancement. Chu Zhongtian, I've given you the spirit stones and pills. Can I leave this place now? Lin Aochuan asked coldly when he saw Chu Zhongtian happily putting away the spirit stones and pills. Of course. After Elder Huang's reminder, Chu Zhongtian knew that Lin Aochuan still had the strength of 2 peak of the Divine Soul period warriors on him. It would be very difficult to kill him completely. Furthermore, he had to give Lu Yuan face, and it wouldn't be easy for him to continue fighting. Therefore, he agreed readily to Lin Aochuan's suggestion of leaving. After getting Chu Zhongtian's permission, Lin Aochuan ignored the people around him. He casted the movement technique and disappeared from where he stood in the blink of an eye. Junior brother Lu, what should we do next? Seeing Lin Aochuan ignoring them, he turned around and left, leaving the Hua Mountain Sword Sect disciples and Lin Aochuan's followers behind. They could only look at Lu Yuan. Everyone, don't worry. Let's go and find brother Lin now. Lu Yuan was also very angry at Lin Aochuan's selfish actions. But at the same time, he understood that in this completely sealed cavern, Lin Aochuan's safety was guaranteed by them, and they had to find him no matter what. Mr. Chu, I am ashamed of what happened today. If fate allows it in the future, I will definitely repay today's kindness. Lu Yuan formally said to Chu Zhongtian while holding the sword ceremony. Mr. Lu, what happened today has nothing to do with you. Don't take it to heart. You and I are still good friends. From the beginning until the end, Chu Zhongtian didn't hate Lu Yuan at all. He was even very grateful for his cooperation just now. For someone like Lu Yuan, if there weren't any major conflicts of interest in the future, he would always acknowledge this friend. Mr. Lu, don't forget our challenge, and you have to work hard. Seeing that Lu Yuan was about to leave with the others, Chu Zhongtian reminded him loudly. Mr. Chu, don't worry. It won't take long for my cultivation base to surpass yours. Don't cry when I defeat you. Chu Zhongtian's reminder warmed Lu Yuan's heart. He knew that this was Chu Zhongtian reminding him to let go of his obsession and face the upcoming cultivation with a completely new attitude. 3 senior brothers. How are your injuries? After Lu Yuan and the others left, Chu Zhongtian asked Dongfang Yongping and the other 2 with concern. Lang Yun's men are really ruthless. Within a day, I won't be able to use the vital spirit. Hearing Chu Zhongtian's concerned question, Zhang Yinan, who had his eyes closed to recover, opened his eyes and complained. Where's brother Yu? While Zhang Yinan was cursing, Yu Zhongzong also opened his eyes. Facing Chu Zhongtian's interrogation, he gritted his teeth and said, If I don't care about my foundation, I have the strength to fight. I can barely hold Lang Yun back. Without waiting for Chu Zhongtian to interrogate him, Dongfang Yongping answered directly. If that's the case, then you all can stay here and heal your injuries. After that, we will go and seek revenge from Lang Yun. How could Chu Zhongtian let his 3 senior brothers, who had a bright future ahead of them, become useless just like that? Therefore, he could only endure the pain and consume his spirit stones to create an environment for them to heal their injuries. His consciousness linked with the token, and he used the lowest mid-level illusion array in the token, causing Dongfang Yongping and the others to completely disappear from everyone's eyes. Where are Chu Zhongtian and the others? Just as Chu Zhongtian was using the illusion array in cavern to cover up their figures, the spectators who were watching the battle suddenly cried out in alarm. Could it be that Chu Zhongtian just used the legendary teleportation and left this place? One of the knowledgeable 10th level peak arena lord guessed. Your imagination is too strong. One had to know that only those who were at least at the divine soul stage could use the teleportation. He is just a puny 4th layer of the body refining period warrior. How can he know the teleportation? A chi transforming period beginner level arena lord who obviously didn't like Chu Zhongtian said sarcastically. If it wasn't the teleportation, how did he disappear from where he was? Perhaps it was because the power behind this 10th level peak arena lord was very strong. He wasn't afraid of this chi transforming period beginner level arena lord. Enough, stop arguing. We should hurry and find Chu Zhongtian and ask him to help us open the cavern. Let's leave this place as soon as possible. The high rank of the chi transforming period arena lord with the highest cultivation base on the scene scolded in an unpleasant tone. Junior brother, what's going on? Looking at the noisy crowd not far away, Zhang Yinan asked curiously. Dongfang Yongping and Yu Zhongzong also looked at Chu Zhongtian with anticipation, hoping that he would give an answer. It's nothing special. This is just an illusion array that can conceal the environment. Chu Zhongtian waved his hand and said indifferently. Indeed, Chu Zhongtian did not care about the usage of the illusion array in cavern. After experiencing the formation, monitoring formation, defensive formation, and attacking formation, he was able to withstand the consumption of spirit stones to activate the formation in the cavern. Initially, he thought that using the illusion array would cost at least 1,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stone, but just now, Elder Huang kindly reminded him that using the lowest level illusion array in the cavern would only cost 100 7th grade middle rank spirit stone. For Chu Zhongtian, who had a net worth of more than 100,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stone, 100 level 7 spirit stones was nothing. So that's what happened. Perhaps it was because of Chu Zhongtian's mysterious means, but Zhang Yinan and the others were convinced by his explanation. Since no one was able to discover their existence, Dongfang Yongping and the others calmed down and used all their strength to recover from their injuries. They also used spirit stones to gradually recover the vital spirit they had consumed. One day and one night later, Dongfang Yongping, who was fully recovering from his injuries, was the first to show signs of movement. An imposing aura that forced Chu Zhongtian to take a few steps back slowly rose from his body. After feeling this astonishing aura, Chu Zhongtian had a deep understanding of Dongfang Yongping's power. The force that rose from Dongfang Yongping's body did not stop, but it was getting stronger and stronger. This forced Chu Zhongtian to retreat. Furthermore, Yu Zhongzong and Zhang Yinan were trying their best to recover from their injuries. At this moment, they were also affected by the qi that was rising from Dongfang Yongping's body. They had no choice but to stand up and leave. When Dongfang Yongping's qi reached its peak, Yu Zhongzong, who had retreated to Chu Zhongtian's side, had a shocked expression on his face. At the same time, he muttered to himself, "Half-step essence gathering stage. Half-step essence gathering stage." When Chu Zhongtian heard Yu Zhongzong mention that Dongfang Yongping's stage had already reached the half-step essence gathering stage, he was both impressed and excited. Dongfang Yongping's mental strength had far exceeded that of ordinary warriors, as he was able to make use of this failure to break through the stage. Under the influence of such mental strength, his future achievements would definitely not be low. At the same time, his cultivation base had broken through to the half-step essence gathering stage, which meant that he had stood out among the 80-plus Arena Lord participants of the ranking competition. His cultivation base and combat strength had already far exceeded Lin Aochuan's, and he had become the strongest. In that case, whether it was dealing with Lang Yun or facing Lin Aochuan's provocation, Chu Zhongtian didn't need to personally take action. The half-step essence gathering stage was only the advancement of a qi transforming period minor stage, and it didn't take much time for Dongfang Yongping to break through to the next realm. Retracting the powerful qi from his body, Dongfang Yongping opened his eyes. He stood up and bowed deeply to Chu Zhongtian. This gave Chu Zhongtian, who was unprepared, a scare. "Senior brother Dongfang, what are you doing?" Seeing Dongfang Yongping bow, Chu Zhongtian quickly stepped aside and asked in a loud voice, "Junior brother Chu, the reason why I am able to keep my life and break through to the half-step essence gathering stage is all because of you. If it wasn't for your powerful attack, I'm afraid I would have died in Lang Yun's hands a long time ago. If it wasn't for the safe environment that you deliberately created, I wouldn't have been able to break through to the half-step essence gathering stage so easily. So, you deserve this bow of mine. Senior brother Dongfang, if you continue to do this, then I will be angry." Although Chu Zhongtian knew that what Dongfang Yongping said just now was the truth, he couldn't accept his bow no matter what, because next he had to ask Dongfang Yongping for confirmation on something. If the verification was fake, then he could accept his bow. If the verification was real, not only could Chu Zhongtian not bear his bow, but he would also have to bow to him in the future. In addition, he also needed to ask Dongfang Yongping and the others for large amounts of spirit stones in case of emergencies in the future. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian refused to accept his gratitude, Dongfang Yongping could only straighten his body, but the gratitude in his eyes was not concealed at all. "Senior brother Dongfang, there is something I wanted to ask you a long time ago, but I was afraid that you would misunderstand, so I didn't dare to ask." When Dongfang Yongping started to consolidate his cultivation base, Chu Zhongtian thought for a while and asked, "Junior brother Chu, if you have any questions, just ask. I am not a petty person." After experiencing so many things, when facing Chu Zhongtian, Dongfang Yongping's arrogant and cold attitude had disappeared. At this moment, he was treating Chu Zhongtian with a pleasant expression. "Senior brother Dongfang, your surname is Dongfang and you are from Heavenly Dragon Empire. What is your relationship with Dongfang Yuner?" After thinking for a while, Chu Zhongtian finally asked the biggest question in his heart. "Junior brother Chu, you know Yun?" When Chu Zhongtian mentioned Dongfang Yuner, Dongfang Yongping, who was stabilizing his cultivation and chatting with him, immediately stopped cultivating. He looked at Chu Zhongtian in surprise. "Yes, Sister Dongfang and I are quite familiar with each other." Chu Zhongtian nodded and admitted that he knew Dongfang Yuner. "How is she now?" After getting Chu Zhongtian's recognition, Dongfang Yongping quickly asked. Senior brother Dongfang, I need to know your relationship with Dongfang Yuner. Then I will explain Dongfang Yuner's current situation to you in detail. Chu Zhongtian did not answer Dongfang Yongping's question. He still continued to ask about his relationship with Dongfang Yuner. Junior brother Chu, Dongfang Yuner is senior brother Dongfang's younger sister who has the same father and mother. She is also senior brother Dongfang's most beloved younger sister. Chu Zhongtian did not lower his voice when he talked about Dongfang Yuner with Dongfang Yongping. Zhang Yinan, who had almost recovered from his injuries and was eavesdropping on their conversation, suddenly spoke. The sister of the same mother, Zhang Yinan explained. Chu Zhongtian could not help looking at Dongfang Yongping in surprise. At the same time, he felt lucky in his heart. He was glad that he had always been respectful to Dongfang Yongping and had never offended him. Yun and I are the same biological sister of the same mother. We have been very close since we were young. It's just that I am a few years older than her. I left Dynasty and joined the sect earlier than her. We haven't seen each other for a few years. Seeing that Zhang Yinan had already explained for him, Dongfang Yongping explained in more detail the relationship between him and Dongfang Yuner. I wonder what kind of relationship you have with Yun? After Dongfang Yongping explained the intimate relationship between him and Dongfang Yuner, he looked directly at Chu Zhongtian. The gratitude in his eyes had disappeared and was replaced by scrutiny. Don't misunderstand. Sister Dongfang and I have nothing to do with each other. It's not the kind of relationship you think it is. Before he transmigrated, he had experienced the influence of countless films and novels. Dongfang Yongping's eyes revealed scrutiny and vigilance, which made Chu Zhongtian immediately understand that Dongfang Yongping had misunderstood the relationship between him and Dongfang Yuner. So he immediately explained. Although he and Dongfang Yuner had good feelings for each other, they had only known each other for a short period of time. They did not really know each other and wanted to develop that kind of relationship in the end. It would take a long time as well as a lot of challenges. Therefore, even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't admit to that kind of relationship. Is that so? Chu Zhongtian's explanation did not convince Dongfang Yongping. He still looked at Chu Zhongtian with a scrutinizing gaze. Chu Zhongtian saw Dongfang Yongping's unchanging scrutinizing look. Chu Zhongtian felt that he was asking for trouble. Helpless, he could only explain in detail how he knew Dongfang Yuner. He did not mention the conflict between him and Yan Jinghong, as well as the good impression Dongfang Yuner had towards him in the Floating Cloud Sect's trial peak. He told Dongfang Yongping everything else in detail. So that's what happened. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's detailed explanation, Dongfang Yongping was relieved. Although Chu Zhongtian was outstanding in every aspect and was the most outstanding young man he had ever seen, in Dongfang Yongping's opinion, Chu Zhongtian still had a long way to go before he became Dongfang Yuner's lover. Since the two of them were not the kind of relationship he had imagined, his attitude towards Chu Zhongtian had returned to normal. It was not normal. It should be that he felt even more grateful. Because not only had Chu Zhongtian saved his life, he had also saved Dongfang Yuner's life before. With the two lives added together, he had completely regarded Chu Zhongtian as the person he trusted the most. Since your injuries have already recovered, and your cultivation base has broken through to the half-step essence gathering stage, then I'll let you know. Are we going to look for Lang Yun now? I will avenge you for being surrounded and killed by him just now. Afraid that Dongfang Yongping would continue to ask about the relationship between him and Dongfang Yuner, Chu Zhongtian quickly changed the topic. Of course. It's just that I have a question that I need you to answer truthfully. Looking for Lang Yun for revenge was what Dongfang Yongping wanted to do at this moment. He even wished that Lang Yun was right in front of him, so after Chu Zhongtian reminded him, he immediately threw the problem of Dongfang Yuner and Chu Zhongtian to the back of his mind and started to think about how to take revenge on Lang Yun. If you have any questions, just ask. Seeing that Dongfang Yongping did not pursue the relationship between him and Dongfang Yuner, Chu Zhongtian secretly let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he also decided that he would definitely answer his next question if he could answer it. Try not to let him think in that direction. Lang Yun is different from me. When I went out to cultivate, in order to completely stimulate my potential, the experts of the royal family didn't leave any trump cards that could save my life on me. But the cunning Lang Yun must have the power of a peerless expert. I wonder if you can still use the method to defeat Lin Aochuan's final trump card. If you can continue to use it, then we will do our best to kill Lang Yun and all his comrades, and bury them in this cavern. If you can't continue using it, then we won't look for him anymore. Instead, we will look for a way to leave the cavern, and find a chance to take revenge on him in the future. Facing Dongfang Yongping's probing question, Chu Zhongtian lowered his head and pondered for a while, thinking about how to answer him. As long as he had enough spirit stones, he could use it in the hidden formation in cavern without limit. But this secret could not be revealed to Dongfang Yongping. It was hard to predict a person's heart. Who knew if Dongfang Yongping would become greedy after learning that he had grasped the most precious secret in the cavern and wanted to seize it from him? If such a situation really happened, Chu Zhongtian didn't know what to do. In order to avoid such a situation, Chu Zhongtian could only use lies to answer his question. The reason why I was able to kill Qi transforming period experts so easily was because I obtained a talisman left behind by a peerless expert in cavern. This talisman can transfer most of the hidden formation in the cavern. It can allow me to teleport freely, and I can freely transfer the defensive formation and attack the formation. Seeing the light in Dongfang Yongping's eyes, Chu Zhongtian immediately changed his tone and explained with a hint of regret in his voice. The only pity is that it requires a huge amount of spirit stones to unleash the power of this talisman. Moreover, it can only be used 10 times in total. After 10 times, it will completely disappear and cannot be used again. Speaking up to this point, Chu Zhongtian stretched out his finger and counted the times he had used it before. One by one, his fingers bent down. In order to save all of you as soon as possible, I used the formation transmission technique once. I used the formation of defense and illusion array to kill 3 master of the Qi transforming period. I defeated Lin Aochuan and destroyed his trump card. I used it 8 times in total. I still have a second chance to use the talisman. As long as you can consume Lang Yun's strength and force him to use his final trump card, I will have a chance to kill him. After hearing Chu Zhongtian say that there was only a second chance to use the talisman, Dongfang Yongping's bright eyes dimmed. At the same time, he began to calculate how to get rid of Lang Yun. How many 7th grade middle rank spirit stone do you have left? Chu Zhongtian had clearly said that the more spirit stones you use, the stronger the power of the talisman. Until now, he also understood why Chu Zhongtian asked Lang Yun and Lin Aochuan for a huge amount of spirit stones. In order to ensure that they could kill Lang Yun in the end, Dongfang Yongping hoped that the talisman in Chu Zhongtian's hand would be able to unleash its strongest power, so he planned to help Chu Zhongtian collect enough spirit stones. I have 70,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stone now. When I joined the ranking competition, I just bought a mid-level spirit stone. I only have 20,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stones. Yu Zhongzong and Zhang Yinan could clearly hear the conversation between Chu Zhongtian and Dongfang Yongping. They knew that Dongfang Yongping demanded the spirit stones from them in order to get rid of Lang Yun. Therefore, neither of them had any selfish motives and contributed all of their spirit stones. Junior brother Chu, I have 120,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stone. Including the 2 junior brothers' 7th grade middle rank spirit stones, we have a total of 210,000 intermediate grade 7 spirit stones. I don't know if these spirit stones can unleash the strongest power of the talisman. Can we break Lang Yun's final trump card? Dongfang Yongping took out all the 7th grade middle rank spirit stones from his storage bag and placed them together with the spirit stones Zhang Yinan and Yu Zhongzong had taken out. Dongfang Yongping looked at Chu Zhongtian with anticipation. Senior brother Dongfang, add Lin Aochuan's 100,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stone. The power of the talisman can be fully unleashed. As long as Lang Yun's trump card is not left behind by a divine soul period stage or above, then he will die for sure. Looking at the pile of 7th grade middle rank spirit stone in front of him, Chu Zhongtian forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart. His expression was calm, and his tone was indifferent. He also did the same action of contributing spirit stones. He promised, "If that's the case, then you should keep these spirit stones first. After that, we'll go look for Lang Yun and use all our means to kill him in cavern." Chu Zhongtian's promise that was 100 times more confident had ignited Dongfang Yongping's ambition. Dongfang Yongping stood up, looking like he was about to fight Lang Yun to the death. Looking at the pile of spirit stones in front of him, Chu Zhongtian felt lucky in his heart. He was glad that Lang Yun and Lin Aochuan had given him the storage bag. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take away all the 300,000 spirit stones of the 7th stage. Chu Zhongtian looked at Dongfang Yongping and the others who were ready. He immediately put away the spirit stones on the ground and said with an excited expression, "3 senior brothers, when Lang Yun and the others left yesterday, I had already left a tracking mark on them. As long as you follow me, I guarantee that we will find them within an hour." Chu Zhongtian was only a 4th layer peak of the body refining period, while Lang Yun was a 10th layer great perfection of the qi transforming period. How could Chu Zhongtian have the ability and opportunity to leave a mark on Lang Yun? What Chu Zhongtian said was just to conceal the secret of him secretly using the token. When Chu Zhongtian put away the spirit stones, he had secretly used the token to transfer the monitoring formation in the cavern to see where Lang Yun and the others were. "All right, junior brother Chu will lead the way now." Hearing Chu Zhongtian say that he had left a tracking mark on Lang Yun, Dongfang Yongping did not have the slightest doubt. After all, Chu Zhongtian had been acting very mysterious ever since he entered the cavern. He was able to kill qi transforming period warriors with just a 4th layer peak of the body refining period cultivation base, so it was normal for him to leave a mark on Lang Yun's body. "Kid, you are really cunning. The target of your extortion is your 3 senior brothers." Leading Dongfang Yongping and the others, Chu Zhongtian unleashed the movement technique Windbreaker with all his strength, and ran towards the place where Lang Yun and the others were hiding. Along the way, Elder Huang, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke in a sarcastic tone. "Elder Huang, you misunderstood me. Those spirit stones were taken out by my 3 senior brothers. How could it be me who extorted them?" Faced with Elder Huang's sarcasm, fearing that Elder Huang would misunderstand his intention, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly explained, "Kid, I have lived for countless years. I have seen all kinds of people. You were trying to deceive me just now. Keep dreaming." Chu Zhongtian's explanation didn't convince Elder Huang. He even scolded Chu Zhongtian. "How would I dare lie to you? I want to kill Lang Yun and the others next. I don't know how many spirit stones are needed to kill ____ and the others, but after my cultivation talent has been upgraded, I'll need more spirit stones to cultivate. If I don't prepare some in advance, how will I be able to satisfy my needs?" Seeing that he couldn't convince Elder Huang, Chu Zhongtian had no choice but to tell him the truth. "Kid, you finally told me the truth." Chu Zhongtian did not continue to argue. He chose to tell the truth, which made Elder Huang very satisfied. "Kid, I am not blaming you for blackmailing your 3 senior brothers, but I want to tell you through my experience. If you want to climb up to the peak and reach the limit of your martial arts, you alone will never be able to do it. You must have many loyal subordinates to help you in order to achieve your goal. That's why you can't go too far sometimes." After saying the last inexplicable sentence, Elder Huang was completely silent. Lang Yun and the others, who had been defeated by Chu Zhongtian and had to pay a huge sum of spirit stones in humiliation, finally managed to escape. At this time, they were dejectedly hiding in a dilapidated building. Looking at his companions' dispirited and listless expressions, Lang Yun could only sigh in his heart. This time, in the ranking competition of Purgatory City, Lang Yun had suffered a great loss. In order to obtain the limited number of treasures in Cavern, Lang Yun had offended many Qi refining stage and primary rank of the body refining period warriors before entering Cavern. Although he wasn't afraid of those low-grade arena lord with his current cultivation base, the power behind those low-grade arena lord gave him a headache. If Lang Yun gained enough in Cavern, and used the benefits in Cavern to improve his cultivation base, he would be able to bear any troubles that troubled him, and he would have the confidence and ability to resolve them. However, not only did Lang Yun not gain anything in cavern, he even lost 3 Qi transforming period intermediate and advanced companions, as well as a huge amount of spirit stones because of his selfishness and personal grudge. Because his companions couldn't leave the cavern for the time being, they had no choice but to follow Lang Yun. Once they left the cavern, these Qi transforming period companions would probably leave him immediately, and they wouldn't have much contact with him in the future. Regarding this, Lang Yun had no solution. At this moment, Lang Yun's hatred towards Chu Zhongtian had far exceeded Dongfang Yongping's. It was precisely because of Chu Zhongtian's unexpected appearance that not only did Lang Yun not get rid of Dongfang Yongping, but also caused him to lose 2 very powerful companions. Use all your strength to recover the vital spirit and find a way to leave cavern. Faced with their dispirited and listless companions, Lang Yun could only remind them of this. As for what these people were going to do next, Lang Yun could not care about it for the time being. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Lang Yun, who was trying his best to recover his vital spirit, suddenly felt a wave of uneasiness in his heart, as if something bad was about to happen. Lang Yun considered his cultivation base and the power he currently possessed. Ordinary dangers wouldn't be able to threaten them. However, the feeling of being distracted made Lang Yun unable to quietly restore the vital spirit. Helpless, Lang Yun could only stand up from the ground. He walked to the window of the dilapidated building and looked into the distance, hoping to calm his heart down a little. What is that? Looking into the distance, Lang Yun felt that his restless heart had calmed down a little. He wanted to look away and continue to recover his vital spirit, but he was surprised to see 4 figures rushing towards his temporary residence. Lang Yun narrowed his eyes and observed carefully for a while. As the 4 of them got closer and closer to the attic, Lang Yun finally saw the faces of the 4 people, especially the leader. He was someone Lang Yun would never forget in his entire life. Why is Chu Zhongtian here? Looking at Chu Zhongtian rushing towards the pavilion like a gust of wind, a trace of doubt rose in Lang Yun's heart. However, this trace of doubt did not last for long before Lang Yun completely woke up. He knew that Chu Zhongtian and the others' target was him. In other words, Chu Zhongtian and the others didn't intend to let Lang Yun go from the very beginning. Thinking of this, Lang Yun didn't hesitate at all. He turned around and shouted to his companions who were resting and sleeping in the pavilion. Everyone, get up and prepare for the battle. There are enemies approaching. After instructing everyone to prepare for battle, Lang Yun did not take out his weapon to prepare for battle. Instead, he directly passed everyone and jumped out from the windowsill behind them. Seeing Lang Yun's actions, everyone present instantly fell into a daze. They did not know what he meant by doing this. After jumping out of the window and landing on the ground, Lang Yun turned his head and looked at the attic behind him. In his heart, he helplessly shouted, "Brothers, I will escape first. All of you pray that Chu Zhongtian and the others will be kind and let you go in the end." After seeing Chu Zhongtian and the others, Lang Yun completely understood that their target must be him, which meant that they had no intention of letting him leave cavern safely. The reason why they let Lang Yun leave for the time being was probably because Chu Zhongtian and the others were worried about the people around them and Lin Aochuan's existence. Because Lin Aochuan was the strongest person present, he had a good relationship with Lang Yun. If they dared to attack Lang Yun ruthlessly, Lin Aochuan would definitely intervene in this matter. Currently, there were no outsiders around, and Lang Yun had no idea where Lin Aochuan was. This was the best time for them to kill him. Unfortunately, Lang Yun was in a hurry to leave. He didn't see the fight between Chu Zhongtian and Lin Aochuan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought this way. Lang Yun had already witnessed how terrifying Chu Zhongtian was. Although Lang Yun had a trump card that could save his life, this trump card could only be used once. In other words, after using this trump card, Lang Yun wouldn't be able to resist the joint attack of Chu Zhongtian and Dongfang Yongping. Under such circumstances, he could only try his best to escape. At the same time, Lang Yun had already seen through the insidious intentions of Chu Zhongtian and the others. Therefore, he planned to escape temporarily, then look for Lin Aochuan and work together with Lin Aochuan to deal with Chu Zhongtian. Not good. Lang Yun has escaped. In order to get to the attic where Lang Yun was hiding as soon as possible, Chu Zhongtian used the movement technique with all his strength. Under such a situation where he was moving at full speed, there was no way he could hide himself. Because the amount of spirit stones needed to transfer the monitoring formation in the cavern was not much, and Chu Zhongtian had more than 300,000 7th-grade middle-rank spirit stones in his storage bag. Therefore, in order to ensure that Lang Yun's situation would be monitored at any time, he had been using the formation to keep an eye on him. After Lang Yun discovered Chu Zhongtian and the others, he selfishly used his companions to block them and escape ahead of time. Chu Zhongtian saw it clearly. Where is Lang Yun now? Although Chu Zhongtian's middle-rank movement technique had already broken through to the great completion stage, but due to the limitations of cultivation, compared to the half-step essence gathering stage Dongfang Yongping, his speed was still slightly slower. When he heard Chu Zhongtian say that Lang Yun had escaped, Dongfang Yongping immediately became anxious. He wanted to temporarily leave Chu Zhongtian and the others and stop Lang Yun alone. Senior brother Dongfang, don't worry. Don't worry. Lang Yun won't be able to escape. Chu Zhongtian stopped Dongfang Yongping from making any rash moves. He signaled Dongfang Yongping not to act rashly and to listen to his orders. Although Lang Yun, who had the strongest cultivation base, had escaped, there was still a 9th layer of the Qi transforming period peak among his comrades, as well as several Qi transforming period opponents. If Dongfang Yongping, who had the highest cultivation base, left temporarily, Zhang Yinan and Yu Zhongzong alone would not be a match for these people. Even Chu Zhongtian might be in danger. After all, in order to eliminate Dongfang Yongping's greed, Chu Zhongtian had already described his ability as a talisman, and he only had a second chance to use it. In other words, Chu Zhongtian could no longer use the formation's power for the time being. Under such circumstances, how could Chu Zhongtian let Dongfang Yongping, who had reached the half-step essence gathering stage, leave by himself? Dongfang Yongping thought about how Chu Zhongtian could accurately locate Lang Yun when he was dozens of miles away from Lang Yun. Dongfang Yongping, who was originally anxious, immediately calmed down. Dongfang Yongping thought about how Chu Zhongtian had said that he would listen to his orders before chasing after Lang Yun. Therefore, Dongfang Yongping took a step back, showing an attitude that Chu Zhongtian was the leader. Although Lang Yun had escaped by himself, his companions were still in the attic. As the space in the attic was relatively small, they did not use fighting, so these people jumped out of the window one after another. The people who jumped out of the window happened to meet Chu Zhongtian and the others. When they saw that the people chasing after Lang Yun were Chu Zhongtian and the others who had let them go a day ago, these people immediately understood why Lang Yun wanted to escape alone. After all, no one dared to or didn't want to face Chu Zhongtian, who possessed a mysterious power. The only 9th layer of the Qi transforming period peak amongst them immediately turned around without any hesitation. He wanted to escape by himself just like Lang Yun. However, Dongfang Yongping, who had a belly full of anger, couldn't let him leave so easily. Dongfang Yongping took out the top mid-level spirit weapon that he was good at using from his storage bag, and charged at the fleeing 9th layer of the Qi transforming period peak warrior with a murderous look. In order to intimidate Lang Yun, Chu Zhongtian had killed 3 mid-Qi transforming period advanced warriors in a row, and one of them was a 7th layer of the Qi refining period peak. At this moment, besides the fleeing 9th layer of the Qi transforming period peak warrior, the one with the highest cultivation was only an 8th layer of the Qi transforming period warrior, and the rest were all early Qi transforming period intermediate warriors. While Dongfang Yongping was chasing after the opponent who wanted to escape, he also brought the only 8th layer of the Qi transforming period warrior into his attack range, allowing Yu Zhongzong and Zhang Yinan to easily deal with the rest. Junior brother Chu, you can retreat to the side and rest for now. Let's see how I'm going to kill these people. The only 2 experts that could pose a threat to them had been held back by Dongfang Yongping. Yu Zhongzong and Zhang Yinan could now vent their anger on the remaining people. Considering that Chu Zhongtian was only a 4th layer of the body refining period, if he joined the battle recklessly, his life might be in danger at any time. Therefore, before the battle began, Zhang Yinan specifically told Chu Zhongtian to stay back for the time being. Without Zhang Yinan's reminder, none of Lang Yun's companions dared to attack Chu Zhongtian, After all, the method Chu Zhongtian used to kill master of the Qi transforming period with just a finger a day ago was too mysterious. These people didn't want to die rashly. Among the companions that Lang Yun had selfishly abandoned, the lowest cultivation base among them was body refining stage intermediate peak. Although Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base had increased dramatically, it was still very difficult for him to deal with an expert who could jump ranks to challenge him. Although it was a little difficult, Chu Zhongtian still wanted to test his strength and see how much stronger he had become after breaking through to the 4th layer of the body refining period. Senior Brother Zhang, give me 1/6 layer of the body refining period peak opponent. In order to prevent Chu Zhongtian from being ambushed, Zhang Yinan pulled all the opponents below the 3rd layer of the Qi transforming period away when he attacked. Therefore, if Chu Zhongtian wanted to find an opponent, he had to let Zhang Yinan go. Junior brother, these people are all geniuses who can jump ranks to challenge others. You must not take the risk. If something happens to you, how should I explain it to senior brother Dongfang? When Zhang Yinan heard that Chu Zhongtian wanted to pick a 6th layer of the body refining period peak opponent, he refused with concern. Senior disciple, don't you know what tricks I have up my sleeve? So, you don't have to worry about my safety at all. Even if it was to avoid arousing Dongfang Yongping's greed, he still left a second chance to use the talisman when he lied. The first chance to use the talisman was definitely for Lang Yun, who had his final trump card, while the other was for himself. Dongfang Yongping and the others would definitely believe and understand him. All right, be careful. Chu Zhongtian's reminder made Zhang Yinan think of his mysterious and unpredictable means, and he immediately felt relieved. After that, the weakest opponent, who was a 6th layer of the body refining period peak, was thrown out of the battle circle by the rapier before he could even react. When Chu Zhongtian saw the opponent who was thrown out of the battle ring, he held the steel knife in his hand and rushed forward without any hesitation. He didn't use any martial skills. First, he used the chop Mount Hua from the basic saber technique and attacked his head. Body refining stage, as the name suggested, was to temper one's body. The 1st to the 3rd layer of body refinement was the tempering of the bones in the body. The 4th to 6th levels were the tempering of the body. No matter if it was the tempering of the bones or the body, it would have a significant improvement in the strength of the body. The reason Chu Zhongtian chose to use the basic saber technique was to test how much his strength had increased after breaking through to the 4th layer of the body refining period, and how much stronger his body had become. As a 6th layer of the body refining period peak and a genius who could jump ranks to fight, although his opponent was stunned by Zhang Yinan's attack at the beginning, the instinct of a warrior still existed. When the sharp steel knife was about to reach the top of his head, his opponent, who was a 6th layer of the body refining period peak, noticed it and quickly counterattacked. He did not dodge the sharp steel knife. Instead, he pulled the long sword in his hand and used the spiritual power in the dantian on his weapon. He used the back of the sword to block Chu Zhongtian's basic saber technique strike. The sharp steel knife fiercely slashed on the back of the sword, producing a clear and loud noise. Because Chu Zhongtian was in midair, the rebound from the collision of the weapons forced him to retreat more than 10 meters in the air, while his opponent was forced to take 5 or 6 steps back. Looking at the cut on the blade of the sword, Chu Zhongtian's face revealed a trace of fear. The short exchange just now had allowed Chu Zhongtian to roughly understand the strength of his opponent. He was a 6th layer of the body refining period peak, and his combat strength was at the 8th layer peak of the body refining period. In other words, in terms of combat strength, the gap between the two of them wasn't too big. The only disadvantage was that the weapon used by his opponent had already reached the level of semi-spirit tool. The steel knife in Chu Zhongtian's hand was only 100 tempering top-quality steel blade bestowed by the sect. There was a level of difference between them. If he had known that his opponent had a semi-spirit tool weapon, he wouldn't have used the basic saber technique to fight. Fortunately, his opponent's combat strength was similar to his. In the end, it was only his weapon that was damaged. Otherwise, if his opponent's combat strength was one minor stage higher than his, in the end, his weapon would definitely be broken, and he himself would be seriously injured. If you want to use me to improve your strength, then you can't use the method to kill master of the Qi transforming period. Or else, I will just stand there and wait for my death. After forcing his opponent back, the sixth layer of the body refining period peak found out that the person who attacked him was actually Chu Zhongtian. He immediately felt a wave of fear in his heart. After all, he had witnessed the process of Chu Zhongtian killing master of the Qi transforming period with his finger. After that, he was surprised to find out that Chu Zhongtian, who possessed a mysterious technique, didn't intend to use that technique. Instead, he wanted to use his own cultivation base to fight him. As someone who was proficient in human relationships, he instantly understood what was going on. He knew that Chu Zhongtian wanted to use him to increase his strength. So in order to prevent Chu Zhongtian from using that kind of power, he thought he was smart enough to set a trap and let Chu Zhongtian fight him with his true ability. No problem. Although the weapon in his hand was not as good as his opponent's, Chu Zhongtian was not afraid. This was because he had only used the basic saber technique just now, and the basic saber technique couldn't be used by someone at the Qi transforming period. Therefore, as long as he used his martial skill next, the attribute energy contained in his martial skill would be enough to offset the difference between the two weapons. Sun scorching. The disadvantage of the weapon made Chu Zhongtian stop using the basic saber technique. He started to use the beginner saber technique that he was most familiar with, which was also the essence of the skill. Fierce wind crossing the border. Initially, he wanted to use the advantage of the weapon to defeat Chu Zhongtian step by step. However, after Chu Zhongtian used the beginner sword method martial technique, he could feel the energy coming from the blade peak. The face of his sixth layer of the body refining period peak opponent changed. This was because he didn't expect Chu Zhongtian, who was only a fourth layer peak of the body refining period, to have mastered the energy of the Qi transforming period stage ahead of time. What a monstrous comprehension ability! However, he was after all an expert who had gone through hundreds of battles. His emotions returned to normal in an instant. At the same time, he changed the way he attacked. He used the beginner sword technique to counter Chu Zhongtian's saber technique with a fierce wind. The wind can be tracked. After counteracting the sunscorching's power, his sixth layer of the body refining period peak opponent instantly used another wind traceable sword technique. With an incredible speed, it went straight for Chu Zhongtian's chest. When his opponent used the fierce wind, Chu Zhongtian had already sensed that his opponent had two different attributes. One of them was the wind attribute, which was why he had been guarding against his opponent's attack speed for a long time. When his opponent used the wind tracking sword technique to attack his chest, he had already used the great completion stage startling wind kick to dodge his sword technique at an incredible speed. After that, he attacked his opponent's 5 limbs while his opponent was gasping for breath. Damn it! The sixth layer of the body refining period peak's opponent didn't expect that not only did Chu Zhongtian have a mutated wind attribute physique, he had also broken through to the great completion stage with the middle rank movement technique. Chu Zhongtian's counterattack made it impossible for him to dodge in time. Helpless, he only tried his best to dodge the important parts of his body to avoid getting injured too badly. Although the sixth layer of the body refining period peak opponent managed to dodge the attack from the important parts, his arm, which was holding a long sword, did not manage to dodge it. The steel knife that contained the power of the element cut through his arm, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. After landing on the ground, Chu Zhongtian took a deep breath. Although their fight just now was very short, the process was extremely dangerous. During the fight, as long as he made a slight mistake or if his reaction was slightly slower by 0.1%, the one who would be injured in the end would definitely be him. The fresh air made Chu Zhongtian's mind tremble. Seeing that the enemy had suffered some minor injuries, he didn't stop. He continued to use the group attack technique of the beginner saber technique, making the enemy busy fighting with their lives. Weapons with attributes had essentially surpassed the weapons of the semi-spirit tool. Therefore, after the enemy's only advantage was offset, facing Chu Zhongtian's storm-like attacks, the enemy didn't have the ability to fight back at all. The 7 saber techniques of the beginner sword method martial technique were used by Chu Zhongtian dozens of times within a minute. When the enemy was desperately defending, the enemy inadvertently revealed a flaw. Chu Zhongtian used the saber technique skill of the flame chain to pierce through the enemy's chest. After using the flame chain to kill the enemy, Chu Zhongtian squatted down on the ground, breathing heavily. In just 1 minute, He had used dozens of saber technique in a row. Whether it was his spiritual power, physical strength, or mental strength, he had consumed a lot of energy. At this time, he could only recover his energy and physical strength by breathing continuously. After breathing for nearly 1 minute, he had temporarily recovered some of his exhausted physical strength and energy. At this moment, the sound of clapping came from behind him. Senior brother Dongfang. Being attracted by the clapping sound, Chu Zhongtian quickly straightened his body and turned his head to look, only to find Dongfang Yongping clapping with a face full of praise. Junior brother Chu, although I know that you are a genius with extraordinary talent, what I didn't expect was that not only do you have the combat strength of 4 minor stage warriors, you also have the combat strength of 4 minor stage warriors. You can only use the attribute of the stage when you are only at the 4th layer of the body refining period. At the same time, through the blade you just used, I found that you are very familiar with the usage of attribute energy. I believe that you have mastered this kind of energy for quite some time. It seems like the word genius is not enough to describe you. Dongfang Yongping was a half-step essence gathering stage, and the weapon he used was a peak mid-level spirit weapon. His enemies were only 9th layer of the Qi transforming period peak and 8th layer of the Qi transforming period peak, and the weapons used by his enemies were only low-grade spirit weapons. The disadvantage of their cultivation and weapons made it so that the two of them couldn't hold on for long, and the man was killed by Dongfang Yongping with just 5 simple attacks. It was also because he had taken care of his opponent in a short period of time that Dongfang Yongping was able to clearly see how Chu Zhongtian attacked from the beginning until the end. Chu Zhongtian had the combat strength of 4 minor stage warriors. This kind of talent was considered one of the top geniuses amongst the major powers like the Floating Cloud sect. A primary rank of the body refining period warrior was able to master the attribute of his strength, and this allowed him to step into the ranks of the top geniuses. Chu Zhongtian was second only to the few cultivation talent warriors who had reached the level 4, and a super genius who had broken through to the essence gathering stage at the age of 22. However, such a super genius was born in a small family in a subordinate kingdom of Heavenly Dragon Empire. This had given Dongfang Yongping a strong interest in Chu Zhongtian. He wanted to know the secret that had happened to Chu Zhongtian. He wanted to know how Chu Zhongtian had achieved such an achievement in such a short period of time. Besides, there was an unexplainable relationship between Chu Zhongtian and his sister, Dongfang Yuner. This made him want to know more about Chu Zhongtian. Senior brother, you flatter me. Facing Dongfang Yongping's praise, although Chu Zhongtian spoke humbly, there was a trace of joy in his heart. Because Dongfang Yongping was not an ordinary person. He was Dongfang Yuner's brother and an important figure in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. With his appreciation, not only would it benefit Chu Zhongtian, but also the Chu family. Senior brother Dongfang, junior brother Chu, I didn't expect you two to finish the battle so quickly. Just as Chu Zhongtian and Dongfang Yongping were exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Yinan, who had finished the battle quickly, ran over and said excitedly, "For Qi transforming period beginner level opponents and 5 mid-body refining stage advanced opponents." In just 3 minutes, Zhang Yinan had killed all of them. Not only had he gotten revenge for being surrounded and attacked a day ago, but he had also gotten revenge. More to make him rich. At the same time, he had also made up for the huge amount of spirit stones he had given Chu Zhongtian. We have also just finished off our opponents. Seeing Zhang Yinan's smiling face, Chu Zhongtian continued to flatter him. After Junior Yu has finished dealing with his opponents, we will continue to chase after Lang Yun. In Dongfang Yongping's point of view, these people who were killed just now were just some minor characters. The real big shot was still Lang Yun. The main reason why they continued to stay in cavern was to kill Lang Yun. Yu Zhongzong had 4 opponents at the beginning of the battle, and 3 of them who were weaker than him had already been killed. The only remaining opponent was a 6th layer peak of the Qi transforming period warrior. His combat strength wasn't much weaker than his, so Yu Zhongzong wanted to kill him. I'm afraid it'll take a while. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Zhongtian quickly went to collect the spoils of war. After informing Dongfang Yongping and Zhang Yinan, Chu Zhongtian walked to the side of the enemy that he had just killed and took the storage bag from the enemy's chest. His consciousness connected with the storage bag, and a space of about 30 square meters appeared in his consciousness. There weren't many items in the space, so Chu Zhongtian counted them. He found that there were 30,000 8th-grade low-rank spirit stone pieces and 6,000 7th-grade middle-rank spirit stone pieces. With his body refining stage intermediate cultivation base, the fact that he had such a large amount of spirit stones indicated that this man's background wasn't simple. Apart from spirit stones, there were also some herbs and ores that had reached the level 9, a few different types of top-grade weapons that had been tempered hundreds of times, and a dozen bottles of pills. Thinking about the fact that the enemy he killed was only a 6th layer of the body refining period, Chu Zhongtian wasn't really looking forward to seeing the pills in the pill bottle, so he didn't open them one by one. After classifying these things, he transferred them all to the storage bag that Lin Aochuan had given him, which had an area of 70 square meters. Looking at the empty storage bag, Chu Zhongtian didn't abandon it. Instead, he carefully folded it and put it in his pocket. Whether or not there was a special mark on the storage bag that he had obtained from his opponent, or whether it would be recognized, Chu Zhongtian had already obtained accurate information from Elder Huang in his mind. The storage bag that he had fought over would basically not be recognized. Because the storage bag was a spatial spirit weapon, it was very difficult to leave a unique mark on it. Unless it was a spatial spirit weapon used by monster-level warriors, there would be a special mark. It was precisely because of the accurate information he got from Elder Huang that Chu Zhongtian regretted losing Wang Suguang and Zhu Lei's 2 storage bag. Although the space of the 2 storage bag wasn't very big, after he took them back to his sect, he could at least exchange them for more than 10 sect contribution point. Since he didn't hand them over to the sect, he would send them back to the Chu family and to the patriarch and grand elder who had never used the storage bag. This was also a delightful thing. After Chu Zhongtian finished organizing his spoils of war, Yu Zhongzong took advantage of the flaw in his opponent's retreat and successfully killed his opponent. After Yu Zhongzong finished collecting his spoils of war, Dongfang Yongping looked at Chu Zhongtian. Without waiting for Dongfang Yongping to speak, Chu Zhongtian knew what he meant. Chu Zhongtian secretly communicated with the token and mobilized the monitoring formation in the cavern. Chu Zhongtian soon discovered Lang Yun's figure, but he was surprised by Lang Yun's current route. Because through the monitoring formation, Chu Zhongtian found out that Lang Yun's final target was Lin Aochuan, who was trying his best to improve his cultivation base in a valley. At the same time, judging from Lin Aochuan's constantly increasing qi, it was very likely that he would break through to the half-step essence gathering stage in a short period of time. Thinking that Lin Aochuan still had the strength of 2 peak of the Divine Soul period warriors on him, Chu Zhongtian was afraid that something unexpected would happen when Lang Yun and Lin Aochuan met up, so he turned his head and said to Dongfang Yongping, "Senior brother Dongfang, Lang Yun is currently in the north. My speed is too slow, so I still hope that you can take me with you." Lang Yun, who wanted to meet up with Lin Aochuan, was not sure where Lin Aochuan was exactly, so Lang Yun's speed was not very fast. If they wanted to stop Lang Yun before he regrouped with Lin Aochuan, they had to let Dongfang Yongping attack with all his strength. At this time, Chu Zhongtian somewhat regretted lying about the number of times he had used the token. Otherwise, he could use the formation in cavern to teleport to Lang Yun's side. It would be more convenient. "All right, you just need to tell me the direction." Dongfang Yongping had always felt that Chu Zhongtian's speed was too slow. If it wasn't for the fact that he needed Chu Zhongtian to point out the direction, he would have needed Chu Zhongtian to break Lang Yun's final trump card. Dongfang Yongping had already left Chu Zhongtian behind and chased after Lang Yun by himself. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's suggestion, Dongfang Yongping didn't think about anything else. He grabbed Chu Zhongtian's shoulder and disappeared from where he stood in a flash. As a half-step essence gathering stage, Dongfang Yongping's speed had reached an incredible level when he was advancing at full speed. In just a dozen seconds, Yu Zhongzong and Zhang Yinan were far behind him. Under Chu Zhongtian's guidance, in less than 10 minutes, both of them could vaguely see Lang Yun. "Junior brother Chu, come over later. I'll go and stop Lang Yun first." When he saw Lang Yun's figure, Dongfang Yongping immediately left Chu Zhongtian behind. After warning Chu Zhongtian in a hurry, he rushed towards Lang Yun as fast as he could. Chu Zhongtian couldn't help shaking his head when he saw Dongfang Yongping blocking Lang Yun by himself. They were less than 1,000 meters away from Lang Yun. With Dongfang Yongping's cultivation and speed, it would only take about 10 seconds to successfully intercept Lang Yun. Could it be that Dongfang Yongping couldn't even wait for these 10 seconds? It seemed like Dongfang Yongping's patience still needed to be polished. However, although Chu Zhongtian was somewhat blaming Dongfang Yongping for being too impatient, but considering Dongfang Yongping's safety, Chu Zhongtian still sped up his pace and chased after the two of them. As Dongfang Yongping and Lang Yun were both at the peak of Qi transforming period, their speed was shockingly fast. By the time Chu Zhongtian set off, he could no longer see them. When Chu Zhongtian arrived, Dongfang Yongping and Lang Yun had already exchanged blows. Before Dongfang Yongping broke through, although he was stronger than Lang Yun, the gap between them was not very obvious. If Dongfang Yongping wanted to defeat Lang Yun, they would have to fight at least 100 rounds. If Dongfang Yongping wanted to kill Lang Yun, they would have to fight at least 1,000 rounds. However, after breaking through to the half-step essence gathering stage, Dongfang Yongping's combat strength had increased by several times. After a few rounds of fighting, Lang Yun was at a disadvantage. Brother Dongfang, I was in the wrong in the past. I am here to apologize to you, and I am willing to contribute all of my wealth. I only hope that you can let me go. When Dongfang Yongping chased after him, Lang Yun was startled. He thought that Chu Zhongtian had also come. When he looked around, he did not see Chu Zhongtian's figure, and immediately felt relieved. Although he wasn't as strong as Dongfang Yongping, it wasn't easy for Dongfang Yongping to defeat him in a short period of time. Furthermore, there was a spirit weapon between him and Lin Aochuan that could roughly determine each other's position. Through the spirit weapon, he knew that he wasn't far away from Lin Aochuan. Therefore, he decided to fight Dongfang Yongping while he was at it. At the same time, he moved closer to Lin Aochuan's position. Once he regrouped with Lin Aochuan, the two of them would definitely be able to stop Dongfang Yongping with their combined strength. Under the influence of this kind of mood, he didn't have the slightest fear and directly fought with Dongfang Yongping. However, when he and Dongfang Yongping really fought, Lang Yun was horrified to discover that Dongfang Yongping, whose strength was similar to his, had actually broken through to the half-step essence gathering stage. Dongfang Yongping's strength had increased by several times. Originally, he could last for 100 moves without losing, but now they had only exchanged 5 moves. He was completely at a disadvantage. He saw that Dongfang Yongping's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. The power of Lang Yun's attacks was getting stronger and stronger. Lang Yun couldn't help but beg for mercy. Lang Yun, I won't let you go. Today you will die for sure. As for the wealth in your body, it will still be mine after I kill you. In the face of Lang Yun's begging, Dongfang Yongping didn't even consider it. He directly rejected Lang Yun and showed an expression of wanting Lang Yun's life. Brother Dongfang, I am from the royal family of Syria State, and I am the 3rd person in Syria State to inherit the throne. The royal family of Syria State is a peerless expert with a divine soul stage cultivation base. Before I went out to cultivate, the patriarch sect in my family left a trace of power in my body. Dongfang Yongping, if you don't let me go today, then I will use my final trump card and see who will be the winner. Seeing Dongfang Yongping's stubborn attitude, Lang Yun threatened fiercely. I think you will die today. Just as Lang Yun was threatening Dongfang Yongping fiercely, Chu Zhongtian, who was advancing at full speed, arrived and heard Lang Yun's threat. Chu Zhongtian. If Lang Yun had the deepest impression of any opponent he had met in his life, he was afraid that person would be Chu Zhongtian. Lang Yun's cultivation talent had reached the upper 6th grade, and he was even born in the royal family of Syria State. Ever since he started cultivating, everything had been smooth sailing for him. Until he met Chu Zhongtian, Lang Yun's smooth sailing fate had changed. Chu Zhongtian first easily resolved the trap that Lang Yun had carefully set up, and then killed 3 of Lang Yun's companions in cavern. Furthermore, he also killed 3 of Undersur's companions. He forced Lang Yun to pay a huge sum of spirit stones in order to keep his life. At this time, the only trump card that could save his life might not be useful in front of Chu Zhongtian. Therefore, in Lang Yun's opinion, Chu Zhongtian was very likely to be his nemesis. Facing the natural enemy, the first thing Lang Yun did was to beg bitterly, begging Chu Zhongtian to spare his life and agree to take out all his wealth. Chu Zhongtian's answer was the same as Dongfang Yongping's. After eliminating Lang Yun, all of Lang Yun's wealth would still belong to them. Are you really not going to let me go today? Lang Yun was furious that he didn't get what he had expected. He straightened his body and stared at Chu Zhongtian fiercely. He shouted in an eerie tone, "How could I let you go?" Chu Zhongtian replied, "Perhaps you have already grasped the secret of this cavern, and can unleash the combat strength of a peak essence gathering stage. But don't you forget, I have the power of a divine soul stage warrior. A divine soul stage is called a peerless expert, and the power that a peerless expert possesses is beyond your imagination. So you better let me go obediently, or else, even if I am killed in the end, I will definitely drag a person to die with me." After saying that, he looked at Dongfang Yongping with a very obvious intention. After using his final trump card, perhaps he wouldn't be able to threaten Chu Zhongtian, who had the secret of cavern, but it would be very difficult for Dongfang Yongping to escape the death of a peerless expert. Using Dongfang Yongping as a threat, Lang Yun hoped to obtain a chance of survival. "Kid, don't be fooled by him. The energy he has is only left by a divine soul stage beginner-level expert. You only need to consume 30,000 7th-grade middle-rank Spirit Stone warriors to break through that energy." Lang Yun's last threat didn't make Chu Zhongtian give up the confidence to kill him. However, he was indeed worried about the threat of underscore's last sentence. After all, he had just experienced the power of Lin Aochuan's final trump card a day ago, and was somewhat worried about Dongfang Yongping's safety. However, Elder Huang, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly spoke, and gave Chu Zhongtian the motivation and confidence to attack. He only needed 30,000 7th-grade middle-rank Spirit Stone warriors to break Lang Yun's ultimate trump card. After hearing Elder Huang's warning, Chu Zhongtian not only secretly heaved a sigh of relief, but also looked at Lang Yun with disdain. A peak of the Divine Soul Period Warrior could even break through the power reserved by a peak of the Divine Soul Period Warrior, and a Divine Soul Stage beginner-level warrior's power was not a threat at all. Lang Yun, use your final trump card. Otherwise, you will die with everlasting regret. Chu Zhongtian didn't want to waste any more time, so he asked Lang Yun to use his final trump card. "You forced me to do this." Seeing Chu Zhongtian's firm attitude, Lang Yun knew that today's matter wouldn't end peacefully, so he gritted his teeth and used his final trump card. After using his final trump card, a wave of energy that caused the sky and earth to change color rose from Lang Yun's body. However, this energy that could change the color of the sky and earth was much weaker than the energy that rose from Lin Aochuan's body. Not only did Chu Zhongtian's facial expression remain unchanged, even Dongfang Yongping, who had been on tenterhooks all this time, heaved a sigh of relief. In order to kill Lang Yun, Chu Zhongtian didn't feel any heartache for the spirit stones. He asked Elder Huang to use 40,000 7th-grade middle-rank Spirit Stone warriors to try and kill him in one strike. "Who attacked me?" The formation that cost 40,000 7th-grade middle-rank Spirit Stone warriors had reached the level of Divine Soul Stage advanced warriors. It didn't take long to deal with the energy left behind by a Divine Soul Stage beginner level. The remaining consciousness in the energy dissipated into the void before it could even finish speaking. After dispersing the energy left behind by a Divine Soul Stage beginner-level warrior, there was still more than half of the energy left from the formation. This half of its power landed on Lang Yun's body, turning him into dust and dissipating into the world of mortals. Looking at Lang Yun, who had completely turned into dust, Dongfang Yongping heaved a sigh of relief. This opponent who had been targeting him had finally died. Whether it was to him or the Heavenly Dragon Empire behind him, it was a pretty good result. To be able to kill Lang Yun in the end, Chu Zhongtian was the absolute main force. Originally, Dongfang Yongping wanted to thank Chu Zhongtian for eradicating a future threat for the Heavenly Dragon Empire. When he suddenly heard Chu Zhongtian scream, he immediately rushed to his side in shock. He asked anxiously, "Junior brother Chu, what's wrong? Are you hurt? Damn it! If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have used so many spirit stones. Otherwise, how could I not have left behind the storage bag? Without answering Dongfang Yongping's question, Chu Zhongtian pointed at the place where Lang Yun had been killed. He shouted with an angry tone. Spirit stones. Storage bag. When Dongfang Yongping heard Chu Zhongtian mention the spirit stones and storage bag and follow the direction he pointed, he immediately understood why Chu Zhongtian was so angry. However, when he thought of the reason why he was angry, Dongfang Yongping couldn't help but laugh. He didn't think that Chu Zhongtian, who possessed heaven-defying abilities, would be like a beggar at this moment. Senior brother Dongfang, you came from the Heavenly Dragon Empire, and you have the support of the entire empire behind you. You don't have to consider the problem of cultivation resources. The Chu family that I came from is just a small level 8 family. I have to earn all the cultivation resources by myself. You can't understand the difficulty of it. Chu Zhongtian turned his head furiously when he heard Dongfang Yongping's laughter. His eyes were filled with anger as he roared. Senior brother Dongfang, do you know how many spirit stones I used to kill Lang Yun just now? I was thinking of replenishing some of my spirit stones from Lang Yun. Tell me, how can I not be angry? Not only was Chu Zhongtian furious, he also had a lot of resentment towards himself. The reason why he used all his strength to kill Lang Yun was not only to avenge Dongfang Yongping, but also to take a fancy to the wealth that Lang Yun had. As a 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period warrior, not only did Lang Yun have a large number of high-grade spirit stones in his storage bag, but he also had a higher-grade pill as well as the treasures he had collected over the years. If he could obtain all the wealth in Lang Yun's storage bag, then all the cultivation resources he had before breaking through to the Qi transforming period would be enough. He could even continue to increase his potential at the body refining stage. It was because of this reason that Chu Zhongtian was so angry. Alright, junior brother Chu, don't be angry anymore. If you lack spirit stones and medicinal pills in the future, you can come to me directly. With my status and cultivation base, as well as my status in the floating cloud sect, I'll be able to gather all the things you need. Dongfang Yongping patted Chu Zhongtian's shoulder and made a promise that Chu Zhongtian enjoyed. Perhaps Dongfang Yongping's promise made Chu Zhongtian feel better. His anger gradually subsided, but when he saw the empty void in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Senior brother Dongfang, junior brother Chu, have you guys caught up to Lang Yun? Just as Chu Zhongtian regained his composure and was about to discuss with Dongfang Yongping about the upcoming journey, Yu Zhongzong and Zhang Yinan rushed over. Seeing that only Dongfang Yongping and Chu Zhongtian were present, Zhang Yinan thought that the two of them had not caught up to Lang Yun. Senior brother Zhang, Lang Yun is dead, Chu Zhongtian said. Lang Yun is dead. Zhang Yinan widened his eyes and said with a look of disbelief. Although his and Yu Zhongzong's speed weren't as fast as Dongfang Yongping's, they were both Qi transforming period warriors. So the time they took to reach this place was about the same. There was only a difference of 1 to 2 minutes. In just 1 or 2 minutes, Lang Yun was killed by them. After all, Lang Yun wasn't an ordinary man. He was a 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period warrior, a super genius with the combat strength of an essence gathering stage warrior. Furthermore, he had his final trump card, and he was a very cunning villain. He was blown into dust by junior brother Chu's talisman. Dongfang Yongping saw that Zhang Yinan didn't quite believe Chu Zhongtian's words, so he came over and said, "Awesome." Dongfang Yongping had always been Zhang Yinan's idol, so his words made Zhang Yinan believe that Lang Yun was dead. At this moment he could not help but sigh. The path of cultivation is so dangerous. After all, if a warrior reached the 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period at the age of 20, he would have to suffer a lot, pay a lot of effort, and consume a lot of cultivation resources. Even though he had achieved such an achievement in just 1 or 2 minutes, all of his efforts turned to nothing. Senior brother Dongfang, there are 13 days left until the end of the ranking competition. What do you plan to do during this period of time? Do you want to leave the cavern and go to the secret realm to hunt for the token? Or do you want to continue searching for treasures in the cavern? After Zhang Yinan and Yu Zhongzong had completely received the news of Lang Yun's death, Chu Zhongtian asked Dongfang Yongping about his next plan. Although he had borrowed the special energy of the human spiritual root and not only had it increased his cultivation talent, however, all the potential in his body had yet to reach its limit. Therefore, he planned to use the safe environment in cavern to increase his potential to its limit. After leaving the cavern. More importantly, Elder Huang had reminded Chu Zhongtian to stay in cavern for a period of time, because he had some matters to attend to, and the things he had to attend to would bring unimaginable benefits to Chu Zhongtian's future cultivation. What do you all think? Dongfang Yongping didn't make the decision, but handed the decision to Yu Zhongzong and Zhang Yinan. Although the cavern had been seriously damaged by the previous battles, which had caused the cavern to not have many valuable treasures. Whether or not there were any precious treasures in the cavern was still unknown. Dongfang Yongping wasn't sure. If he decided to leave cavern at this time and the rest of the people who stayed in cavern found some heaven-defying treasures, he was worried that Yu Zhongzong and Zhang Yinan would blame him later on. However, if he decided to stay in cavern and didn't gain anything in the end, it would affect the ranking competition's final result. He was also worried that Yu Zhongzong and Zhang Yinan would blame him later on, so he couldn't help them. You can make the decision. Yu Zhongzong and Zhang Yinan looked at each other, and in the end, they still handed the decision to Dongfang Yongping. Junior brother Chu, what do you plan to do next? Dongfang Yongping wasn't in a hurry to make a decision. Instead, he asked Chu Zhongtian, Senior brother Dongfang, I have some personal matters to deal with next. I will temporarily stay in cavern for 7 or 8 days. Regardless of whether he wanted to increase his potential or duplicate pills, he needed an independent and quiet environment. The reason Chu Zhongtian said he had private matters to deal with was to remind Dongfang Yongping not to stay with him. When Dongfang Yongping heard that Chu Zhongtian wanted to stay in cavern for 7 or 8 days, he pondered for a while and finally said, I think we should continue to search this cavern and see if there are any treasures left in it. The time limit is 7 days. 7 days is more than enough for us to search the entire cavern. Besides, no matter how much we get in 7 days, we have to leave this place in 7 days. What do you think? The reason why he wanted to stay in cavern was because Dongfang Yongping had heard Chu Zhongtian emphasizing that he had some personal matters to attend to. Chu Zhongtian was able to break through to the 4th layer of the body refining period in this place, and in a very short period of time advance to the peak. He must have found some kind of top-grade medicinal pill and spirit fruit, and he was able to obtain the talisman left behind by a peerless expert. This also meant that there must be some hidden treasures in this cavern. Their main purpose in participating in the Purgatory City Challenge competition this time was to find the treasures left behind by the peerless expert in the cavern. Now that they had gotten nothing, they definitely wouldn't be willing to leave just like that. All right. In fact, Yu Zhongzong and Zhang Yinan weren't willing to leave just like that. Furthermore, Dongfang Yongping, who had broken through to the half-step essence gathering stage, was the strongest person in the entire cavern. Apart from Chu Zhongtian, who had a mysterious technique, no one else was a match for their group. It would be a pity if he didn't use all his strength to search for treasures. Since you all want to continue searching for treasures, we will set a time to leave cavern together. Chu Zhongtian didn't express any opinion when he saw Dongfang Yongping and the other two decided to stay in cavern. He just wanted to set a time to meet them next time. With your abilities, you can run amok in the entire cavern, so I won't say much. I'll see you in 7 days. After they had agreed on a time to leave the cavern, Dongfang Yongping cupped his fists and said goodbye. You all have to be careful. Chu Zhongtian said goodbye to Dongfang Yongping while secretly leaving a mark on his body. Of course, Chu Zhongtian didn't need to worry about his safety. He had the token that could control the formation. As long as he had enough spirit stones, his strength had already surpassed the divine soul stage. However, he was somewhat worried about the safety of Dongfang Yongping and the other two. This was because he had just learned from the monitoring formation that Lin Aochuan had once been humiliated. With the help of the anger of humiliation, he had broken through to the half-step essence gathering stage peak. He was just a little bit away from breaking through to the essence gathering stage and becoming one of the top experts in the southern domain. If they met Lin Aochuan would definitely take revenge on them. Therefore, He left behind a mark to guard against Lin Aochuan. After Chu Zhongtian separated from Dongfang Yongping and the others, he was too lazy to continue on his journey. With the huge amount of spirit stones he had, he connected the token to the formation in cavern and teleported himself back to the place where he had picked the human spiritual root. Compared to the other unfamiliar environments in cavern, Chu Zhongtian was very familiar with the medicinal field that had the human spiritual root. Moreover, there were plenty of spiritual qi here. At the same time, the medicinal field was protected by the defensive formation and illusion array, so there was no problem with its safety. Only this place could allow Chu Zhongtian to duplicate and paste medicinal pills with peace of mind, and increase his potential with all his might. Kid, I'm afraid I'll have to disappear for 3 days, and I'll also have to take away the token that controls the formation. So, you can stay here and cultivate in peace for the rest of the time. I'll decide on my next step when I return. When Chu Zhongtian returned to the formation, Elder Huang spoke in his mind. Elder Huang, don't worry about me. I will make the arrangements myself. You must be careful. Chu Zhongtian reminded him with concern. In 3 days, not only could Chu Zhongtian raise all his potential to the limit, but he also had enough time to practice the saber technique and fighters. Therefore, he did not feel reluctant or afraid to see Elder Huang leave alone. The only thing that made Chu Zhongtian feel troubled was that Elder Huang wanted to take away the token that could mobilize the entire formation in the cavern. This made him unable to continue paying attention to Dongfang Yongping. He also did not know if Dongfang Yongping and the others would have a conflict with Lin Aochuan. However, Dongfang Yongping was after all a half-step essence gathering stage. Even if he wasn't a match for Lin Aochuan, it wouldn't be a problem for him to save his life. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian didn't have much to worry about. Kid, I'm leaving. This time, Elder Huang didn't leave silently. Instead, he told Chu Zhongtian before he left. After Elder Huang left, Chu Zhongtian did not rush to practice cultivation. Instead, he walked back and forth within a 10-meter radius of where he stood. Chu Zhongtian walked for an hour before he returned to the place where he picked the human spiritual root. He then sat down with his legs crossed. Chu Zhongtian was grateful to Elder Huang and respected him from the bottom of his heart. He still maintained a certain level of vigilance towards Elder Huang. You have waited for an hour to confirm whether Elder Huang really left or not. Chu Zhongtian took out 10,000 7th-grade middle-rank spirit stones from the storage bag and started to paste the rebirth pill on it. When Chu Zhongtian left the Chu family, in order to prevent Chu Tianyun from hating him, it was also to consolidate his position in the family. He had once made an oath. He swore that within 3 years, he would find a pill and spirit fruit that could improve his cultivation talent, and help Chu Tianyun improve his cultivation talent. Although there was still a long way to go before the 3 years were up, but after going through a period of refinement in the Purgatory City, Chu Zhongtian discovered a cruel reality. And that was if the power behind a person was stronger and stronger, it would be a great help to the safety of the warriors and their cultivation. Therefore, he began to consciously increase the overall strength of Chu family. Originally, Chu Zhongtian wanted to paste 4 middle grade 7 rebirth pill on the ground to help Chu Tianyun, Grand Elder, Chu Zhongba, and Chu Yuping raise their cultivation talent. After all, these 4 people were the closest to him. They would also be his greatest help in managing the Chu family in the future. However, after the intermediate 7th-grade bodiless pill in Chu Zhongtian's hand was fully formed, there were less than 100 7th-grade middle-rank spirit stone 7th-grade bodiless pill left in Chu Zhongtian's hand. Chu Zhongtian actually needed to spend nearly 10,000 level 7 spirit stones to concoct an intermediate 7th-grade bodiless pill. He immediately felt very troubled. It wasn't because Chu Zhongtian was reluctant to make a pill because of the loss of spirit stones, but because of his current situation, he couldn't squander spirit stones as he pleased. After all, the Elder Huang in Chu Zhongtian's mind was a peerless expert with a body of the divine soul. With Elder Huang's cultivation base, he could check Chu Zhongtian's interspatial storage bag at any time. If Chu Zhongtian consumed 40,000 7th-grade middle-rank spirit stone in one go, it wouldn't be enough to explain the true reason for his consumption. He was worried that it would arouse Elder Huang's suspicion, so that Elder Huang might leave some means to monitor him in the future. He would not be able to continue hiding the secrets of the duplication and paste program. Chu Zhongtian thought to himself, "Forget it. I'll give this rebirth pill that I stuck onto it to the patriarch. As for Grand Elder and the others, he would wait until he had a higher grade of spirit stones in the future. After I completely solve Elder Huang's problem, I'll give Grand Elder and the others some more rebirth pill." Chu Zhongtian put away the intermediate 7th-grade bodiless pill he had made and took out another 1007th-grade middle-rank spirit stone 7th-grade bodiless pill. He began to duplicate and paste large amounts of body-hardening pill, body-softening pill, and other medicinal pills. Time passed minute by minute. Chu Zhongtian, who was in the middle of cultivating, could not feel the passing of time. When Chu Zhongtian raised all the potential in his body to the limit, he realized that nearly 2 hours had passed. He did not know if it was because of the improvement of the cultivation talent, or because the profound dragon fruit and the human spirit had improved his physique tremendously. He was surprised to find that not only had his speed of raising the stage increased by a lot, even the speed of increasing potential has increased by several times. Chu Zhongtian's potential had been raised to the limit, and it was not suitable for him to continue breaking through in a short period of time. So, he could only give up on cultivating for the time being and start cultivating his martial skills instead. After this period of training, Chu Zhongtian had gradually realized the benefits of having a powerful martial skill, especially the attribute energy when using a martial skill. It had also increased his combat strength by one minor stage. In order to further improve his combat strength, Chu Zhongtian planned to practice the saber technique of the advanced martial skill, as well as the incomplete fist technique 8 trigrams 6-joint fists that Chu Zhongba had given him. Chu Zhongtian took out the 100 tempering top-quality steel blade that was given to him by the sect from the storage bag. He looked at the deep cut on the blade and couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, he made up his mind. After Chu Zhongtian left cavern, he would definitely go all out to hunt strange beasts and take their inner core. When he returned to the sect, he would exchange all of them for the sect contribution point, and then use the sect contribution point to exchange for a weapon that could help him level up. Chu Zhongtian had 3 advanced martial skills, the saber technique. He liked the 10,000 waves that Zhao Enjuan had specially chosen, as well as the Sea of Fire Blade Mountain that Dongfang Yuner had given him. If Chu Zhongtian wanted to cultivate the 10,000 waves, the best place for him to do so would be in a place with mountains and rivers. This place was obviously not suitable for cultivating the 10,000 waves, so he planned to cultivate the Sea of Fire Blade Mountain. Simply put, this Sea of Fire Blade Mountain was perfect for the saber technique, which had a fire attribute constitution. And Chu Zhongtian's basic 5 elements constitution was the fire attribute constitution. There were not many moves of the Sea of Fire Blade Mountain, only 5. However, these seemingly simple 5 moves caused Chu Zhongtian to fall into deep thought. Because when the human spiritual root increased his cultivation talent, it also increased his comprehension ability. Although the yellow-grade high-rank martial technique was very profound, he quickly understood what was going on after falling into deep thought. Furthermore, he started practicing the first skill of the Sea of Fire Blade Mountain, saber technique, fly into a rage. With a diameter of 10 meters covered by the formation, Chu Zhongtian didn't have to worry about the commotion caused by practicing the saber technique. Therefore, he started to use the saber technique with all his strength. What Chu Zhongtian, who was in the formation, didn't know was that while he was practicing the saber technique and fist technique, the peaceful and worn-out cavern had started to change. The number of spiritual energy of heaven and earth that were originally scarce gradually increased, and the tattered environment gradually faded away, revealing a majestic and magnificent scene. The speed of this change was very slow. Except for a few meticulous master of the Qi transforming period who had sensed it, no one else in the cavern had noticed it. Chu Zhongtian, who was in the medicinal field, felt that it was very likely that with the help of the profound dragon fruit and the human spiritual root, it would be very possible. It was very likely that he would become like Lu Yuan, a blade master. The originally profound Sea of Fire Blade Mountain became simpler in his hands. In just 2 days, his Sea of Fire Blade Mountain had broken through to the entry level. However, compared to the rapid improvement of the saber technique, the progress of his incomplete 8 trigrams 6-joint fists was slow. Now, he could barely use the first skill of the incomplete fist technique, the Qi extermination fist. However, even the first skill, the Qi extermination fist, had already surpassed the scope of a yellow-level martial skill, and had reached a level that shocked Chu Zhongtian. After feeling the formidable power of 8 trigrams 6-joint fists, he was planning to continue practicing when a familiar aura suddenly appeared in his mind. Sensing this familiar aura, Chu Zhongtian knew that Elder Huang had returned. The only thing that puzzled him was that the familiar aura contained a trace of chaos. He calculated that it was 1 day earlier than the agreed time between Elder Huang and him. He could not help but ask, "Elder Huang, why did you come back earlier?" After about a minute, Elder Huang's tired voice came from his mind. "Kid, let me recover for a while first." After that, Elder Huang fell into silence. Chu Zhongtian waited for nearly an hour. Elder Huang, who had fallen into silence, finally spoke in a normal tone. "Kid, something big has happened." The first thing Elder Huang said after he returned to normal made Chu Zhongtian's heart beat rapidly. Chu Zhongtian didn't know Elder Huang's true cultivation base, but he was sure that Elder Huang was at least at the Divine Soul stage. After all, only a Divine Soul stage and above stage warrior could have a soul body. If even an expert like Elder Huang felt that something serious was about to happen, it was definitely not something Chu Zhongtian could deal with. Therefore, he didn't interrupt, and allowed Elder Huang to continue explaining. "Kid, just now, when I entered the deepest part of cavern and went to retrieve a treasure that can help you cultivate, I accidentally triggered a peerless weapon, causing it to slowly awaken." Seeing that Chu Zhongtian didn't interrupt, Elder Huang continued to explain. "A peerless weapon that is awakening." Hearing Elder Huang say that there was a peerless weapon that was awakening in cavern, Chu Zhongtian was immediately delighted. Originally, he wanted to use the sex contribution points to exchange for a weapon that could help him level up. It was a very low-grade weapon for the time being. He didn't expect that there would be an awakening peerless weapon in cavern. Didn't that mean that this peerless weapon was prepared for him? "Elder Huang, where is this peerless weapon now?" Chu Zhongtian believed that he might be the fated person of the peerless weapon, so he hurriedly asked, "Kid, what do you want to do?" When he heard Chu Zhongtian interrogating the location of the peerless weapon, Elder Huang immediately asked warily, "I want to find a fated master for this peerless weapon, and this fated person is obviously me." Chu Zhongtian said in a narcissistic manner, "You are the fated one." Chu Zhongtian's words made Elder Huang in his mind slap his forehead. He looked like he was about to faint. "Isn't it?" Chu Zhongtian asked in an unhappy tone. "Kid, to tell you the truth, you are not the fated one to use this peerless weapon. No one in the southern domain can use this peerless weapon." Elder Huang's words unintentionally revealed a look of contempt, which made Chu Zhongtian very dissatisfied. He wanted to refute it, but was interrupted by Elder Huang. "Kid, don't interrupt me. Listen to me carefully. Your current cultivation base is too low, and your level of contact is too shallow. You don't understand the grade of the weapon. The peerless weapon in cavern is several levels higher than a peerless expert. The energy contained in its body is not something that the secret realm can withstand. At the same time, the token in your hand is only temporarily controlling the formation in the cavern. The peerless weapon that is awakening is the key to controlling the entire cavern. Once the peerless weapon awakens completely, the token in your hand will lose its effect for a short period of time. Kid, the peerless weapon that has completely awakened will automatically kill all living beings in the cavern. After that, you will bring the cavern away from the secret realm and leave the southern domain. So, what you are thinking now is not how to get this peerless weapon, but how to use it while the token is still usable. Hurry up and bring your 3 senior brothers out of the cavern and leave the secret realm. If we wait until the peerless weapon awakens, not to mention you, even I will die under this divine weapon. Elder Huang, how long will it take for the peerless weapon to awaken? Elder Huang, who had always been proud, was rarely modest. This time it was Chu Zhongtian who had known him. This was the first time Elder Huang had been modest, so Chu Zhongtian listened to him honestly. Chu Zhongtian did not dare to interrupt. Because of this, Not only did Chu Zhongtian get the cruel truth from Elder Huang's mouth, he also felt an unusual seriousness from Elder Huang's tone. There is still about half a day left until the peerless weapon awakens. There isn't enough time. Elder Huang calculated in his mind and gave an accurate time. If I communicate with the token, it will only take me a few seconds to leave cavern. Why do I not have enough time? There was still half a day before the peerless weapon fully awakened. Chu Zhongtian felt that he could easily leave. Why did he feel that Elder Huang's tone was urgent? Kid, didn't you listen carefully to what I just said? When he heard Chu Zhongtian's questioning tone, Elder Huang was very dissatisfied. His tone became impolite. Elder Huang, time is of the essence. Teach me a good lesson in the future. Chu Zhongtian was anxious to find out the reason behind this, so he quickly tried to persuade him. Elder Huang coldly snorted, expressing the dissatisfaction in his heart, and then he explained why time was of the essence. After the peerless weapon awakens, it will definitely not stay in the southern domain where the spiritual qi is thin. It will definitely bring the cavern and leave this place. Due to the massive amount of energy contained within the peerless weapon, the secret realm itself is able to withstand it. Can't withstand such a massive amount of energy. Therefore, when it left, a huge amount of power will cause the destruction of most of the regions in Secret Realm. It's that serious. Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but feel terrified when he heard Elder Huang's detailed explanation. The truth is even more serious than this. So you must quickly find your senior brother and let him bring you to the exit of Secret Realm. Although the exit of the Secret Realm hasn't been opened yet, once the peerless weapon awakens completely, the huge force will temporarily open the exit of the Secret Realm. At that time, you all can use this rare opportunity to leave the Secret Realm. Elder Huang's detailed explanation made Chu Zhongtian feel that time was of the essence. He also realized that he was in a dangerous situation and could lose his life at any time. He didn't say anything else, nor did he have any delusions of obtaining the peerless weapon. Instead, he asked Elder Huang to use spirit stones to communicate with the token. Through the monitoring formation, he was able to determine the figures of Dongfang Yongping and the others. After that, he activated the formation transmission and appeared next to Dongfang Yongping in a flash. Luckily, Dongfang Yongping and the other two had been keeping their worries in mind. They didn't split up, but stayed together to search for treasures, saving Chu Zhongtian a lot of time and spirit stones. Junior brother Chu, what happened? Dongfang Yongping asked worriedly when he saw Chu Zhongtian suddenly appear beside him, and his expression was unusually ugly. Senior brother, there's no time to explain. Quickly follow me out of cavern. Time was of the essence, and Chu Zhongtian was unable to explain in detail what had happened. He intended to bring Dongfang Yongping and the others away from this place. Perhaps it was because the peerless weapon was awakening. The originally tattered cavern gradually recovered its vitality. At the same time, the hidden treasures were also gradually revealed. In the past 2 days, Dongfang Yongping and the others had been looking for them. I got a few decent low-grade spirit weapons and a mid-level 8 herb. This boosted their confidence, and they planned to continue searching. However, Chu Zhongtian had ordered them to leave cavern. This was something Dongfang Yongping couldn't accept for a short period of time. Senior brother Dongfang, if you don't want to die here, you guys can continue searching for treasures. Anyway, I will leave cavern soon. Dongfang Yongping, Zhang Yinan, and Yu Zhongzong's faces were filled with unwillingness and reluctance. This made Chu Zhongtian understand that they didn't want to leave for the time being. Chu Zhongtian, who was feeling depressed, didn't want to explain too much, so he directly threatened them. If Dongfang Yongping still chose to stay under his threat, then Chu Zhongtian could only leave by himself, not caring about their lives. Let's go together. Perhaps it was because of Chu Zhongtian's threat, or perhaps it was because he thought of all the mysterious means Chu Zhongtian had used in cavern. Dongfang Yongping finally gritted his teeth and decided to leave with Chu Zhongtian. You guys wait for a while. I will go and fetch someone over. Just as Chu Zhongtian was about to leave with Dongfang Yongping and the others, he suddenly thought of Lu Yuan. Through the monitoring formation, Chu Zhongtian found that he was with the people of Hua Mountain Sword Sect, and Lin Aochun was not with them. Thinking of Lu Yuan's relationship with him and Lu Yuan's status in Hua Mountain Sword Sect, Chu Zhongtian finally decided to take him with him. He activated the formation and appeared next to Lu Yuan in a flash. This made Lu Yuan and the disciples of Mount Hua sect very nervous. After all, Lin Aochun was selfish, and the relationship between them wasn't harmonious. "Mr. Chu, what do you want?" Lu Yuan asked cautiously when he saw Chu Zhongtian suddenly appear beside him with an unsightly expression. "Mr. Lu, time is of the essence. I can't explain the details of the process. If you trust me, don't resist. I'll take you out of here. Of course, if you don't believe me, then I'll leave now. I won't disturb your treasure hunt. I believe in Mr. Chu." Compared to Dongfang Yongping's hesitation, Lu Yuan didn't consider it at all. He nodded and agreed. "Don't move. I'll take you away." Chu Zhongtian grabbed Lu Yuan's arm and activated the formation. He then returned to Dongfang Yongping's side. Chu Zhongtian had just left when he returned with another person. Dongfang Yongping and the others had puzzled expressions on their faces. Although they knew that Chu Zhongtian had some kind of relationship with Lu Yuan, they didn't expect that Chu Zhongtian, who was in a hurry to leave the cavern, would personally pick up Lu Yuan. "Everyone, stay where you are and don't move. Next, I will bring you all out of cavern. We will talk about the specific situation after we leave cavern." After giving his orders, Chu Zhongtian once again activated the formation and left cavern with Dongfang Yongping and the other three. After activating the formation transmission 4 times in a row, and at the same time taking 4 people with him, the total number of spirit stones in his storage bag had been reduced by nearly half. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian did not feel any heartache. In terms of life and friendship, spirit stones were not that important. Outside the cavern that was left behind by a peerless expert, in front of the Cyan Gate, the 30-odd body refining stage and Qi refining stage arena lord who were unable to enter the cavern due to Lang Yun's attack did not give up and continued to stay in front of the Cyan Gate, waiting for a miracle to happen. However, as time passed, the Cyan Gate did not move at all. There were no signs of it being opened again. This caused many of the arena lord to lose their confidence and patience. Gradually, some people began to leave. However, there were still some people who did not give up and continued to guard in front of the Cyan Gate, waiting for a miracle to descend. And on this day, in the sky in front of the Cyan Gate, the originally peaceful void suddenly began to distort. Immediately after, 5 shadow emerged from the void. That person standing at the front. Could it be Chu Zhongtian who can activate the Cyan Gate's formation? When he first activated the Cyan Gate, Chu Zhongtian's performance was too amazing, and everyone remembered him firmly at that time. That's right, it's Chu Zhongtian. But why did he appear in the void? Another third layer of the body refining period who had witnessed Chu Zhongtian's arena lord had confirmed the guess of that Qi refining stage arena lord. The secret realm that decided the ranking competition was very unfamiliar to Chu Zhongtian, so he set the teleportation point outside the Cyan Gate. After the teleportation ended, Chu Zhongtian saw the few Qi refining stage and primary rank of the body refining period arena lord at first glance, and immediately knew that he had already left the cavern. However, leaving the cavern didn't mean that they were safe now, so he didn't stop at all. He turned his head and asked Dongfang Yongping, "Senior brother Dongfang, you are the one with the highest cultivation base and fastest speed amongst us. So, I hope that you can use the most precious vital spirit replenishing pill, and bring me and Lu Yuan to the exit of Secret Realm at full speed. Junior brother, we have already left cavern. Can you explain what happened?" Dongfang Yongping saw that Chu Zhongtian's face was still gloomy after leaving cavern, and Chu Zhongtian asked him for help. This caused Dongfang Yongping to feel a trace of dissatisfaction in his heart. If it wasn't for Chu Zhongtian saving his and Dongfang Yun'er's lives and admiring Chu Zhongtian from the bottom of his heart, he would have turned around and left a long time ago. "Senior brother, time is of the essence. I will explain in detail when we reach the exit of Secret Realm." What happened next was too bizarre. It would be very difficult for him to convince Dongfang Yongping and the others. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian could only deal with it for the time being. When they reached the safe zone, he would think of a way to explain. All right. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian was still unwilling to explain why he was in such a hurry to leave cavern and secret realm, Dongfang Yongping could only suppress his anger for the time being. Furthermore, he grabbed Chu Zhongtian with one hand and Lu Yuan with the other, rushing towards the exit of secret realm at full speed. Outside the cavern, a place left behind by a peerless expert, in front of the Cyan Gate. What are Chu Zhongtian and the others doing? Why are they in such a hurry to leave? After confirming that the person who appeared in front of the Cyan Gate was Chu Zhongtian, the few arena lord present originally wanted to ask Chu Zhongtian to open the Cyan Gate once again. They wanted to let the few arena lord enter the cavern to search for treasures. However, Chu Zhongtian, who appeared from the void, didn't pay any attention to the few arena lord. He was directly taken away by Dongfang Yongping, who had the highest cultivation base. At the same time, the few arena lords saw Chu Zhongtian's unusually gloomy expression. Could it be that something bad has happened? As Chu Zhongtian didn't leave a single word behind before he left, the few arena lord at the scene didn't know what was going to happen next. Therefore, the few arena lord didn't leave the scene. Instead, they continued to guard in front of the Cyan Gate. The few arena lord looked forward to a miracle happening. Compared to humans whose senses were not as sensitive, the mutated beasts had a very strong premonition about the impending disaster. Dongfang Yongping, who was originally very dissatisfied, brought Chu Zhongtian and Lu Yuan away from the Cyan Gate. After passing through the border between level 7 and level 8, Dongfang Yongping unexpectedly discovered that there was something strange happening in the entire secret realm. The beasts that should have stayed in the beast's territory all rushed towards the outer perimeter of the secret realm. There were even a dozen beasts that had reached the level 7. When these beasts saw Dongfang Yongping and the others, they simply ignored Dongfang Yongping and the others, and continued to rush towards the outer perimeter of the secret realm with all their strength. At this moment, Dongfang Yongping, who was dissatisfied in his heart, gradually calmed down. At the same time, he began to understand why Chu Zhongtian wanted them to leave as soon as possible. Chu Zhongtian had expected that something terrible would happen in the secret realm next. It took Chu Zhongtian and Lu Yuan nearly 5 days to reach the cavern, which was left behind by a peerless expert. As a half-step essence gathering stage who had mastered the profound level movement technique, Dongfang Yongping had consumed Vital Spirit and upper-rank 8th grade Qi replenishing pill. Dongfang Yongping spent nearly half a day to reach the exit of the secret realm. Junior brother Chu, according to the route map I got, this should be the place where we will leave secret realm after the secret realm is reopened. As for the exact location of the exit, I don't know. When Dongfang Yongping brought Chu Zhongtian and Lu Yuan to a valley that was occupied by countless strange beasts, the countless strange beasts gathered in the valley indicated that this was the exit of secret realm. Lu Yuan, who had been silent the whole time and listened to Chu Zhongtian's instructions, took out a delicate map from his storage bag. According to the surroundings and the markings on the map, Lu Yuan carefully compared them and said, "Mr. Chu, senior brother Dongfang is right. This is the exit to the secret realm." Lu Yuan pointed at the valley that was occupied by strange beasts and said with a certain tone, "Mr. Chu, according to the markings left behind by the seniors of Hua Mountain Sword Sect, this should be a beautiful valley with beautiful scenery. However, it has been destroyed by the strange beasts which caused some of the targets to be destroyed. It's impossible to distinguish them accurately. Elder Huang, how long until the peerless weapon awakens?" Lu Yuan and Dongfang Yongping's confirmation had made Chu Zhongtian believe that this valley was the exit to the secret realm. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian secretly contacted Elder Huang to confirm the time of the peerless weapon's awakening. This would allow Chu Zhongtian to arrange the next course of action. There are still 10 minutes left. Elder Huang used a special method to calculate and gave Chu Zhongtian an accurate time. Senior brother Dongfang, in the cavern left by a peerless expert, I was lucky to find another talisman with similar functions. It was because of this talisman that I was able to lead you out of the cavern in a short period of time. However, when I left with this talisman, I unexpectedly found a force that could destroy the heavens and earth. This force is slowly awakening. Out of curiosity, I searched the surroundings of the force that was about to awaken. I found that there was a wall that recorded the true origin of this force, as well as the impending disaster. This is also the reason why I asked all of you to leave as soon as possible. When they left cavern, Chu Zhongtian had promised Dongfang Yongping that he would wait for them to reach the exit of Secret Realm. Chu Zhongtian would give Dongfang Yongping a detailed explanation, so he didn't wait for Dongfang Yongping to take the initiative to question him. Chu Zhongtian was the first to explain. Junior brother Chu, how powerful is this force? In fact, after the journey to the exit of Secret Realm, Dongfang Yongping had already believed that there was a reason why Chu Zhongtian wanted them to leave cavern. Even if Chu Zhongtian did not explain, Dongfang Yongping would not continue to ask. However, the fact that Chu Zhongtian could take the initiative to explain made Dongfang Yongping feel relieved in his heart. However, when Dongfang Yongping heard Chu Zhongtian say that there was a force awakening in cavern, he was immediately curious about the strength of this force. I can't describe the strength of this force, but according to the information left on the wall, this force can not only destroy the cavern left behind by a peerless expert, it can also destroy most of the regions in Secret Realm. This is also the reason why I asked you to leave in a hurry and rush here. Chu Zhongtian's true description scared Dongfang Yongping, Zhang Yinan, Yu Zhongzong, and Lu Yuan to the point that they stood there dumbfounded. To be able to destroy the cavern which was left behind by a peerless expert, and most of the regions in Secret Realm, the strength of this force had far exceeded the imagination of Dongfang Yongping, Zhang Yinan, Yu Zhongzong, and the others. Whether it was Dongfang Yongping or Lu Yuan, their background determined their experience. The Floating Cloud Sect and Hua Mountain Sword Sect were two of the 9 major powers in the southern domain. Not only were there numerous Divine Soul Stage experts in the Floating Cloud Sect and the Hua Mountain Sword Sect, there were also many people who had surpassed the Divine Soul Stage. As for those who had surpassed the Divine Soul Stage, it was impossible for them to destroy the cavern, which was left behind by a peerless expert. It was also impossible for them to destroy most of the regions in the Secret Realm, or else, the Purgatory City, which had surpassed the Divine Soul Period Stage, had already fully developed the Secret Realm. The Purgatory City, which had surpassed the Divine Soul Period Stage, didn't need to hold a challenge every 5 years. It also did not need to use the challenge to explore the Secret Realm. Chu Zhongtian, bring your senior brother and friends to avoid the strange beasts in the valley, and go to the big tree above the valley. Just as Dongfang Yongping and the others were shocked by Chu Zhongtian's description, Elder Huang suddenly reminded Chu Zhongtian, "Okay." Although there were still a few minutes left before the peerless weapon fully awakened, Chu Zhongtian's super-strong sixth sense had already given him an unusually strong signal. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian had completely believed Elder Huang's words. Therefore, in the face of Elder Huang's orders, Chu Zhongtian didn't doubt his words, and he wouldn't hesitate either. "Senior brother, Mr. Lu, follow me," Chu Zhongtian shouted at Dongfang Yongping and the others who were still in a daze. After that, Chu Zhongtian turned around and walked towards the top of the valley, while trying his best to avoid the strange beasts. Chu Zhongtian's mysterious and unpredictable performance had completely subdued Dongfang Yongping and the others. As long as they were in the Secret Realm, Dongfang Yongping and the others wouldn't question any of Chu Zhongtian's orders. Therefore, although Chu Zhongtian didn't explain why he went to the top of the valley, Dongfang Yongping and the others didn't question him. Dongfang Yongping and the others just followed behind Chu Zhongtian obediently. Perhaps because the disaster is coming, no matter what grade of exotic beast it is in the valley, they all turned their heads to look around anxiously, but none of them took the initiative to provoke the other exotic beasts. This allowed Chu Zhongtian and the others to successfully climb up the tree above the valley. "Kid, what we have to do now is wait. Wait for the peerless weapon to wake up and appear in Secret Realm." Furthermore, because Secret Realm was unable to withstand the energy, it was forced to open the exit. At that time, all of you will be able to escape through the exit. When Chu Zhongtian stood in front of the big tree above the valley, Elder Huang reminded him in his mind. He then became completely silent. Within the Secret Realm, in the cavern left behind by a peerless expert, Lin Aochuan, who had broken through to the half-step essence gathering stage and reached the peak, did not cause any trouble for Chu Zhongtian, nor did he meet up with Lu Yuan and the others. Instead, he continued to travel through different regions of the cavern by himself. Lin Aochuan was not searching for treasure in the different regions of the cavern. Instead, he was looking for an exit to leave the cavern. Unlike other warriors, Lin Aochuan and Dongfang Yongping were using the same stage. The reason why his combat strength was stronger than Dongfang Yongping was not because his cultivation method was profound. It was also not because his martial skill was profound, but because he had a special bloodline. When this special bloodline broke through to the half-step essence gathering stage, it had to return to the family. Then, he could use the secret realm, which was unique to his family, to help Lin Aochuan break through to the essence gathering stage. At the same time, it could also improve his cultivation talent, as well as his comprehension ability. As long as Lin Aochuan broke through to the essence gathering stage, and Chu Zhongtian left the cavern, he would have plenty of time and opportunities to take revenge. Perhaps because the peerless weapon was awakening, many hidden treasures in the cavern gradually emerged. Lin Aochuan's luck was at its peak, and he was actually in the outer region of the cavern. He unexpectedly discovered 3 low-grade breaking boundary talismans that could break open the cavern and the secret realm. After obtaining the 3 low-grade breaking boundary talismans that could allow him to leave the cavern and secret realm at any time, Lin Aochuan didn't have any other treasures in the cavern. He immediately used the breaking boundary talisman to leave the cavern, and left the secret realm that was used to hold the ranking competition. Because of this, not only did Lin Aochuan not discover the peerless weapon that was awakening in the cavern, he even opened the secret realm a step earlier than Chu Zhongtian. As more and more precious treasures appeared, those arena lord who were in a hurry to find Chu Zhongtian and leave the cavern had completely changed their minds about leaving the cavern. Since Chu Zhongtian was standing in front of them now, he took the initiative to bring them away. They were afraid that they wouldn't agree to it. Furthermore, the grade of the treasures they obtained was getting higher and higher. Greed had gradually seeped into their hearts, causing them to gradually lose their rationality. The moment the peerless weapon in the depths of the cavern woke up, a force that caused the heaven and earth to tremble erupted from the depths of the cavern. This abnormal force was based on a building in the depths of the cavern. It expanded in a circular manner and swept across the entire cavern. It was an item that had been swept away by the force. If it was an inanimate object, it would not be affected at all. It was like a cool breeze blowing past. If it was a living thing, then this power would have directly turned it into powder and completely dissipated into the void. Those arena lord who were originally excited to collect treasures, upon hearing the rumbling sound coming from the depths of cavern, all of them raised their heads and looked towards the depths of cavern. After that, they saw a wave of energy rapidly expanding from the depths of the cavern. The closer they got to the depths of the cavern, the earlier they would come into contact with this energy. When the energy swept across their bodies, they didn't even have time to react before they were turned into nothingness. When the people in the distance saw those who were turned into powder by the energy, their expressions changed drastically. They turned around and fled towards the outer perimeter of the cavern. One of them was in an extremely bad mood, but he was a Qi transforming period intermediate peak. He couldn't help but raise his head and shout at the sky. Chu Zhongtian, where are you? Quickly come out and bring me out of the cavern. These geniuses who could challenge those who had a higher cultivation base in the outside world had no chance to fight back against the awakening of the peerless weapon before they were turned into nothingness. At the exit of the secret realm, within the cavern left behind by a peerless expert, the booming sound produced when the peerless weapon woke up and erupted with energy directly penetrated the cavern and teleported to the secret realm. At the exit of the secret realm, Chu Zhongtian, who was standing guard at the top of the valley, heard the rumbling sound and his facial expression changed. At the same time, Elder Huang reminded him loudly in his mind. Kid, hurry up and prepare. In 30 seconds at most, the peerless weapon will appear in the secret realm of the cavern. At that time, secret realm will be forced to open the exit because it can't withstand the power of the peerless weapon. The exit will only open for 30 seconds. In other words, you only have 30 seconds to escape. Elder Huang's last reminder made Chu Zhongtian's expression change. Elder Huang had only said that the exit of Secret Realm could not withstand the power of the peerless weapon and was forced to open, not that it would last for 30 seconds. At this time, Chu Zhongtian didn't have the time to explain to Dongfang Yongping and the others. He shouted loudly, "3 senior brothers, Mr. Liu, get ready. The exit of Secret Realm will be open soon." Before Chu Zhongtian's voice faded, a force that far exceeded the strength of a peerless peak instantly appeared in Secret Realm. Following the emergence of this abnormal and terrifying force, all the strange beasts that were below the level 8 in the originally chaotic valley, they crawled on the ground. Only those beasts that had reached the level 7 could barely stand. When this force that caused the heaven and earth to tremble appeared, the tree in front of Chu Zhongtian was suddenly broken, and a black hole was revealed from the broken part of the tree. "Kid, this is the exit. Hurry up and go in." When the pitch-black hole completely formed, Elder Huang, who was in his mind, hurriedly reminded him. In fact, without Elder Huang's reminder, Chu Zhongtian had already activated all of his spiritual power when the hole appeared. He also used the windbreaker with all his strength and rushed into the hole in 0.1 seconds. Seeing Chu Zhongtian rushing into the dark hole without hesitation, Dongfang Yongping and Lu Yuan looked at each other. Then the 4 of them rushed into the hole. After Dongfang Yongping and the other 3 rushed into the cave entrance, the only dozen or so class 7 strange beasts that could still stand in the valley rushed towards the cave entrance above the valley. However, just as the first beast rushed into the hole that was about 2 meters tall disappeared without a trace. The first beast that rushed into the hole directly passed through the hole and crashed into an invisible barrier. Looking at the disappearing entrance of the cave, the remaining dozen or so class 7 strange beast roared towards the sky. And just as the furious roar had yet to end, an abnormally terrifying force swept across the valley. Within the valley, no matter if it was a level 7 beast or a beast that had yet to enter, they were all turned into powder by this force. The force that passed through the valley directly hit the barrier at the edge of Secret Realm, causing the invisible barrier to shatter and reveal the real world outside. Chu Zhongtian, who had rushed into the dark cave, didn't even have the time to observe his surroundings when a fresh and cool air blew against his face, soothing his nervous nerves. Chu Zhongtian opened his eyes and surprisingly found out that the place where he finally appeared after passing through the Secret Realm's exit was actually the primary rank of the Body Refining Period's Arena number 9, when he participated in the challenge. The ranking competition that didn't end on time could also accurately return to the teleportation point. Before Chu Zhongtian could figure out what was going on, a shadow quickly appeared on the 10th combat ring. He blinked and saw that the person who appeared on the 10th combat ring was Lu Yuan, the 10th arena lord. Lu Yuan, who had appeared on the 10th combat arena, slapped his chest with all his might. Then he looked around him. When he discovered Chu Zhongtian on the 9th arena, he immediately held the highest etiquette as a swordsman. He even said with an extremely excited tone, "Mr. Chu, the kindness of saving my life is hard to repay forever. In the future, if you have any requests, feel free to tell me." The excited Lu Yuan was now sincerely thanking Chu Zhongtian for saving his life. As Chu Zhongtian was the first to discover the exit and was the first to rush into the cave, he did not see what happened after that. Due to his cultivation base and speed, he was the last one to rush into the cave. It was also because of this that he saw everything that happened in Secret Realm. The force that could make the heaven and earth tremble swept across everything that could be seen with his eyes. All the trees and strange beasts turned into powder in an instant, completely disappearing from the world. If he was a step late, he would definitely be affected by the force. In the end, just like those strange beasts and trees, he would disappear from the world. If it wasn't for Chu Zhongtian purposely bringing him out of cavern and asking Dongfang Yongping to bring him to the exit of Secret Realm, he wouldn't even know how he died in the end. Chu Zhongtian never thought that Lu Yuan, who had escaped with his life, would make such a solemn promise with the highest etiquette of a swordsman. He was instantly gratified and excited. "Mr. Lu, you and I are friends. There are some things that you don't need to." Chu Zhongtian wanted to comfort Lu Yuan so that he would not take today's matter to heart. But before he could finish his words, he felt the arena under his feet start to shake. Kid, quickly leave the arena and flee towards the north. Just as Chu Zhongtian felt the arena start to shake, Elder Huang reminded him once again in his mind. Mr. Liu, senior brothers, hurry up and leave the arena and escape towards the north. Elder Huang's reminder made Chu Zhongtian not hesitate at all. He immediately used the windbreaker with all his strength. He used all his strength to leave the arena. At the same time, he shouted at Lu Yuan and the Qi transforming period stages arena. As for whether Dongfang Yongping and the others could escape in the end, that was no longer his concern. Right now, he couldn't even guarantee his own safety. When Chu Zhongtian jumped off the arena and rushed out of the square, he turned his head and took a look. It was this glance that made him feel extremely frightened. The arena that he was standing on was destroyed by a force, and the force that destroyed the arena swept towards him. Chu Zhongtian didn't dare to continue watching. He used the windbreaker with all his might, and fled towards the north with a speed as fast as the wind. However, compared to the speed of the force, Chu Zhongtian's speed was obviously a little slow. Just as he rushed out of the square, the force that swept away everything was less than 3 meters away from him. At this moment, Elder Huang's voice in his mind sounded unusually urgent as he reminded, "Do you have any trump cards? If you have them, use them quickly. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape." The final trump card, Elder Huang's reminder, made Chu Zhongtian suddenly remember. When he left the sect on the flying ship, Xiejun had given him 3 life-saving jade cards. He said that the jade cards contained the 3 forces that Zhao Enjun had deliberately left behind. If he encountered an irresistible danger, these 3 jade plates could save his life. Thinking that Zhao Enjun might be a peerless divine soul stage warrior, Chu Zhongtian took out a jade plate from his pocket. Without any worries, he threw it behind his back, and without even looking at it, he used all his strength. He continued to flee towards the north. Chu Zhongtian didn't pay attention to the power of the jade pendant that Zhao Enjun had left behind. In his mind, Elder Huang had witnessed the power of the jade pendant after it turned into energy. The jade pendant that was thrown behind Chu Zhongtian felt the energy that was about to sweep towards him, and it was instantly activated. A force that far exceeded the strength of a peerless peak warrior rose from the jade pendant. What kind of existence did this kid provoke? The energy that rose from the jade pendant contained a trace of Zhao Enjun's consciousness. After feeling the force that was about to collide with him, Zhao Enjun muttered to himself gloomily. After that, his consciousness connected with the energy in the jade pendant and erupted with the most powerful energy in the jade pendant. When it collided with the energy that was sweeping over, it immediately produced a loud noise that echoed through the clouds. When the energy of the jade pendant and the force that swept across everything collided, in the floating cloud sect that was tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Purgatory City, Zhao Enjun, who was meditating in his courtyard, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up from his hassock. He gazed in the direction of the Purgatory City through the obstacle in front of him and muttered to himself. What kind of earth-shattering thing did Chu Zhongtian do? How did he provoke such an expert of the stage? He must not offend any sect that is difficult to deal with. After muttering to himself, Zhao Enjun thought for a few minutes in the room, then he disappeared into the room. In the southern region of Purgatory City, 2 extremely powerful forces collided with each other. Under Zhao Enjun's full power, the irresistible force that swept through everything was swept away. He took a slight step back. Even though he was pushed back slightly, it still made Elder Huang, who was in Chu Zhongtian's mind, feel surprised. How can this kid have the power that such an expert has? No, with my current condition, I can't hide in front of such an expert. When Chu returns to the sect, I must think of a way to leave temporarily. With the help of Zhao Enjun's explosive power, Chu Zhongtian won a short period of time to escape. He immediately pulled away from the power that could run amok by a few meters. At the same time, with every bit of strength in his body and every bit of spiritual power, Chu Zhongtian felt that the windbreaker, which had broken through to the great completion stage a long time ago, was showing signs of breaking through. His consciousness moved his body, continuing to overload and stimulate his body's potential. His speed, which had originally reached the speed of the wind, instantly increased, and his speed also increased by 3 times. Chu Zhongtian's current speed of escaping from death was already on par with the power that could sweep through everything. For the time being, his life was not in danger. After fleeing for nearly 3 minutes, Chu Zhongtian felt that the force behind him was still sweeping away everything. At this moment, 3 shadows suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. Purgatory City, Southern City District. The 3 shadows that appeared from the void were very blurry. He couldn't see their true appearance clearly. However, the aura that was unintentionally emitted from their bodies gave Chu Zhongtian a feeling that he was facing the might of the heavens and earth. Kid, the danger has finally passed. You can gradually slow down. When the 3 experts whose appearances could not be seen clearly appeared, Elder Huang, who was in his mind, heaved a sigh of relief and told Chu Zhongtian that the danger had passed. Peak stage, great completion stage, small completion stage, entry level. He only regained his normal speed in the end. Even so, Chu Zhongtian still had to cover a distance of nearly 1,000 meters before he could stop. He turned his head and looked behind him. Chu Zhongtian found that the unstoppable force had gradually slowed down in front of the 3 experts who couldn't be seen clearly. The force finally stopped and completely disappeared. Elder Huang, what kind of stage have these 3 people reached? The 3 of them were able to easily block the energy that could destroy the entire Purgatory City. Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but ask Elder Huang in his mind for confirmation. Kid, your current stage and experience are too low. It won't do you any good if you know more about the stage, so it's better if you don't know about it. Elder Huang didn't answer his question. Instead, he criticized him seriously. However, after criticizing Chu Zhongtian seriously, Elder Huang changed his attitude and said with an ambiguous tone, Kid, back in Aunt Rong's pub, I asked you to hook up with Lan Linger. You were still unwilling, but now I can tell you clearly. Among the 3 people just now, one of them was Lan Linger's biological father. And he only has Lan Linger as his daughter. So what? Chu Zhongtian responded with an indifferent attitude towards Elder Huang's teasing tone. You really don't know what's good for you. If you can hook up with Lan Linger, you can get the help of this powerful person. With his help, you can spend at most 10 years. You will be able to break through to the Divine Soul stage smoothly, and you might even reach the peak of the Divine Soul period. Isn't this attractive to you? Chu Zhongtian's indifferent attitude immediately aroused Elder Huang's anger. He kept jumping up and down in Chu Zhongtian's mind, as if he was going to teach Chu Zhongtian a lesson. Although Chu Zhongtian said that he didn't care, his heart was slightly shaken. Breaking through to the Divine Soul stage within 10 years and becoming a peerless expert in Southern Domain was indeed full of temptation. Furthermore, Lan Linger was also a stunning beauty. It wouldn't be a loss for her to seduce her. He took a deep breath and forced Chu Zhongtian to throw that thought out of his mind. At the same time, he shattered the uncertain thoughts in his heart. He firmly believed that everything had to depend on himself. Junior brother Chu, are you all right? Just as Chu Zhongtian firmly believed in him, a surprised voice sounded from not far away. He looked up and saw that the owner of the voice was Dongfang Yongping, Zhang Yanan, and Yu Zhongzong. Senior brother, are you guys all right? Chu Zhongtian felt happy when he saw that Dongfang Yongping and the other 2 weren't hurt by the sweeping force. If Dongfang Yongping and the other 2 died outside the secret realm, it would be a waste of his efforts and spirit stones, which would be detrimental to his next plan. Fortunately, I reacted fast. Just as the force was about to appear, I brought the 2 of them and escaped from the arena in advance. Recalling the energy that could sweep away everything, Dongfang Yongping's heart was still unable to calm down. There was still a trace of lingering fear. At the same time, his gratitude towards Chu Zhongtian intensified, and his belief in him became firmer. I also don't know how Lu Yuan is doing. Dongfang Yongping and Zhang Yanan were able to escape because of their qi transforming period cultivation base and their sensitivity to detecting danger ahead of time. Not only was Lu Yuan's cultivation base the lowest, but he was also the slowest. He was also the slowest when it came to detecting danger. When he thought about how he was almost swept away by that force just now, he was immediately worried about his safety. Mr. Chu, don't worry. My luck is very good. In the end, I was lucky enough to escape. Just as Chu Zhongtian was worried about Lu Yuan's safety, Lu Yuan's voice suddenly came from not far away. Chu Zhongtian turned his head and saw Lu Yuan looking at him with an excited expression. At the same time, there was a middle-aged man with a dignified face and extraordinary temperament standing beside Lu Yuan. Mr. Chu, let me introduce you. I am seventh uncle Lu Feng. He happened to be working in the southern city district of Purgatory City. That's why he was able to save me in time. Lu Yuan scuttled to Chu Zhongtian's side, then pointed at the middle-aged man beside him and introduced him. Seventh uncle, this is the Chu Zhongtian I mentioned to you just now. Not only is he my savior, he is also a peerless genius whose talent and comprehension far exceeds mine. Lu Yuan introduced Chu Zhongtian to Lu Feng, who was standing beside him. When Lu Yuan introduced Chu Zhongtian as his savior, Lu Feng didn't express anything. However, when he said that Chu Zhongtian's talent and comprehension far exceeded his, Lu Feng couldn't help but raise his forehead, and a trace of doubt appeared in his eyes. Lu Yuan's talent and comprehension ability were considered the top in the Hua Mountain sword sect. Furthermore, as his cultivation continued to increase, his talent and comprehension ability would continue to increase exponentially. He would definitely become another genius of the Hua Mountain sword sect in the future. If he could surpass Lu Yuan in terms of talent and comprehension, he would definitely be a genius of the 9 major powers, Zhongtian. However, in Lu Feng's impression, there was no one like Chu Zhongtian. I, Chu Zhongtian, greet the senior Lu. Whether it was his identity or cultivation base, Lu Feng was worthy of Chu Zhongtian's respect. Martial nephew Chu, you are too polite. I have to thank you for saving Lu Yuan's life. After saying that, Lu Feng took out a bottle of pills from the void and handed it to Chu Zhongtian with a gentle expression. Martial nephew Chu, Lu Yuan is a very important person to my Lu family and Hua Mountain sword sect. This bottle of lower-level 8 celestial sphere pill can be considered a small gift from me. Senior Lu, you are too polite. Chu Zhongtian replied politely as he eagerly received the medicinal pill and placed it into his storage bag without any hesitation. Among all the medicinal pills in Eternal Continent, as long as the word heaven and earth was mentioned, it was basically a very powerful medicinal pill. And the celestial sphere pill was one of them. The celestial sphere pill was a lower-level 8 pill. Its effect increased the chances of breaking through to the Qi transforming period, increasing the chances of breaking through to the Qi transforming period by 80%. To Chu Zhongtian, it was a pill he urgently needed. Although he also had a yang opening fruit that could help him break through to the Qi transforming period, the yang opening fruit only had a 50% chance of breaking through to the Qi transforming period. If he wanted to increase the chances of breaking through, he had to use an extreme Yin spirit fruit of the same level. Chu Zhongtian did not have the duplication procedure for a spirit fruit of that level, so he wanted to use the yang opening fruit to break through to the Qi transforming period. The chances of breaking through were relatively low. If the yang opening fruit was combined with the celestial sphere pill, then the chances of breaking through to the Qi transforming period would increase by 90%. In Chu Zhongtian's opinion, with his talent and comprehension ability, the chances of breaking through to the ____ would increase by 90%. With the help of the yang opening fruit and the celestial sphere pill, he would definitely be able to break through to the Qi transforming period. Do you know what happened in Secret Realm? After Chu Zhongtian took the lower-level 8 celestial sphere pill without hesitation, although Lu Feng didn't say anything, there was a trace of appreciation in his eyes. In the face of a pill that could increase one's cultivation base and a gift from an elder, Chu Zhongtian accepted it without hesitation. From this point, it was enough to show that Chu Zhongtian was a decisive person. A man who did things without hesitation was much better than Lu Yuan, who was a pedantic man. At the same time, in Lu Feng's opinion, since Chu Zhongtian had accepted the pill that he had given him, not only did this repay Lu Yuan's kindness of saving his life, Chu Zhongtian also owed him a favor. Therefore, with the help of this favor, he intended to use Chu Zhongtian to understand what had happened in Secret Realm. After all, the Secret Realm in Purgatory City was too mysterious. Not only did the higher-ups of Purgatory City want to uncover the secrets of Secret Realm, but the 9 major powers also wanted to know the secrets of Secret Realm. If he could borrow Chu Zhongtian's help, he might be able to find out about what happened in Secret Realm ahead of time. Perhaps, he would be able to seize the opportunity to improve his strength. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongtian pretended to be scared and said, "Senior Lu, that power is too powerful. I just have a sensitive sixth sense." He had to rely on his sixth sense to leave Secret Realm early. As for what had happened in Secret Realm, I have no idea. Lu Feng's seemingly casual question just now had revealed the arrogance in his bones, which made Chu Zhongtian feel very uncomfortable. The favorable impression he had towards Lu Feng instantly disappeared. At the same time, a trace of disgust emerged in Chu Zhongtian's heart. "You really don't know." Fear was revealed on Chu Zhongtian's face, as well as what he had just said. In Lu Feng's point of view, Chu Zhongtian was definitely lying. Because he had roughly learned some of the things that happened in Secret Realm through Lu Yuan. Although Lu Feng didn't expose Chu Zhongtian's lie on the spot, his gentle face immediately darkened. At the same time, the aura on his body began to slowly strengthen, suppressing Chu Zhongtian so much that he couldn't straighten his back. "Senior Lu, Chu Zhongtian really doesn't know what happened in Secret Realm. If you have any questions, you can ask me." Seeing Lu Feng's angry expression, Dongfang Yongping, who had been silent the whole time, said, "One." In a flash, he appeared in front of Chu Zhongtian and blocked the continuously increasing momentum of Lu Feng's body. Facing the powerful Lu Feng, Dongfang Yongping stood out. This made Chu Zhongtian feel extremely excited. At the same time, Chu Zhongtian was also secretly glad that he had done the right thing by saving Dongfang Yongping and leaving Secret Realm. "So you know what happened in Secret Realm?" Although Dongfang Yongping was a half-step essence gathering stage, in front of Lu Feng, Dongfang Yongping was just an ant that was stronger than Chu Zhongtian, so not only did Lu Feng not withdraw his qi but also his qi. "Seventh uncle, what are you doing?" The harmonious atmosphere between the two parties suddenly became tense. Lu Yuan had no idea what had happened, but Lu Feng's qi kept increasing. It made him understand that this was seventh uncle bullying the weak. He was bullying Chu Zhongtian. Putting aside the friendly relationship between him and Chu Zhongtian, he had to help Chu Zhongtian by saving him from Cavern and Secret Realm. "Yuan, there's nothing for you here. Wait for me at the side for now." Hearing Lu Yuan's questioning tone, Lu Feng's face darkened and he shouted sternly, "Seventh uncle, Mr. Chu is my sworn brother. His matter is my matter. Why is there nothing about me here?" In the face of Lu Feng's coercion, Lu Yuan didn't back down and stood on Chu Zhongtian's side. This made Chu Zhongtian feel very gratified. Chu Zhongtian didn't regret saving Lu Yuan's life back then. "Yuan, I am your seventh uncle, your elder. Could it be that you dare to go against the wishes of your elder?" Facing Lu Yuan, who was standing by Chu Zhongtian's side without any worries, Lu Feng's gloomy face seemed to be dripping with water. "Seventh uncle, I am giving you face by calling me seventh uncle. Don't be shameless. Let me tell you, if you dare hit Mr. Chu today, I'll use the trump card that Patriarch left on me and see who gets the upper hand in the end." Lu Feng used the dignity of an elder to threaten Lu Yuan. Not only did he not make Lu Yuan retreat, he also used the trump card. Not only that, his tone wasn't polite at all. Even make it look like a fight. "Mr. Lu, you don't have to do this." Not only did Lu Yuan take the initiative to step forward, he even used his ultimate trump card to deal with his family in order to protect Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian didn't want to see such a tragedy, so he stretched out his hand and pulled Lu Yuan. He signaled Lu Yuan to retreat behind him for the time being. At this moment, Elder Huang, who was in his mind, suddenly let out a cold laugh and said in an unhappy tone, "I have lived for so long. I have seen all kinds of people, but it is very rare to see such a treacherous person in front of me." Speaking up to this point, Elder Huang's attitude changed, and his tone was filled with disdain. "Kid, don't worry about this guy called Lu Feng. He's just a half-step divine soul period. I can easily kill him." Although Elder Huang's tone was relaxed, Chu Zhongtian's facial expression didn't relax because of this. Elder Huang was only a body of the divine soul now, and he was hiding in his mind. It wasn't suitable for Elder Huang to attack. As for half-step divine soul period, he was basically the top expert in Southern Domain. It would be strange if Chu Zhongtian wasn't nervous when facing such a top expert. Just as they were temporarily hostile towards each other due to various complicated relationships, a burst of mocking laughter suddenly sounded from the sky. I really didn't expect that the pug who lowered his head when he saw someone with a higher cultivation base than him, who looked like a servant, would actually show off in front of a junior, showing off the attitude of a peerless expert. The sudden mocking laughter immediately broke the hostile atmosphere. When the hostile parties heard this voice, their expressions changed. Chu Zhongtian's face revealed a relaxed smile. He was too familiar with the mocking voice just now, because the owner of this voice was Zhao Enjuan, Elder Zhao, who would be responsible for his 3 years of cultivation and daily life. However, just as Chu Zhongtian revealed a relaxed smile, Elder Huang's voice in his mind said quickly, "Kid, I will fall into a deep sleep for a period of time. You must not contact me." After saying this, Elder Huang's aura was completely hidden in his mind. No matter how Chu Zhongtian shouted in his heart, Elder Huang did not respond. When Lu Feng heard this voice, his gloomy face immediately changed, and a smile instantly appeared on Lu Feng's face. This made Chu Zhongtian admire Lu Feng's acting skills. With the speed at which Lu Feng changed his expression, if Lu Feng went to the earth before Chu Zhongtian transmigrated, Lu Feng would definitely be able to get an Oscar as Best Actor. Chu Zhongtian greets Elder Zhao. Dongfang Yongping greets Elder Zhao. Yu Zhongzong greets Elder Zhao. Zhang Yanan greets Elder Zhao. As the mocking laughter ended, a person appeared in front of Chu Zhongtian without anyone noticing. Seeing that the person who suddenly appeared in front of them was Zhao Enjuan, Chu Zhongtian, Dongfang Yongping and the others hurried forward to greet him. Chu Zhongtian greets Elder Zhao. Law Enforcement Disciple Dongfang Yongping greets Elder Zhao. Law Enforcement Disciple Yu Zhongzong greets Elder Zhao. Law Enforcement Disciple Zhang Yanan greets Elder Zhao. Dongfang Yongping and the other two were overly respectful towards Zhao Enjuan's etiquette, while Chu Zhongtian was much more casual. Good, very good, really good. Ignoring Dongfang Yongping and the others' greetings, the first thing Zhao Enjuan did, when he came to the scene, was to observe Chu Zhongtian. When Zhao Enjuan found out that not only had Chu Zhongtian broken through to the 4th layer peak of the body refining period, but his spirit, qi and energy had also become unusually reserved, and his temperament had become even more outstanding, he couldn't help but praise Chu Zhongtian 3 times in a row. "It's all thanks to your nurturing." Zhao Enjuan's timely appearance had completely resolved the predicament in front of him. Chu Zhongtian was very grateful to him, so he flattered him a little. "Well, you are telling the truth. You must have been able to achieve and gain something because of my help." Facing Chu Zhongtian's flattery, Zhao Enjuan didn't hesitate to accept all of it. Zhao Enjuan's shameless behavior made Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but look down on him, and he secretly mocked him in his heart. "It's all thanks to your nurturing. How could you say that? If it wasn't for your irresponsible arrangement, how could I have fallen into danger? If it wasn't for my good luck and Elder Huang's selfless secret help, not only would I not be able to break through to the 4th layer of the body refining period, I might even die in the secret realm, in the cavern left behind by a peerless expert. Brother Zhao, I was just joking with them just now. Don't misunderstand me." After Zhao Enjuan and Chu Zhongtian finished their small talk, Lu Feng, who had been waiting by the side, explained with a smile. Lu Feng's sudden change in attitude not only surprised Chu Zhongtian and the others, but also made Lu Yuan lower his head in shame, as if he was ashamed to be in the same clan as Lu Feng. "Get lost." Facing Lu Feng's flattery, Zhao Enjuan did not give him a good face. A simple "get lost" was enough to show Zhao Enjuan's disgust towards him. "Brother Zhao, don't be angry. I will leave now." Facing Zhao Enjuan's ruthless attitude, not only was Lu Feng not angry, he was still smiling. "Chu, there are some things that can be discussed after we return to the sect. You guys wait at the side for now." After Lu Feng obediently left, Zhao Enjuan did not ask Chu Zhongtian about the source of the force that even Zhao Enjuan was afraid of. Instead, he asked them to wait at the same place for a while. After that, Zhao Enjuan disappeared from where he stood, and then reappeared at the spot where the arena had been turned into powder by the force. However, Zhao Enjuan did not stop at the spot where the arena was. Instead, he followed the barrier that had been broken by the force and entered the secret realm. Mr. Chu, I'm really sorry. I never thought that seventh uncle would be such a person. After Zhao Enjuan entered the secret realm, Lu Yuan walked to Chu Zhongtian's side and explained with an apologetic tone. Mr. Lu, we are good friends for the rest of our lives. We might be good friends for the rest of our lives. Without comforting Lu Yuan, Chu Zhongtian said from the bottom of his heart that they were friends and brothers for the rest of their lives. In the face of his powerful family's unreasonable demands, Lu Wu did not shrink back. Instead, he stood up and retorted. This point alone won Chu Zhongtian's appreciation and approval. Yes, a good friend for the rest of his life. He will definitely be a good brother for the rest of his life. Lu Yuan's tone was firm in response to what Chu Zhongtian had just said. Chu Zhongtian did not say much about it. After all, it was very difficult to be friends for the rest of their lives, let alone brothers for the rest of their lives. It would take a very, very long time to test them. The force that appeared in the southern part of Purgatory City had attracted the attention of all the Qi transforming period and above experts in Purgatory City. When these experts saw the barrier of Secret Realm destroyed by the force, they couldn't help but sigh. They rushed into Secret Realm one after another, wanting to seize the opportunity to seize some of the opportunities in Secret Realm. However, only those who had broken through to the essence gathering stage could smoothly rush into Secret Realm, while those Qi transforming period experts were blocked by an invisible barrier outside of Secret Realm. Because Zhao Enjuan had specifically warned Chu Zhongtian before he entered the Secret Realm. Zhao Enjuan had asked him to stay where he was for the time being, so he couldn't leave for the time being. The continuous stream of people in the surroundings made Chu Zhongtian unable to cultivate in peace, and because of what happened to Lu Feng just now, he wasn't in the mood to continue chatting with Lu Yuan. In his boredom, Chu Zhongtian began to calculate the number of top essence gathering stage and above experts that had entered the secret realm. 1, 2, 5, 10. After half an hour, Chu Zhongtian discovered that the number of top essence gathering stage and above experts that had rushed into the secret realm had exceeded 800. In other words, there were nearly 1,000 of them in the Purgatory City alone. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian felt a trace of sorrow towards the Chu family and the Qi country. In the Qi country, primary rank of the body refining period warriors were called experts, high rank of the body refining period warriors were called top warriors, and even Qi transforming period warriors were called patriarch sect. It was the foundation of the prosperity of the family. If a family could produce a Qi transforming period warrior, this family could dominate the Qi country. Compared to a place like the Purgatory City, the benefits of the Qi country were not worth mentioning, and it was not attractive at all. No wonder those Qi transforming period and above warriors rarely went to the Qi country. Even if they went to the endless forest to undergo cultivation, they would never stay in the Qi country. Kid, I will be leaving for a period of time. When you go out to train next time, I will find you and help you improve your cultivation and strength. While Chu Zhongtian was lamenting the wonderful scene of the outside world, Elder Huang, who was supposed to be sleeping, suddenly spoke. What he said made Chu Zhongtian feel relaxed and reluctant. Chu Zhongtian was relaxed because after Elder Huang left his mind, he could use the duplication and paste program without any worries, and not worry about being discovered. Chu Zhongtian was reluctant to leave because he had received too much help from Elder Huang after meeting him. At the same time, Elder Huang, who had an extraordinary experience, solved many of Chu Zhongtian's doubts. Elder Huang, it is very safe to stay in my mind. Why don't you follow me back to the sect? Regardless of whether he was feeling relaxed or reluctant, Chu Zhongtian had to show a reluctant look to avoid Elder Huang's cold heart. Perhaps it was because he had experienced too many acting skills of movie emperors before he transmigrated. Chu Zhongtian pretended to be reluctant to leave. Elder Huang did not notice any flaws in his mind. At the same time, it was also because of Chu Zhongtian's reluctance to part. It made him very touched. Kid, I have to do something next. It's a secret that concerns whether we can dominate the eternal continent in the future. So, you don't have to be sad, and you don't have to ask me to stay. Perhaps it was because they were worried that their conversation would arouse their sadness. After Elder Huang said those words, he quietly left Chu Zhongtian's mind. In the sky above Chu Zhongtian, the completely illusory Elder Huang glanced at Chu Zhongtian, and then disappeared from the southern city district of Purgatory City. Chu Zhongtian originally thought that he would feel very relaxed after Elder Huang left. After that, he would be able to use the duplication and paste program without worrying about being discovered by Elder Huang. However, after Elder Huang left, Chu Zhongtian felt a little sad in his heart, and the corners of his eyes became moist. Junior brother Chu, what happened to you? Along with the explosive power of the peerless weapon, the barrier of Secret Realm was completely destroyed, causing more and more people to come to the southern region of Purgatory City. The higher-ups of the Purgatory City had already made preparations in advance. Only the top experts above the essence gathering stage were allowed to enter the Secret Realm. As a result, the people who had gathered here were all squeezed into the southern region. They were thousands of meters away from the destroyed arena. Dongfang Yongping was worried that Chu Zhongtian would be ambushed, so he quickly stood next to him. It was also because of this that he noticed Chu Zhongtian's depressed mood. Senior brother, I'm fine. I just suddenly thought of something sad. Suppressing Elder Huang's sad mood after leaving, Chu Zhongtian adjusted his state of mind and started to face life again. I wonder when Elder Jiao will be able to return? Standing 1,000 meters away from the arena, Chu Zhongtian waited for nearly an hour. However, he still did not see Zhao Enjuan return from the Secret Realm. He said impatiently, "Who knows?" Such a huge change had occurred in the Secret Realm. To the higher-ups of the Purgatory City, this was a rare opportunity that only happened once every 10 million years. Perhaps they could use this opportunity to gain complete control of the Secret Realm. In fact, not only Chu Zhongtian was getting impatient, even Dongfang Yongping was starting to get anxious. After all, the Secret Realm had been destroyed by an unknown force. It wasn't just those essence gathering stage and above experts who were interested in what would happen. This was even more attractive to them, who were all below the Qi transforming period. If Chu Zhongtian and the others left this place now, they might not feel annoyed if they couldn't see or hear them. However, they could see it now, but they couldn't enter the Secret Realm. This kind of situation was the most torturous. AI. If I had known this would happen, I would have let Elder Jiao bring us into Secret Realm. Zhang Yinan, who was also annoyed, said. While Zhang Yinan was sighing with regret, the Secret Realm in front of him suddenly shook. After that, numerous essence gathering stage warriors left the Secret Realm in distress. These essence gathering stage warriors who had left the Secret Realm panicked, and some of them were even injured. After most of the essence gathering stage warriors left the Secret Realm, the Divine Soul Stage warriors also gradually left the Secret Realm. Compared to the peak essence gathering stage warriors who were in a sorry state, the Divine Soul Stage warriors were much calmer. Elder Jiao is coming out soon. Seeing the Divine Soul Stage warriors leaving the Secret Realm, Chu Zhongtian, who had always believed that Zhao Enjuan was a Divine Soul Stage warrior, said to Dongfang Yongping and the others. However, after all the Divine Soul Period Stage warriors left, Zhao Enjuan still didn't show up. This made Chu Zhongtian worried that Zhao Enjuan would encounter danger in the Secret Realm. After all, Chu Zhongtian had counted the number of Essence Gathering Stage and above warriors who had entered the Secret Realm. He still remembered the appearance of a few strange-looking peak Essence Gathering Stage warriors. These few strange-looking top Essence Gathering Stage warriors hadn't appeared outside Secret Realm. It was very likely that they had encountered some danger in Secret Realm. After waiting for all the peerless Divine Soul Stage experts to leave the Secret Realm, Chu Zhongtian waited for another 10 minutes. Only then did Zhao Enjuan leave the Secret Realm with ease. After leaving the Secret Realm, the top Essence Gathering Stage warriors looked miserable. The aura of a Divine Soul Stage warrior was messy. Compared to them, Zhao Enjuan looked very calm. His aura was stable, but his facial expression wasn't too good. As soon as Zhao Enjuan left the Secret Realm, the three mysterious warriors who blocked the peerless weapon's explosive force appeared outside the Secret Realm at the same time. When these three mysterious warriors left Secret Realm, the barrier that was destroyed by the tremendous force automatically started to repair itself, and the speed at which it was repaired was very fast. In just 10 seconds, the barrier of the secret realm was completely repaired, and then it completely disappeared into the void. Zhao Enjuan, who was standing in the void, glanced at the three mysterious experts, then turned around and flew in front of Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian, follow me back to the sect. As for the three of you, make your own arrangements. Zhao Enjuan casually instructed Dongfang Yongping and the others. He ignored Chu Zhongtian's suggestion and left with Chu Zhongtian. In the past, Chu Zhongtian could only imagine how fast a divine soul stage warrior could be. But now he could truly feel this kind of speed. This speed was extremely terrifying, making him unable to speak or open his eyes to look. However, he could feel it through his senses. Chu Zhongtian's windbreaker had just broken through to the peak stage. This speed would bring him unimaginable benefits when he comprehended the windbreaker. Half an hour later, Zhao Enjuan, who was rushing forward, suddenly stopped. Chu Zhongtian could finally catch his breath. The fresh and cool air made Chu Zhongtian feel refreshed. When he opened his eyes, he was surprised to find that he was in the floating cloud sect, in the courtyard of Zhao Enjuan, who was at the peak of Hidden Dragon Peak. Sit. After putting Chu Zhongtian down, Zhao Enjuan walked to the stone chair carved from white jade and said to Chu Zhongtian, "Disciple wouldn't dare." Through Lu Feng, Secret Realm, and the speed at which Zhao Enjuan returned to the sect, Chu Zhongtian found that his evaluation of Zhao Enjuan's strength had gone wrong. Zhao Enjuan was definitely not an ordinary Divine Soul stage warrior. He might even be a peerless peak of the Divine Soul period warrior, so he put away his casual attitude. Instead, he faced Zhao Enjuan cautiously. "I asked you to sit and you to sit. Don't tell me you want me to invite you." Seeing that Chu Zhongtian was not as casual and forthright as before, Zhao Enjuan berated him in dissatisfaction. All right. Since Zhao Enjuan did not like his respectful attitude towards him, Chu Zhongtian quickly returned to his casual attitude when he was facing Zhao Enjuan. He directly sat on the chair opposite him. "Chu Zhongtian, what kind of earth-shattering event did you do to provoke such a heaven-defying existence?" When Chu Zhongtian sat down, the first thing Zhao Enjuan said made Chu Zhongtian very dissatisfied. "Zhao Enjuan, what do you mean by this? How did I offend such a heaven-defying existence?" "Humph. Did you use the jade pendant that I asked Xiejun to give you?" Chu Zhongtian refuted with dissatisfaction, which made Zhao Enjuan very unhappy. He snorted coldly and said the reason why he was unhappy. "Oh, so you were talking about that power." Hearing Zhao Enjuan mention the jade pendant, Chu Zhongtian remembered one thing. When he was fighting with his life, Elder Huang reminded him and he instinctively threw the jade pendant out. At the same time, he thought of the time when he broke through the power of the peerless experts that Lin Aochuan and Lang Yun had kept in cavern. The will of the peerless experts contained in that power. Floating Cloud Sect, Hidden Dragon Peak, Peak Courtyard. When Chu Zhongtian heard Zhao Enjuan mention the jade pendant that Xiejun had given him, he immediately recalled the time when he risked his life. Under Elder Huang's reminder, he instinctively threw out the jade pendant. At the same time, he also thought of the time when he defeated Lin Aochuan and Lang Yun in cavern. They still had the power of a peerless expert, and the will of a peerless expert contained within their power. "You have wronged me. That power is not something I can provoke. Didn't you offend them?" Chu Zhongtian's rebuttal stunned Zhao Enjuan. After that, he nodded his head. In his point of view, given Chu Zhongtian's body refining stage cultivation base, even if he did something earth-shattering, he wouldn't be able to attract the attention of such a powerful existence. "Next, tell me everything that happened during your tough training. If it involves your personal secrets, you can choose not to tell me." Since that kind of powerful existence wasn't because of Chu Zhongtian, Zhao Enjuan wanted to find out why that powerful existence would suddenly erupt during the process of Chu Zhongtian's training. Fortunately, he knew how to respect his disciple's privacy. He didn't want his disciple to tell him everything that had happened, which made Chu Zhongtian feel much better about Zhao Enjuan. After that, Chu Zhongtian told him about how he had entered the Purgatory City to participate in the challenge and how he had met Lan Linger. At this moment, Zhao Enjuan suddenly interrupted. "When I arranged for you to go to Purgatory City, I did indeed want you to participate in the challenge. There were two objectives. One was to fight with different opponents. Increase your strength and combat experience. The second is to let you understand the fact that there are many people stronger than you. I want you to avoid having unrealistic arrogance in your heart. However, what I didn't expect was that you were able to live up to your expectations. Not only did you pass the challenge and become an arena lord, you even succeeded in defending the arena. You've given me face. Zhao Enjun greatly praised Chu Zhongtian's participation in the challenge. At the same time, he also explained the reason he arranged for Chu Zhongtian to undergo the trial. I am really grateful to you for this. It was through the challenge that I found out that there was someone stronger than me. There are too many geniuses in the outside world. I can't be considered a genius at all. At most, I'm just a slightly talented person. Chu Zhongtian also sighed with emotion when Zhao Enjun told him the purpose of arranging him to participate in the challenge competition. It was precisely because he had entered the Purgatory City for the trial that he had met Lu Yuan. His cultivation base was the same as his, but Lu Yuan's combat strength, talent, and comprehension ability were not weaker than his. He had also seen those geniuses who could surpass 3 or 4 minor stage, and had eliminated the pride that was growing in his heart. It's worth it for me to send you to cultivate since you know this. However, Zhao Enjun's tone changed when he said this. His expression was very serious as he warned seriously. Don't come into contact with Lan Linger in the future, because the person behind her is not a kind person. If you offend him, not to mention you, even the Chu family behind you won't be able to withstand his anger. It will even bring a lot of trouble to the sect. Don't worry, I have no interest in Lan Linger. At that time, I only wanted to understand the specific situation of the challenge competition through her. Chu Zhongtian quickly explained when he heard Zhao Enjun's serious tone, warning him not to provoke Lan Linger. Then, his attitude changed and his tone complained. Actually, this is also your fault. If you could have told me about the basic situation of Purgatory City, I wouldn't have needed to ask about the situation of the challenge competition. I wouldn't have met Lan Linger by chance, and I wouldn't have had any contact with her. That means it's my fault. Chu Zhongtian's grumbling tone made Zhao Enjun's eyes widen. He pretended to be dissatisfied and asked back. Zhao Enjun was not angry at Chu Zhongtian's unintentional attitude. Instead, he admired it very much. Out of the 6 disciples in this sect elite disciple training program, he liked it the most. He admired Chu Zhongtian the most. The reason he admired Chu Zhongtian was not only because of his talent, comprehension ability, and his extraordinary perseverance, but also because of Chu Zhongtian's unpretentious personality. Facing Zhao Enjun's dissatisfied objection, Chu Zhongtian did not explain nor refute. He only shrugged his shoulders and put on a righteous look. You! Zhao Enjun saw Chu Zhongtian's firm attitude. In the end, Zhao Enjun could only point at Chu Zhongtian and bitterly smile. Well, consider it my fault. You continue to tell me the process. When Chu Zhongtian mentioned that he had entered the secret realm to fight for the upper-rank 9th grade profound dragon fruit and kill Wang Suguang and Zhu Lei, Zhao Enjun clapped his hands and praised. When you face the spirit fruit that can improve your physique and opponents who are weaker than you attack decisively and quickly. This is the performance of a mature warrior. I will praise you for this. As for killing those 2 people, it's even more normal. The path of cultivation is called the path of defying the heavens. What you fight for is the cultivation resources and the chance of survival. As long as you win, you will be the victor. Although Zhao Enjun's words were cruel, it was the truth. After this period of training, Chu Zhongtian had a deep understanding of it. With the help of the formation that he had seen before, he had mobilized most of the contestants for his use. Zhao Enjun couldn't help but praise him. At the same time, he looked at Chu Zhongtian with even more satisfaction and admiration. When Chu Zhongtian mentioned that he had obtained the talisman and human spiritual root that could transfer the power of the formation, Zhao Enjun looked at him not only with admiration, but also with a trace of envy and jealousy. Your journey has made me jealous and jealous. Zhao Enjun was one of the higher-ups of Floating Cloud sect, and he was a mighty warrior whose cultivation base had surpassed the divine soul stage. He had heard about the three great spiritual root in the world. Perhaps his understanding of the spiritual root was similar to Elder Huang's. Among the effects of the human spiritual root, the enhancement of cultivation talent was probably the least effective. The human spiritual root could increase one's comprehension ability and improve one's body. This was the strongest effect it had. In the library in the deepest part of Floating Cloud Sect, there was a book about the three great spiritual root. There was a paragraph that Zhao Enjuan would never forget for the rest of his life. The person who obtained one of the three great spiritual root could become an immortal. The person who obtained two of the three great spiritual root could become a god. The person who obtained the three great spiritual root could become an immortal for all eternity. However, during his cultivation, he had never seen any of the three spiritual root. And Chu Zhongtian actually obtained the human spiritual root of the three great spiritual root. How could he not be envious and jealous of this? However, his cultivation base was after all above the divine soul stage, and he had a strong willpower when faced with temptation. Therefore, he quickly adjusted his mentality. After that, he took out a spirit weapon that could test one's talent, and tested Chu Zhongtian's cultivation talent on the spot. He found out that Chu Zhongtian's cultivation talent had indeed been upgraded to the low-rank 6th grade. Floating Cloud Sect, Hidden Dragon Peak, Peak Courtyard. After confirming from Zhao Enjuan that his cultivation talent had been upgraded to low-rank 6th grade, a trace of excitement rose in Chu Zhongtian's heart. The iron rule of eternal continent. Cultivation talent determines the final achievement. According to the corresponding stage, the final success of the low-rank 6th grade cultivation talent was at the Divine Soul stage beginner level. In other words, he had broken through the limit of the cultivation talent, and his highest achievement could break through to the Divine Soul stage. Although the Divine Soul stage was not the end of a warrior's cultivation, there were still many stages on it. However, compared to his original upper-rank 8th grade cultivation talent, which had reached the Qi transforming period, his improvement was huge. Not to mention, the Divine Soul stage was called a peerless expert, and it was an important figure that could influence the situation of the southern domain. When his excited heart calmed down a little, Chu Zhongtian told him all the lies he told Dongfang Yongping. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's explanation about that force, Zhao Enjuan fell into deep thought. After pondering for nearly a quarter of an hour, Zhao Enjuan finally came back to his senses. However, he didn't say anything. He just looked at Chu Zhongtian directly, making Chu Zhongtian feel uncomfortable. Elder, if you have something to say, please say it. Don't stare at me like that. This makes me uncomfortable. Chu Zhongtian had no choice but to break the deadlock, because he was worried that Zhao Enjuan would see through his lies. Fortunately, Zhao Enjuan's next reaction made him secretly heave a sigh of relief. Chu Zhongtian, I am very satisfied with the experience in Purgatory City this time. As the person in charge of your cultivation and daily life, I have decided to reward you with this experience. Speaking up to this point, Zhao Enjuan gestured for Chu Zhongtian to take out the identity token. When Chu Zhongtian heard that there was a reward, he was secretly delighted. He hurriedly used his consciousness to hook the identity token, causing it to appear in his palm. After that, he respectfully handed it over to Zhao Enjuan. Receiving the identity token that Chu Zhongtian handed over, Zhao Enjuan explained, according to your description just now, I believe that you must have gained a lot from this refinement. Spirit stones and medicinal pills are definitely not lacking, so I plan to reward you with 100 sect contribution point. Thank you. When Chu Zhongtian heard that Zhao Enjuan's reward was actually 100 sect contribution point, he was extremely excited in his heart. Although Chu Zhongtian hadn't joined the Floating Cloud sect for a long time, he wasn't a newbie who didn't know anything. When he was in the Trial Peak cultivation area, he had learned a lot of secrets about the sects from Shi Guangliang. He knew that if he completed the mission given by the sect, he might be able to get the sect contribution point. However, no disciple had ever gone out to temper themselves. They were rewarded for their outstanding performance, not to mention the most precious sect contribution point. Chu Zhongtian knew that this was the reward given to him by Zhao Enjuan alone. He would remember this in his heart, and he was grateful for it. "No need to thank me. This is what you deserve." Zhao Enjun waved his hand and said indifferently. After that, his expression changed and he said in a serious tone, "Chu, since your cultivation talent has already reached the 6th grade, also, since your cultivation has broken through to the 4th layer of the body refining period, then you should stay in the sect for a period of time. Then, you can use all kinds of resources in Secret Realm to break through to the 6th layer of the body refining period peak within a month. Also, increase your combat strength to the half-step Qi transforming period. You must break through to the minor stage within a month." Chu Zhongtian frowned when he heard Zhao Enjuan's request, and his expression became slightly awkward. Although it had only been a month since he broke through to the body refining stage, and he had broken through to the 4th minor stage in a row, it seemed like his advancement speed was very fast, but it was only by luck that he was able to break through to the 4th minor stage within a month. If he only stayed in the sect and relied on his daily hard work to break through 2 minor stage in a month, Chu Zhongtian would not have much confidence in him. "That's right. You must break through to the 6th layer of the body refining period peak in a month's time. Otherwise, your treatment for the next 3 years will be reduced by half." Chu Zhongtian's lack of confidence had made Zhao Enjuan very dissatisfied. He even started to threaten Chu Zhongtian. "Elder Zhao, why is this happening?" Through the reward given to him by Zhao Enjuan just now, Chu Zhongtian knew that Zhao Enjuan valued him very much. If it wasn't for some special reason, Zhao Enjuan definitely wouldn't have forced him to do this. "Chu, in a month's time, the annual competition of the sect will begin. All service disciples and disciples of the outer sect must participate. Although the 6 of you enjoy the top treatment of the disciples of the inner sect, in terms of cultivation base, you are still disciples of the outer sect. Therefore, all of you must participate in this competition of the sect's competition." After saying that, Zhao Enjuan said in a cruel tone, "I specially recruited the 6 of you into the elite disciple training program. Your performance represents my reputation. Therefore, I want the 6 of you to be ranked in the top 20 of this year's sex competition." Speaking up to this point, Zhao Enjuan pointed at Chu Zhongtian and said with a look full of anticipation, "And you and Wang Fuqi will be in the top 10 at least. Otherwise, not only will your treatment be halved for the next 3 years, but you will also be severely punished." Top 10. Chu Zhongtian felt that it was harder for the sex competition to enter the top 10 than breaking through to the 6th layer of the body refining period within a month. He had the ability to copy and paste, and he also had the bone cleansing pill, body hardening pill, and body softening pill in his hands. As long as Chu Zhongtian did not hesitate to consume a large amount of spirit stones, it was not impossible for him to break through to the 6th layer of the body refining period within a month. However, advancing to the top 10 in the sex competition was a very difficult task for Chu Zhongtian. The floating cloud sect was different from the Qi country. Back then, Chu Zhongtian was able to win the championship with his 4th layer of the Qi refining period peak cultivation base because the Qi country was located in a remote location, and there were very few geniuses in the country. That was why he was able to win the championship. However, the floating cloud sect recruited disciples every 3 years to face the entire southern domain. There was no shortage of geniuses who could surpass 3 or 4 minor stage in the southern domain. Furthermore, those disciples who joined the sect 3 years ago, after 3 years of cultivation, no matter if it was cultivation base, combat strength, or martial skills, they were all very powerful. Competing with such disciples and defeating them to advance into the top 10, it was too difficult. "Chu, I only care about the result. I don't care about the process. So the final result will depend on your subsequent efforts." Zhao Enjuan's expression changed when he said this. His tone was full of temptation. "Chu, there will always be rewards if there is a punishment. If you can advance into the top 10, I will definitely not let you suffer any losses. We will use 100 sect contribution point as the base. If you can get 10th place in the sex competition, then I will reward you with 100 sect contribution point. If you can get 9th place in the sex competition, then I will reward you with 200 sect contribution point and push them one by one. If you can win the competition in the sex competition, not only will I reward you with 1,000 sect contribution point, I will even help you increase your cultivation talent grade by 1. Zhao Enjuan's reward made Chu Zhongtian stand up from his chair. Chu Zhongtian asked uncertainly, "Is what you said true?" "Chu, what I said is absolutely true." After Chu Zhongtian received Zhao Enjuan's affirmative answer, he sat back down on his chair and started to think about his next cultivation plan. If he wanted to advance into the top 10 in sex competition, the combat strength of half-step chi transforming period was only a prerequisite. He was not 100% confident. After all, those disciples who had been in the sect for a long time and had reached the body refining stage peak or half-step chi transforming period had stronger combat strength and more experience. If Chu Zhongtian wanted to win the competition in the sex competition, his combat strength would need to be at least at the chi transforming period, or even at the second layer of the chi transforming period or third layer of the chi transforming period. In other words, if Chu Zhongtian wanted to win the competition within a month's time, the stage would need to break through to the 7th layer of the body refining period and reach the 7th layer peak of the body refining period. Only then would he have the chance to win the championship. Zhao Enjuan looked at Chu Zhongtian, who was deep in thought. He waved his hand, and a gentle force sent Chu Zhongtian out of the summit and to the Courtyard 9. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9, in a secret chamber. Although the Purgatory City's training process was tiring, and he really wanted to rest for a night after returning to the Courtyard 9, Chu Zhongtian felt a heavy pressure when he considered the mission and the rewards that Zhao Enjuan had given him. After returning to Courtyard 9, he didn't go back to his bedroom to rest. Instead, he went into the cultivation chamber and continued to cultivate. Chu Zhongtian sat cross-legged on the hassock in the secret chamber. He took out 107th grade middle rank spirit stones and arranged them according to a certain pattern. This kind of spirit stones were arranged according to a certain pattern. The special pattern was left behind by Elder Huang when he left. Because Elder Huang had discovered that Chu Zhongtian's efficiency in using spirit stones was extremely low, he had specially modified a type of formation called Spirit Gathering Formation so that Chu Zhongtian could better use spirit stones to cultivate. When the 107th grade middle rank spirit stone were all arranged in a proper manner, in the secret chamber where there were plenty of spiritual qi, the concentration in the spiritual qi had suddenly increased by nearly 3 times. Chu Zhongtian once again sat on the hassock. He felt the rich spiritual qi, and his face revealed a trace of a happy smile. If he could continue cultivating in this environment with rich spiritual qi, it wouldn't be difficult for him to break through to the 6th layer of the body refining period within a month. However, he thought that breaking through to the 7th layer of the body refining period not only required painstaking cultivation, but also a certain amount of luck and coincidence. After that, he adjusted his state of mind, circulated the Taishan Heart Meridian cultivation method, and began to absorb the spiritual qi seriously to improve his cultivation. Not long after Chu Zhongtian returned to the Courtyard 9, the gate of the mansion number 1 was suddenly opened. The elegant Wang Fuqi walked out of the mansion number 1, and then walked directly to the gate of the Courtyard 9. He raised his head and looked at the tightly shut gate. Wang Fuqi shouted loudly, "Chu Zhongtian, I am Wang Fuqi. I have something to tell you. Come out quickly." Wang Fuqi waited for 3 minutes. He found that not only was the tightly shut gate not opened, but there was also no movement in Courtyard 9. "Chu Zhongtian, I am Wang Fuqi. I have something to tell you. Hurry up and open the door and come out of the courtyard." Wang Fuqi didn't give up and continued to shout. Wang Fuqi waited for another 3 minutes. There was still no movement in Courtyard 9. At this moment, Wang Fuqi's face began to turn gloomy. However, he still didn't give up. He also didn't believe that Chu Zhongtian would do this to him. So for the 3rd time he shouted loudly, "Chu Zhongtian, I am Wang Fuqi. If you can hear my voice, I hope you can come out as soon as possible. I have something to tell you." This time, Wang Fuqi waited for a full 5 minutes. Looking at the tightly shut door and the silent courtyard, his expression turned extremely awful. Wang Fuqi looked at the tightly shut door. He was emitting a strong killing intent as he gritted his teeth and threatened Chu Zhongtian. "Chu Zhongtian, since you have treated me this way, don't blame me for being ruthless." After that, Wang Fuqi turned around and returned to his own courtyard. At the same time, he waved his sleeve and a powerful spiritual power closed the door tightly. In the mansion number 2 next to the mansion number 1, Lin Dong stood by the window of his bedroom. He looked at the courtyard 9 with a complicated expression, and a trace of worry flashed through his heart. But in the end, he still closed the window again. 3 days later, in courtyard 9, Chu Zhongtian, who was sitting cross-legged on a hassock, hadn't moved for 3 days and 3 nights. The stable aura on his body started to change after 3 days. The steady aura began to gradually strengthen. The gradually increasing aura stirred up the dense spiritual qi in the cultivation chamber. They were like candle lights that were blown back and forth by a fierce wind. As the frequency of the spiritual qi swaying increased, the spiritual qi gradually turned into a fierce wind that started to blow the spirit stones on the ground. But at this time, Chu Zhongtian's aura suddenly stopped. Then, his aura instantly weakened, and he quickly returned to his previous state. The violent wind formed by the spiritual qi instantly disappeared without a trace. Chu Zhongtian opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of foul air. A trace of a helpless and bitter smile flashed across his face. Perhaps it was because Zhao Enjuan gave him too much pressure, or perhaps it was because the reward Zhao Enjuan gave was too generous. He was eager to break through to the 5th layer of the body refining period. Therefore, when he returned to courtyard 9, he wanted to use the spiritual qi to break through to the 5th layer of the body refining period. However, ever since he broke through to the body refining stage, the speed of his stage's advancement had always been very fast. This caused his comprehension of the stage to be unable to keep up with the speed of his stage's breakthrough. This was also one of the reasons why he failed to break through this time. Although he didn't break through to the 5th layer of the body refining period smoothly, the failure of his breakthrough just now had made him feel the bottleneck of the stage. Next, he only needed to comprehend it for a period of time, and he would be able to break through to the 5th layer of the body refining period smoothly. Since he couldn't break through to the 5th layer of the body refining period in a short period of time, he planned to make a trip to the trial peak. Firstly, he wanted to send the duplicated 7-grade bodiless pill, a storage bag, and some medicinal pills suitable for qi refining stage advanced back to his family. Secondly, there were 37 inner core in the storage bag. He wanted to exchange these inner core for sect contribution point, and then use the 100 contribution points Zhao Enjuan rewarded to exchange for a weapon that could be upgraded. Lastly, if he could have some leftover sect contribution point after exchanging for the weapon, he planned to use the secret realm in Trial Peak to further increase his strength and increase his comprehension of the stage. Chu Zhongtian temporarily did not leave the courtyard 9. He returned to his bedroom and cleaned his body carefully. After that, he laid on the bed and slept. When he woke up, he changed into light blue clothes. Then he opened the door and left courtyard 9. Chu Zhongtian, you're finished. Just as he was about 10 meters away from courtyard 9, a furious roar came from behind him. At the same time, a powerful spiritual power attacked his back. At the entrance of the courtyard 9, in the floating cloud sect, Hidden Dragon Peak. Chu Zhongtian, prepare to face death. Chu Zhongtian had just walked more than 10 meters away from the courtyard 9. Just as he was about to increase his speed and leave the Hidden Dragon Peak, a furious roar came from behind him. At the same time, a powerful spiritual power rushed towards his back. Chu Zhongtian used the windbreaker that had already entered the peak stage, so he easily dodged the sneak attack from behind. Chu Zhongtian turned around and found that the person who attacked him was the overbearing Wang Fuqi. Chu Zhongtian's face immediately darkened, and at the same time, an uncontrollable anger rose in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that his windbreaker had already reached the peak stage, if it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation base had already reached the 4th layer peak of the body refining period, if it was any more serious, it could even destroy the meridian in his body. They all came from the same sect, and in the next 3 years they would have to live in the same place. Without any conflict of hatred or interest, Wang Fuqi suddenly attacked him from behind. No matter who encountered this kind of thing, he would probably be unable to control the anger in his heart. Wang Fuqi, you despicable and cunning villain. Why did you attack me from behind? Since they no longer cared about their superficial relationship, Chu Zhongtian scolded Wang Fuqi loudly. 3 nights ago, after Wang Fuqi was ignored by Chu Zhongtian in front of the courtyard 9, Wang Fuqi suppressed the anger in his heart and returned to his mansion number 1. During these 3 days, Wang Fuqi didn't absorb any spiritual qi to improve his cultivation base. He also did not return to his bedroom to rest. He had been sitting on the roof, staring at the courtyard 9's main gate. He was waiting for Chu Zhongtian to appear. When Chu Zhongtian appeared and left the courtyard, Wang Fuqi could no longer control his anger. With hatred, he attacked Chu Zhongtian with all his strength. Fortunately, Wang Fuqi had retained some of his rationality. Before he attacked Chu Zhongtian, he reminded him. Otherwise, Zhao Enjuan, who had already noticed this scene, would have crippled Wang Fuqi. Even if the force behind Wang Fuqi was a 5th-grade family, Zhao Enjuan wouldn't care. After Wang Fuqi struck with his full strength, he had vented most of his suppressed anger. At this moment, he could completely control his rationality, and he was planning to have a good debate with Chu Zhongtian. However, Chu Zhongtian's curse just now had ignited Wang Fuqi's fury once again. And this time, his fury was even more intense than before. Chu Zhongtian, 3 nights ago, I personally went to Courtyard 9 to invite you. I never thought that you wouldn't give me face at all. Not only did you not invite me in, but you also didn't invite me in. Are you looking down on me? Wang Fuqi suppressed the burning anger in his heart and said while gritting his teeth. Wang Fuqi, first of all, 3 days ago when I returned to Courtyard 9, I went into a secret chamber to cultivate because of the loosening of my stage. I had no idea that you came to Courtyard 9. Secondly, I tried my best to become a disciple of Floating Cloud Sect because I wanted to increase my strength through the sect. I wanted to improve my cultivation quickly and achieve the goal that I had been looking forward to. I had no interest in competing for power. Lastly, I want to tell you that I'm not the kind of person who would seek trouble, but I'm not the kind of person who is afraid of trouble. Wang Fuqi, you have provoked me time and time again. Do you think I am afraid of you? Chu Zhongtian shouted the last sentence. His roar shook the surrounding plants, and Wang Fuqi took a step back. Wang Fuqi looked at Chu Zhongtian, who was venting his anger, blankly. He stood there like a fool. The position of the boss that he wanted to fight for was worthless in Chu Zhongtian's eyes. This fact caused Wang Fuqi's proud heart to suffer a serious blow. He found it hard to accept this reality. Lin Dong and the others who walked out of the other courtyards looked at Chu Zhongtian with complicated and respectful expressions. They too had mixed feelings in their hearts. Chu Zhongtian looked at Wang Fuqi, who was in a dilemma. He had no intention of letting him go. He continued to shout, Wang Fuqi, you are just using your higher cultivation base to bully others. 1 month later, in the sex competition, we will have a showdown in the arena. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Chu Zhongtian was not the kind of person who would cause trouble, but he was also not the kind of person who was afraid of trouble. Wang Fuqi's sneak attack just now had provoked Chu Zhongtian's anger, causing him to have an impulse to attack. However, when he saw Wang Fuqi's 6th layer of the body refining period peak cultivation base, he forcefully suppressed the urge to attack. Wang Fuqi was a genius who could fight those at a higher level than him. Although he was a 6th layer of the body refining period peak, his current combat strength had already reached the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period. As for Chu Zhongtian, he was only a 4th layer peak of the body refining period now. With the help of the Qi transforming period attribute, his combat strength had barely reached the 8th layer peak of the body refining period. Even with his Qi, his combat strength was only at the 9th layer peak of the body refining period. There was a difference of 1 minor stage in combat strength between him and Wang Fuqi. Furthermore, Chu Zhongtian believed that Wang Fuqi, who was a 5th grade family and a level 5 cultivation talent, would have a way to increase his combat strength, similar to the technique he had mastered. In order to avoid being suppressed, Chu Zhongtian also wanted to increase the pressure on himself. He pushed the time of the fight to a month later. After Chu Zhongtian agreed on the time of the challenge with Wang Fuqi, he didn't care whether Wang Fuqi would agree or not. He turned around and left Hidden Dragon Peak, heading towards the Trial Peak. In Peak Courtyard, Zhao Enjuan looked at Chu Zhongtian, who had left Hidden Dragon Peak. The admiration in his eyes became stronger, and at the same time, he muttered to himself, I never thought that not only did Chu have extraordinary luck and talent, even his glib tongue is not to be underestimated. He is a rare talent. After that, his eyes fell upon Wang Fuqi, who was still in a daze and had fallen into a state of self-contradiction. A trace of dissatisfaction immediately emerged on his face. In this elite disciple training program, there were only 3 disciples that he took a fancy to: Chu Zhongtian, Wang Fuqi, and Lin Dong. If not for the fact that the sect's higher-ups had stipulated that the top 10 in the 3rd round of the test could join the elite disciple training team, he would have only wanted Chu Zhongtian and the other 2. After nearly a month of observation, Lin Dong, who was originally talented and had excellent perception, had gradually left his line of sight. Although Lin Dong's talent was outstanding and his comprehension was outstanding, he lacked the decisiveness and responsibility that a martial artist should have. Decisiveness and responsibility were also one of the decisive factors that a martial artist would ultimately climb to the peak. After giving up on Lin Dong, he placed more expectations on Chu Zhongtian and Wang Fuqi. Originally, he thought that these 2 would become the true geniuses of Hidden Dragon Peak. However, Chu Zhongtian's words just now had exposed Wang Fuqi's weakness in terms of endurance and adaptability. This made Jiao Anjuan, who was looking forward to his performance, slightly disappointed. Jiao Anjuan didn't pay much attention to the disciples who disappointed him, so he didn't say anything to remind the dull Wang Fuqi. Instead, he just let him stand there alone. Chu Zhongtian sped up after leaving Hidden Dragon Peak. He kept passing by the beautiful surroundings, calming his angry heart down. At the same time, he started to reflect on what he had just done. In essence, Wang Fuqi was not an unpardonable person. He just had a domineering personality and liked to do things according to his own wishes. If Chu Zhongtian could get along well with him, they might become good friends. No, Chu Zhongtian shook his head and denied his previous thoughts. Because he was not someone who could be subservient to others. He was also a person who liked to act according to his own wishes. This kind of personality also determined that he and Wang Fuqi could not become friends. Hidden Dragon Peak was not very far from Trial Peak. There were only a few dozen kilometers between the 2 mountains. Chu Zhongtian used the windbreaker with all his strength and arrived at Trial Peak in about an hour. Chu Zhongtian went straight to a fair hall with familiarity. He looked up and saw the disciple who had helped him deal with some matters. The disciple had just finished dealing with a disciple's matter. When he looked up to greet the next person, he also saw Chu Zhongtian. "Hello, senior brother." Chu Zhongtian did not go to the other counters. Instead, he ran straight to the disciple who had helped him with the affairs. "You should call me your junior brother." Hearing Chu Zhongtian call him his senior brother, the disciple in charge immediately shook his head and refused. Although he had to deal with many chores disciples and outer sect disciples every day, he couldn't remember the faces of those disciples who came to handle matters. However, he had a very deep impression of Chu Zhongtian. After all, Chu Zhongtian was only a first layer of the body refining period, but he was wearing the uniform of an inner sect disciple. This was really curious. It had only been 20 days since Chu Zhongtian last came here. His original first layer of the body refining period cultivation base had already broken through to the 4th layer peak of the body refining period. This kind of thing, this terrifying speed of improvement made him not dare to accept the title of senior brother, even though he was now a 6th layer of the body refining period peak. "Senior brother, your cultivation base is higher than mine. According to the rules of the sect, I have to call you senior brother." Chu Zhongtian shook his head and refused when he saw him. He didn't want to waste too much time here. He took out the storage bag he had used before and asked, "Senior brother, can I send this storage bag back to the clan?" Unlike letters, the storage bag itself was a spatial spirit weapon. Its value was extraordinary. In addition to a letter, there was also an intermediate 7th-grade bodiless pill inside the storage bag. There were also all kinds of pills that could help one break through to the chi refining stage, as well as pills that could help one break through to the primary rank of the body refining period. Chu Zhongtian was worried that the person who delivered the item would become greedy and steal the storage bag. Therefore, before he sent it out, he had to ask if it was safe or not. Seeing Chu Zhongtian's unquestionable attitude, the disciple in charge of the affairs didn't continue to reject his address. At the same time, he responded with a warm attitude. You can rest assured about the safety of the item. Speaking up to this point, the disciple in charge of affairs took out a folder that was similar to the one he had used before he transmigrated. Junior Brother Chu, this is a spirit weapon specially refined by a sex master of refining. It is specially used to store precious items, so there is no problem with its safety. The only drawback is that you will need to pay an extra 108th grade low-rank spirit stone. If one were to use the 8th grade low-rank spirit stone to estimate Chu Zhongtian's worth, he would be a millionaire by now. 108th grade low-rank spirit stone was just a small amount to him. Therefore, without any consideration, he directly took out 110 8th grade low-rank spirit stone. At the same time, he handed the storage bag in his hand to the disciple in charge of the affairs. After taking the storage bag and spirit stones from Chu Zhongtian, the disciple in charge put the storage bag into the spirit weapon in front of Chu Zhongtian and sealed it with a special liquid. Junior brother, the item has been sealed. It will be delivered within a day. Thank you, senior brother, Chu Zhongtian said politely, then turned around and left affair hall. At this moment, the disciple in charge of the affairs suddenly called out to Chu Zhongtian. Junior brother, please wait for a moment. Senior brother, what else do you want? For the next 3 years, he had to rely on the resources of his sect to improve his cultivation. Therefore, he basically didn't have time to return to his clan. In that case, the pills and treasures that he had obtained that could help to improve the overall strength of his family must be safely sent back to Affair Hall. In order to prevent the disciples of Affair Hall from secretly tampering with him, Chu Zhongtian asked with a smile on his face. Junior brother, some time ago your family sent a letter to me. It's just that you seem to have gone out to train, so the letter was left here. Due to Chu Zhongtian's deep impression of him, the disciple in charge of the affairs always felt that he had something to do with Chu Zhongtian. It was only when Chu Zhongtian turned around and left that he suddenly remembered. After Chu Zhongtian turned around and returned to the counter, the disciple in charge of the affairs quickly left the counter and went to the back of Affair Hall. A minute later, the disciple in charge of the affairs returned to the counter and handed a letter to Chu Zhongtian. Thank you, senior brother. My name is Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian took the letter. He thanked him and introduced himself. The total number of floating cloud sex service disciples and outer sex disciples exceeded tens of thousands. And these tens of thousands of people had countless private matters to attend to every day. If a disciple had a private letter and couldn't receive it on time, it would basically be completely forgotten. How could Chu Zhongtian not be grateful that the disciple in charge of the affairs could clearly remember this matter? My name is Gu Dian. Chu Zhongtian, who had a bright future ahead of him, could solemnly introduce himself, which made the disciple in charge of the affairs feel touched. He hurriedly introduced himself as well. Senior brother Gu. Thank you very much. Chu Zhongtian held the letter and thanked him with cupped fists. After that, he turned around and left Affair Hall. Chu Zhongtian came to a quiet place. He tore open the envelope and took out the letter. He opened it and read it carefully. The letter was handwritten by Chu Xianxia. The content was very simple. First of all, he congratulated Chu Zhongtian on becoming an official disciple of Floating Cloud Sect. He hoped that Chu Zhongtian would become the famous top expert of Southern Domain in the future, and told him to take care of his safety. Secondly, Chu Xianxia introduced the recent events in Chu family, along with the patriarch and the 2 elders entering the Qi transforming period, as well as the influence of the battle between Chu Zhongtian and Lu Yongjun in the Yulong Mountain. The Chu family had officially become the #1 family in the Qi country, faintly replacing the Qi family. It was going to become the true ruler of the Qi country. The rapid advancement of the Chu family had seriously threatened the interests of the other 3 great families. It seemed like they were going to join hands. However, Chu Xianxia reminded Chu Zhongtian in the letter not to worry. He said that he had a way to deal with the alliance of 3 great families. Lastly, he introduced Chu Zhongba and Chu Yuping's situation. Ever since Chu Zhongtian participated in the Floating Cloud Sect's disciple test, Chu Zhongba seemed to have changed. Not only did he put in a lot of effort in his cultivation, He had broken through to the 9th level of Qi refining stage in just a dozen days. He had hopes of breaking through to the body refining stage in half a year. At the same time, his conduct had changed a lot compared to before. As for Chu Yuping, although his cultivation base hadn't improved much, he had become more and more proficient in handling the family's affairs. He was now Chu Fan's most capable assistant. Chu Zhongtian put the letter back into the envelope and put it back into the storage bag. He looked at the beautiful scenery of Trial Peak, but his mind was very complicated. Ever since Chu Zhongtian became a member of the Floating Cloud Sect's elite disciple training program, he had put all his attention on how to quickly improve his cultivation base, although he would occasionally think of his family. However, he was more concerned about how to increase the overall strength of his family. He had never cared about his family members. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian could feel Chu Jingxuan's concern for him. The scenery in the distance was beautiful and enchanting. Chu Zhongtian's thoughts were very complicated. He began to blame himself for his selfishness. He blamed himself for being cold to his clansmen. This kind of emotion made him gradually fall into pain. At this moment, the Taishan Heart Meridian cultivation method suddenly started circulating on its own. It took the initiative to absorb the abundant spiritual qi in the surroundings. Ever since his cultivation talent was raised to the low-rank 6th grade, the speed and quantity of spiritual qi he absorbed had increased by nearly 10 times. This terrifying suction force caused all the flowers and plants in the surroundings to lose their vitality in an instant. A large amount of spiritual qi quickly merged into his dantian. In just a few minutes, his dantian was filled with spiritual power. The spiritual power immediately became chaotic. The chaotic spiritual power began to attack his meridian. The pain woke Chu Zhongtian up. He could feel the changes in his body. His expression changed, knowing that he was going to go crazy. Facing this kind of situation, Chu Zhongtian wasn't in a hurry. He first used his consciousness to connect with the storage bag. He took out a medicinal pill from within the storage bag that could be used to calm his mind. After he consumed the medicinal pill, he sat down on the spot and used the medicinal pill's power to stabilize the chaotic spiritual power in his body. Although the spiritual power was very violent, he had still managed to cultivate a tiny bit of it. Under the control of the pill's energy and consciousness, he quickly suppressed the chaotic spiritual power and fused them back into the dantian. Chu Zhongtian discovered that his dantian could no longer contain all of the spiritual qi. The extra spiritual qi followed his meridian and blood vessels and extended into his body, completely merging into his body. When all of these spiritual qi merged into his body, he felt a loud sound in his mind. Then, a powerful aura rose from his body. This powerful aura caused the surrounding licorice roots, which had lost their vitality, to explode into powder. Chu Zhongtian let out a breath. He opened his eyes, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. Although he had successfully broken through to the 5th layer of the body refining period with the help of the chaotic spiritual power and Taishan Heart Sutra, he was still in a very dangerous condition just now. If the spiritual power in his body was completely detonated, Chu Zhongtian would be crushed into pieces by the violent spiritual power. This place belonged to the Trial Peak, so it wasn't suitable for cultivation. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian got up and left. His cultivation base had broken through to the 5th layer of the body refining period, and the stage wasn't completely stable. What he needed to do now was to return to the Courtyard 9 immediately, and try to consolidate his cultivation base in a short period of time. However, Chu Zhongtian didn't do that. He followed the instructions in the identity token and went to the mission hall, which was used to exchange for sect contribution point. In the Trial Peak, there were 2 places that the service disciples and outer sect disciples liked the most. The first place was the affair hall. After all, the service disciples and outer sect disciples hadn't left their families for a long time. They would often contact their family members to relieve their homesickness. The second one was the mission hall. The mission hall was a place where service disciples and disciples of the outer sect accepted sect missions and earned cultivation resources and sect contribution point. Chu Zhongtian wasn't in a hurry to consolidate the stage after breaking through. He came to the mission hall. He wanted to exchange the beast inner core in the storage bag for some sect contribution point, and used the sect contribution point to exchange for a weapon that could help him level up on his own. Mr. Chu. Just as Chu Zhongtian stepped into the mission hall and did not have the time to observe the specific situation of the mission hall, a surprised voice sounded. When he heard the familiar voice, Chu Zhongtian quickly turned around. He saw a peerless beauty with a veil on her face and an extraordinary temperament looking at him with joy. Sister Dongfang. Chu Zhongtian originally wanted to call her Yun, but considering the numerous disciples around, especially the male disciples, if he called her Yun rashly, it would cause a lot of trouble. And his current condition was not suitable to make a move, so he quickly changed his way of addressing her as Sister Dongfang. Mr. Chu, I saw you from afar, but I am not sure. I did not think that it was really you. Dongfang Yuner quickened her pace and walked to Chu Zhongtian's side. Her tone was filled with joy. I went out to train a while ago and just returned to the sect. Dongfang Yuner's unintentional joy made many male disciples who were paying attention to her glare at Chu Zhongtian. However, Chu Zhongtian's fifth layer of the body refining period cultivation base and the light blue uniform of the inner sect made them unable to confirm Chu Zhongtian's true identity for the time being. Therefore, they didn't rush forward to find trouble with him. Of course, Chu Zhongtian could feel the angry stares from the crowd, but he didn't care about it. Anyone who was close to Dongfang Yuner would certainly attract a lot of hatred. He had already expected this. Mr. Chu, you came to Mission Hall to exchange for cultivation resources? When she heard Chu Zhongtian say that he had just finished his training and returned to the sect, Dongfang Yuner guessed. When I went out to refine, my weapon was damaged. I planned to use the sect contribution point to exchange for a weapon that can help me level up. Chu Zhongtian did not hide his purpose. Mr. Chu, although you are an elite disciple, you enjoy very high treatment. But you have been in the sect for too short a time, and you do not have any backing in the sect. You definitely lack sect contribution point that can be exchanged for weapons. When she heard that Chu Zhongtian wanted to exchange for weapons, especially weapons that could be upgraded on their own, she said. At the same time, she felt that she should take care of Chu Zhongtian, so she made the decision privately. Mr. Chu, I have elders in the sect taking care of me. I have more than 20 sect contribution point in my hands, and I can lend them to you temporarily. No need. Dongfang Yuner's self-righteous actions deeply hurt Chu Zhongtian's pride. He originally wanted to severely criticize her, but when he saw the joy on her face, his originally unhappy mood was automatically suppressed. Within the mission hall of Trial Peak, Chu Zhongtian, who felt his pride was hurt, righteously refused Dongfang Yuner's self-righteous help. I know you are a proud person. You can only rely on yourself for whatever you do. But in the sect, there are some things that are not what you think. After Chu Zhongtian rejected her help righteously, Dongfang Yuner immediately became anxious. Ever since she joined the sect, the brothers and sisters of the royal family had told her more than once how difficult was the life of a new disciple. They had to put in several times or even more effort in order to obtain a bit of cultivation resources. In her opinion, Chu Zhongtian, who had no foundation, definitely lacked cultivation resources at this moment, let alone the rare and precious sect contribution point. However, Chu Zhongtian directly interrupted her explanation. His tone was unquestionable as he said, "You might have the care of the royal family in the sect, so you don't lack cultivation resources and sect contribution point. Perhaps someone once told you that the new disciples will lack cultivation resources. But don't think that I, who have no foundation, also lack resources like the other new disciples." Chu Zhongtian explained to Dongfang Yuner, who had a pure temperament, and then shook his head secretly. He did not have the desire to continue explaining. Then, he walked straight to the front of the counter and said to the disciples behind the counter, "I want to exchange for some sect contribution point." "Sure. I don't know what you want to exchange for it." The disciple behind the counter had long noticed Chu Zhongtian. There were two main reasons why he noticed Chu Zhongtian. The first was that Chu Zhongtian was a fifth layer of the body refining period, but he was wearing the uniform of an inner sect disciple. The second was Dongfang Yuner, who was standing beside him. After all, a peerless beauty like Dongfang Yuner would attract the attention of everyone no matter where she went. Beast Inner Core. He took out a small package from the storage bag. He opened it and poured out 37 Beast Inner Core. These are all Inner Core from the 9th grade Mutant Beast. Among them, there are 10 low-rank 9th grade Beast Inner Core, 29th grade middle-rank Beast Inner Core, 7 advanced 9th grade Mutant Beast. The man checked the Beast Inner Core that Chu Zhongtian poured out and said in surprise. Chu Zhongtian had just broken through to the 5th layer of the body refining period, so the aura on his body was not stable. Anyone with a higher cultivation base than him would be able to tell his grade with just a glance. In other words, when he was hunting these strange beasts, the highest level he could reach was the 4th layer of the body refining period. The fact that he could kill intermediate and advanced 9th grade mutant beast when he was at the 4th layer of the body refining period indicated that Chu Zhongtian was definitely an expert whose combat strength could surpass his stage. Therefore, the casual disciple became serious when he faced Chu Zhongtian. The 37 inner core that Chu Zhongtian had taken out were all from the Purgatory City's secret realm. The strange beasts in the Purgatory City's secret realm were all high-quality beasts specially selected by essence-gathering stage warriors in the Purgatory City. Each of these strange beasts was almost the king of all the strange beasts. They were all experts who could surpass their stage. Among them, 17 of them were obtained by Chu Zhongtian through hunting alone. After that, he and Lu Yuan worked together to obtain the other 20 inner core. Lu Yuan's status in Hua Mountain Sword Sect was extraordinary. He didn't care about these inner core, so all the inner core they obtained belonged to Chu Zhongtian. These are the inner core of intermediate and advanced 9th grade mutant beast. When she heard the introduction of the disciple behind the counter, Dongfang Yuner covered her mouth in shock. Her face revealed a look of disbelief. When Chu Zhongtian participated in the test with her, his cultivation was only at the 10th layer great perfection of the Qi refining period. In less than a month's time, could it be that he had the ability to kill intermediate and advanced 9th grade mutant beast? Are you going to exchange all 37 inner core for sect contribution point? The disciple at the counter placed the inner core down one by one. He once again confirmed with Chu Zhongtian. Yes. I want to exchange all of them for sect contribution points. Chu Zhongtian nodded his head and said affirmatively. Junior brother, the 37 level 9 beasts inner core are all high-quality inner core. Most of them are the king of beasts, so the exchange rate will increase. The disciple behind the counter pointed at a dozen of the slightly larger and brighter inner core and said in a serious and responsible manner. 37 level 9 beasts inner core can be exchanged for 20 sect contribution points. 37 level 9 beasts inner core can be exchanged for 20 sect contribution points. The disciple behind the counter calculated and finally gave the price. Chu Zhongtian was very satisfied with this price. After all, according to the rules of the sect, only the corpses of 100 low-grade level 10 beasts or inner core could be exchanged for contribution points. Only the corpses of 10 low-grade level 9 beasts or inner core could be exchanged for contribution points. However, the 37 inner core he took out directly exchanged for 20 sect contribution points. Apart from the high quality of these 37 strange beasts inner core, it was also because the disciple behind the counter was secretly taking care of him. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian was grateful in his heart. Junior brother, take out your identity token. I'll send the sect's contribution points to your token. After getting Chu Zhongtian's permission, the disciple at the counter put away the inner core and signaled Chu Zhongtian to take out his identity token. Chu Zhongtian's consciousness linked with the token. A green token suddenly appeared in his empty right hand. When the disciple behind the counter saw the color of Chu Zhongtian's token, he immediately stood up from his chair in shock. He was stunned for a full minute before he reached out and took the token. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he had privately decided to give Chu Zhongtian an extra contribution point. Not only did he not offend Chu Zhongtian, he might even befriend a future sect expert in advance. Although he was a little excited in his heart, his professionalism allowed him to complete this process very quickly. Then, he respectfully handed the token to Chu Zhongtian. Junior brother, 20 sect contribution points have been sent to your identity token. Thank you, senior brother. Receiving the identity token, Chu Zhongtian did not take it back into his body, but said to the disciple behind the counter, Senior brother, I want to change to a weapon that can help me level up on its own. Chu Zhongtian did not hesitate at all. He clearly stated what he wanted. Before Chu Zhongtian left the Chus, he had seen a weapon that could level up on its own. It was on the 8th of March when he challenged Lu Yongjun on the Jade Dragon Peak. Lu Yongjun had once said that his iron rod was a weapon that could be upgraded on its own. However, at that time, Chu Zhongtian did not feel that there was anything mysterious or powerful about a weapon that could be upgraded on its own, so he did not take it to heart. He did not deliberately look for a similar weapon. The reason why he wanted to exchange for a weapon that could be upgraded on its own was because of Elder Huang. In the Purgatory City's secret realm, when his superior Grade 100 refined steel knife collided with the semi-spirit tool-grade longsword, it was seriously damaged. At that time, Old Huang had requested Chu Zhongtian to find a weapon that could level up on his own. Trial Peak in the Mission Hall. Chu Zhongtian clearly stated the item he wanted to exchange for. It was a weapon that could be upgraded on its own. According to Elder Huang, most warriors would choose a weapon that could help them level up before breaking through to the Qi transforming period. Furthermore, it was a weapon that could help them level up. They would use this weapon as their most important weapon, and this weapon would accompany them for the rest of their lives. At the same time, as a martial artist's cultivation and strength increased, the quality of the weapon that automatically upgraded would also increase. Because this weapon stayed with a martial artist for a long time, the weapon that was automatically upgraded would even have the chance to develop intelligence and eventually evolve into a different type of weapon. As for what kind of weapon it was, Elder Huang did not say much, and he did not allow Chu Zhongtian to ask. After going through a few weapon alterations, Chu Zhongtian also discovered that he was very casual about weapons. After his battle with Lu Yuan and his conversation with him, he found out that the reason his power couldn't completely fuse with the saber technique was because the weapon itself wasn't good enough. This was also the reason why he wanted to spend a large sum of money to exchange for a weapon that could be upgraded on its own. Junior brother, this kind of weapon is called the artifact prototype. The lowest grade is also at the semi-spirit tool grade. Moreover, it was personally refined by our sect's refining grandmasters, so the exchange price is quite high. Are you sure you want to exchange for it? When Chu Zhongtian used the Beast Inner Core to exchange for the sect contribution point just now, the disciple in charge of exchanging items also saw it. To the new disciple, 20 sect contribution point might be a considerable amount of wealth, but it was still not enough to exchange for a weapon that could be upgraded on its own. Therefore, his reminder was also of good intentions. I'm sure. Chu Zhongtian nodded. In the third round of the disciple recruitment test, he had obtained the third place 7 sect contribution point, and then used 1 point in Gravity Pavilion. He still had 6 points left. Adding the 100 sect contribution point that Zhao Enjun had rewarded, as well as the 20 sect contribution point that he had just exchanged with the Beast Inner Core, he had a total of 126 sect contribution point, so these contribution points should be enough to exchange for a weapon that could automatically level up. What kind of weapon are you good at using? Since Chu Zhongtian was sure that he wanted to exchange for a weapon, it meant that he had enough contribution points in his token. Therefore, the disciple at the counter did not continue to remind him. Instead, he asked what kind of weapon he wanted to exchange for. Saber. Chu Zhongtian answered in a loud and clear voice without any hesitation. There are 11 types of sabers in the exchange column. Which one do you want to exchange for? The disciple at the counter took out a piece of paper-shaped spirit weapon. He used his consciousness to connect with the spirit weapon. After checking it, he asked Chu Zhongtian, "Senior brother, can I take a look at the 11 types of weapons that can automatically be upgraded?" The disciple at the counter simply stated that there were 11 types of weapons that could be exchanged. But he did not display the appearance and price of the 11 types of weapons. Chu Zhongtian also did not know how to choose, so he could only boldly make a request. Of course, the disciple behind the counter didn't refuse. He directly handed the paper-like spirit weapon to Chu Zhongtian. Actually, this was the tradition of the sect. After all, the sect contribution point was very precious to the service disciples and disciples of the outer sect. Therefore, when they were exchanging for items, the sect allowed the disciples to personally check the items they wanted to exchange for. Chu Zhongtian's consciousness connected with the spirit weapon, and a message instantly appeared in his mind. After that, 11 similar but different-sized knife embryo appeared in his mind. Very quickly, the 9th knife embryo among the 11 knife embryo absorbed his attention. Its shape and length were similar to the steel knife he usually used. Chu Zhongtian's consciousness connected with the knife embryo, and the second message entered his mind. After reading the information, he immediately understood the grade and price of the sword. This nameless sword was created by the Floating Cloud sect's great blacksmith master, Lian Yun. It can absorb spiritual power and vital spirit, and at the same time it can be fused with top-grade materials to increase the grade of the sword. It's worth 90 sect contribution point. Senior brother, I choose the 9th knife embryo, Chu Zhongtian said to the disciple behind the counter. Junior brother, this is the weapon with the highest quality and price. This price is as high as 90 points of sect contribution point. Are you sure you want to exchange for it? The disciple behind the counter asked uncertainly. As one of the 9 major powers in Southern Domain, Floating Cloud sect had countless rare treasures and divine weapons in their sect. Besides the corresponding identity, the most important thing for him to obtain these items was the sect contribution point. It was very difficult to obtain the sect contribution point. A genius with outstanding talent and powerful combat strength could only earn 5 points of sect contribution point within a year. If he could earn 10 points of sect contribution point within a year, it would mean that his background was extraordinary. If he could earn 20 points of contribution points within a year, it could only mean that his backing in the sect was very strong, and he had a certain amount of authority. Earning more than 20 points of sect contribution point within a year was basically impossible, which was why the disciple at the counter didn't believe Chu Zhongtian. After the disciple at the counter shouted out the price, all the surrounding disciples turned their heads to look. After all, 90 contribution points was equivalent to the majority of disciples' 3 years of harvest. As for Chu Zhongtian, he was only a new disciple, so everyone would definitely be shocked. Dongfang Yuner was already stunned on the spot. Senior brother, this is my identity token. The sect contribution point in my token is enough to pay for it. Chu Zhongtian did not pay attention to the shocked reactions of the surrounding people. He directly handed the identity token in his hand to the disciple at the counter. He said with an indifferent expression. Chu Zhongtian's reaction did not seem like he was lying, so the disciple at the counter quickly took the token. After that, a 1.2 meters long, 12 centimeters wide, and 20 kilograms heavy black knife embryo appeared in the spirit weapon. Chu Zhongtian stretched out his hand and grabbed the knife embryo. He immediately felt the power of this semi-spirit tool-grade weapon. If he wanted to truly bring out the power of his own upgraded weapon, he had to fuse it with his essence blood and establish a certain connection with the knife embryo. Then, he could further perfect the shape of the knife embryo according to his imagination. At this time and place, it was not suitable for him to refine the knife embryo, so he put the weapon into the storage bag. There were a total of 126 sect contribution point in the identity token. After he exchanged for the knife embryo, he still had 36 sect contribution point left. In the trial peak, the secret realm, which was used to increase one's cultivation base, only consumed 1 point per day. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian planned to leave 10 contribution points for the secret realm to use. The remaining contribution points would be used to exchange for medicinal pills or spirit fruit that could increase one's cultivation base. Senior brother, I still have some contribution points in my token. I plan to exchange them for some medicinal pills or spirit fruit that can increase one's cultivation base. Do you have any suggestions? You still have the remaining points? When they saw that Chu Zhongtian had used up 90 points of sect contribution point in one go, they thought that Chu Zhongtian had already used up all his contribution points. He could only rely on cultivation to increase his cultivation for the remaining period of time. But what he never expected was that Chu Zhongtian actually still had sect contribution point in his hands. In other words, Chu Zhongtian's identity token already had over 100 sect contribution point. At this moment, in his eyes, Chu Zhongtian had become very mysterious. As a new disciple, even if he participated in the elite disciple training program, if he wanted to obtain 100 contribution points within a month, that would be impossible. unless his backer was someone who could influence the situation of the sect. I still have a few contribution points left in my identity token. I want to exchange for some pills that can help increase my cultivation base. Chu Zhongtian did not conceal the remaining contribution points in his hand, because he needed to exchange for some medicinal pills and spirit fruit. Junior brother, the types and grades of pills here are suitable for body refining stage mid-advanced. Check if there are any suitable ones for you. If you need these pills and spirit fruit, just record them down. I'll exchange them for you then. After the disciple at the counter rearranged the spirit weapon in his hand, he handed the spirit weapon back to Chu Zhongtian and instructed him. When Chu Zhongtian's consciousness was connected to the spirit weapon once again, he was surprised to find that the contents of the spirit weapon had been changed to pills and spirit fruit. At this time, his interest in the spirit weapon in his hand had exceeded that of medicinal pills and spirit fruit. However, Chu Zhongtian knew that it was impossible for him to possess the spirit weapon, so he gave up on the idea. He began to read the information regarding the medicinal pill and spirit fruit in the spirit weapon. In the spirit weapon, there were many pills and spirit fruit used by body refining stage advanced warriors. Most of them were level 9 pills, and there were even some level 8 pills. Furthermore, there were more than 100 types of pills. Chu Zhongtian looked at the more than 100 types of pills that could increase his cultivation base. He really wanted them. However, the remaining contribution points in his token were not enough to exchange for all of the medicinal pills. Therefore, he made the best use of his time to look for medicinal pills that were suitable for him. Finally, he chose 3 medicinal pills that were suitable for him at his current stage. The first was an upper-rank 9th grade barrier-breaking pill. It required 3 sect contribution point. It was suitable for breaking through bottlenecks. This was a pill that could break through the stage. When Chu Zhongtian finished his cultivation in the Purgatory City and returned to the Courtyard 9, he once wanted to break through to the 5th layer of the body refining period in one go. However, the hard bottleneck of the body refining stage level 5 had caused him to fail. If he had a barrier-breaking pill in his hand, he could use this barrier-breaking pill to break through the bottleneck. The second type was an upper-rank 9th grade Ice Heart pill. It required 4 sect contribution point. It could help him calm his mind and increase his cultivation base. Ever since Chu Zhongtian started cultivating again, he felt that the speed at which he broke through the stage was too fast. Furthermore, his breakthrough relied on pills and spirit fruit. Although he tried his best to consolidate his cultivation base and stabilize his foundation after breaking through to the minor stage, the improvement of the mind state couldn't keep up with the speed at which he broke through. Before he entered the mission hall, the reason why he almost failed is because his emotions are fluctuating. But the main reason was that his cultivation base was relatively low. And the Ice Heart pill was a medicinal pill that could eliminate inner demons and raise mind state. The third was an upper-rank 9th grade spirit integrating pill. It required 3 sect contribution point. It was a type of medicinal pill that could speed up the transformation of spiritual chi into spiritual power. Similarly, it could also increase the speed of cultivation. The reward from the sex competition was full of temptation. Chu Zhongtian had to use external forces to increase his cultivation base at full speed. The 3 pills had only consumed 10 points of his sect contribution point. Currently, he still had 26 points of sect contribution point left in his identity token. However, he did not continue to exchange for medicinal pills. Firstly, among the 100+ types of pills in the spirit weapon, the pills he could exchange for were about the same as the body hardening pill and body softening pill. This wouldn't be of much help to him. As for the medicinal pills that could increase one's cultivation base, they were too expensive, and he couldn't afford to exchange for them. In the end, he only exchanged for 3 types of pills. Thank you, senior brother. I've already finished choosing. Chu Zhongtian returned the spirit weapon in his hand to the counter and said politely, "Tell me the medicinal pills you need to exchange for. I'll help you exchange for them." The disciple at the counter said politely. After Chu Zhongtian finished exchanging the pills, he turned around and left Mission Hall. Dongfang Yuner quickly followed him. "Mr. Chu, I'm sorry. I was the one who thought I was smart. I was too conceited." After they left Mission Hall, Dongfang Yuner said with regret. Yun, I know you sincerely want to help me, but what you did just now really hurt my pride. Dongfang Yuner was the princess of Heavenly Dragon Empire. She had been doted on since she was young, which caused her to have an arrogant personality. If the two of them were just ordinary friends, Chu Zhongtian might accept her help. However, if they could finally fall in love, Chu Zhongtian hoped that she could change her bad habits. That was why he told her directly, Mr. Chu, I will pay attention to it in the future. Dongfang Yuner accepted Chu Zhongtian's criticism. Yun, I remember when you participated in the disciple test. Your cultivation base is already at the second layer of the body refining period, and it has been almost a month. Your cultivation base has only advanced to the second layer of the body refining period peak. Your progress is too slow. Dongfang Yuner possessed a middle-grade 6th-grade cultivation talent, and she also had an Emperor Patriarch as her backing. She did not lack cultivation resources during her cultivation, and she also did not lack the guidance of an expert. Under all kinds of favorable circumstances, her cultivation progress was very slow. Chu Zhongtian felt that she was too relaxed. Mr. Chu, my advancement speed is already fast enough. Among the people who passed the test and became official disciples at the same time, only Zhang Qian and I broke through to the stage within a month. The others are still the same as before. Chu Zhongtian was dissatisfied with her cultivation speed, which made her very unconvinced. She immediately used the achievements of the others as a comparison, which showed that not only did she not relax, but she also did not relax. She even worked very hard. Really? Chu Zhongtian faced Dongfang Yuner's argument and asked her back. His tone was full of doubt. Chu Zhongtian had never really come into contact with the results of the cultivation of the new disciples in Trial Peak, so he did not know how these people cultivated. However, the 6 people who had joined the Elite Disciple Training Program had their combat strength increased by 1 minor stage in a month after Zhao Enjuan made specific arrangements for them. Among them, Wang Fuqi's advancement was the slowest because his stage was already very high. Furthermore, he had put a portion of his energy into fighting for the position of the leader, which made his progress the slowest. Even so, his combat strength had increased by 1 minor stage. For example, in less than a month's time, Lin Dong's cultivation base had advanced from 4th layer of the body refining period beginner to 5th layer of the body refining period peak, and his stage had increased by 1.5. Dongfang Yuner wasn't familiar with elite disciples, so she couldn't show any comparison. Chu Zhongtian could only use himself as a comparison. Yun, when I participated in the disciple test, my cultivation talent was at the 7th grade low rank, and my cultivation was at the 10th layer great perfection of the qi refining period. Now that I'm at the 5th layer of the body refining period, why do you think this is? What? You have already broken through to the 5th layer of the body refining period. After hearing Chu Zhongtian mention his current cultivation base, Dongfang Yuner opened her eyes wide. Her face revealed a look of disbelief. They hadn't met for almost a month. When Dongfang Yuner saw Chu Zhongtian again, she only wanted to express her longing, and at the same time, she wanted to sincerely help him. So Dongfang Yuner didn't pay too much attention to Chu Zhongtian's cultivation. Even when Chu Zhongtian took out the level 9 intermediate and advanced beast inner core, Dongfang Yuner was only surprised that Chu Zhongtian had so many high-quality beast inner core. She didn't associate these inner core with Chu Zhongtian's strength. Furthermore, Chu Zhongtian's current cultivation base had already far exceeded Dongfang Yuner's. Dongfang Yuner was also unable to accurately determine Chu Zhongtian's actual cultivation base. When Dongfang Yuner saw Chu Zhongtian reveal his true cultivation base, and after he personally spoke of his stage, Dongfang Yuner was shocked and felt a sense of urgency in her heart. Chu Zhongtian's performance was too outstanding. An outstanding man like him would definitely be liked by many women in the future. If she continued to slack off, she would very likely lose him in the future. Yun, I don't mean to flaunt myself. I just want to remind you through me that you must not slack off on the road of cultivation. Otherwise, you will soon be surpassed by others. Chu Zhongtian advised earnestly. Mr. Chu, don't worry. I will work hard to cultivate when I go back. I will try to catch up with you in a short time. Dongfang Yuner clenched her fists and encouraged herself. Chu Zhongtian saw that Dongfang Yuner had realized her shortcomings and nodded secretly. Dongfang Yuner's talent was outstanding and she also had superior conditions. As long as she was willing to work hard in cultivation, her stage would catch up very quickly. Come with me for a walk, Chu Zhongtian suggested. Although the trial peak was only a mountain peak where the service disciples and outer sect disciples lived, it still belonged to the floating cloud sect. The scenery on the mountain peak was quite beautiful. Chu Zhongtian looked at Dongfang Yuner and the beautiful scenery beside him. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Before he transmigrated, there was one thing that he had to do between lovers. Take a walk. Chu Zhongtian's initiative to invite made Dongfang Yuner suddenly think of something, and then she nodded shyly. Yun. Guess. Who did I meet this time when I went out to train? They walked on the scenic mountain road, and Chu Zhongtian did not know what to say for a moment. After Chu Zhongtian started to practice again, he put all his energy into practicing. He either absorbed spiritual qi to improve his cultivation base, or consumed pills to increase his potential. After that, he would spend the rest of his time cultivating martial skills. There was no joy in his life at all. If there was any topic that could break their deadlock, it would probably only be his training just now. And the topics of the people he met during training could also break their awkward deadlock. Mr. Chu, I'm not familiar with your social circle. I can't guess who it is. Dongfang Yuner did not have any guesses at all. She directly indicated that it was impossible for her to guess. Take a guess. You know that person, and your relationship is very close. Chu Zhongtian reminded. Not only do we know each other, but our relationship is also close. Dongfang Yuner pondered the meaning of these two sentences, as she started to search for people who were suitable for these two sentences. Could it be him? Following which, a person's image appeared in her mind. But immediately after, she shook her head and directly overturned her previous guess. Impossible. That person is arrogant and has a strange temper. He probably won't bother with you. Yun, who did you guess just now? Dongfang Yuner did not lower her voice when she was guessing and denying herself just now. Chu Zhongtian heard it clearly. At the same time, he also guessed that the person she thought of just now was very likely to be Dongfang Yongping. Dongfang Yongping, my brother. However, he has a proud personality. It's impossible for you to interact with him. Dongfang Yuner did not hide her guess from him and made the most accurate evaluation of Dongfang Yongping. Congratulations. Your guess just now was completely correct. The person I met during this tough training was your elder brother, Dongfang Yongping, and I have a good relationship with him. Impossible, I know him too well. If you didn't surpass him in terms of cultivation or perform well enough, he wouldn't have cared about you at all. Speaking up to this point, Dongfang Yuner suddenly thought of Chu Zhongtian in less than a month's time. A genius like him might be able to catch Dongfang Yongping's attention if he broke through from the 10th layer great perfection of the qi refining period to the 5th layer of the body refining period in less than a month's time. Dongfang Yuner thought that her brother, who could decide her future, had already come into contact with Chu Zhongtian in advance. She felt a trace of nervousness, and even her heart was filled with embarrassment. Chu Zhongtian didn't know what Dongfang Yuner was thinking at this moment. He didn't pay attention to her reaction, but continued to speak. Yun, I have been with your brother in the secret realm for a few days. Our relationship is pretty good. According to the time, he should be returning to the sect in 1 or 2 days. Chu Zhongtian was able to return to the sect so quickly because Zhao Enjuan was able to bring him back to the sect with his powerful cultivation. Dongfang Yongping and the others wanted to return to the sect, but they had to either ride flying beasts or rely on their feet. If they were to ride a level 8 flying beast, they would be able to return to the sect in about 1 to 2 days. My brother will be back in 2 days. When she heard that her brother, whom she hadn't seen for a few years, would be back soon, Dongfang Yuner subconsciously grabbed Chu Zhongtian's arm and asked in surprise. Sister Dongfang, so you are here. Just as Chu Zhongtian was about to respond to Dongfang Yuner, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Before Chu Zhongtian could turn around, the voice sounded again. Sister Dongfang. Who is he? Someone suddenly interrupted the conversation between Chu Zhongtian and Dongfang Yuner, and they immediately turned around to look. They saw a young man with an extraordinary temperament looking at Dongfang Yuner with a smile on his face. But when he saw Dongfang Yuner grabbing Chu Zhongtian's arm, his eyes flashed with a trace of killing intent. "Senior Brother Wang, why are you here?" After Dongfang Yuner took a look at the person who came, she instantly recovered her original cold temperament and said calmly, "Sister Dongfang, who is this person who is very close to you?" Senior Brother Wang walked to Dongfang Yuner and pointed at Chu Zhongtian. Although his expression was very normal, his tone was filled with jealousy and displeasure. "Hello, my name is Chu Zhongtian." Chu Zhongtian introduced to Senior Brother Wang. After that, he turned to Dongfang Yuner and said, "Yun, I have just broken through to the 5th layer of the body refining period. The stage still needs to be consolidated. Next, I need to return to Hidden Dragon Peak to cultivate. When I have time in the future, I will come and find you." Just now, Chu Zhongtian had already sensed the murderous look in Senior Brother Wang's eyes. He knew that the reason why Senior Brother Wang was angry must be because Dongfang Yuner was very close to him. Ever since Chu Zhongtian decided to accept Dongfang Yuner's confession, he was prepared to cause trouble, so he was not afraid of the challenger's threats. The reason he asked to leave was because he did not want to have any physical conflict with Senior Brother Wang for the time being. Because he had just broken through to the 5th layer of the body refining period, the spiritual power in his dantian was not stable. If he acted rashly, it would affect his foundation, and it might even cause his stage to decline. That was why Chu Zhongtian didn't attack Senior Brother Wang. Furthermore, Senior Brother Wang was at the 10th level of body refining, the perfection. Even if Chu Zhongtian attacked him, he might not be able to win. "I will look for you in a few days." Ever since Senior Brother Wang appeared, Dongfang Yuner knew that it was impossible for her to be alone with Chu Zhongtian, so she agreed with Chu Zhongtian's decision to leave. Because she knew Senior Brother Wang's personality and temper too well. She knew that he was a temperamental person. "Yun, your brother has broken through to the half-step essence gathering stage. He might have already returned to the sect ahead of time. I think you should go and see if your brother has returned." Chu Zhongtian reminded her before he left. The first reason Chu Zhongtian deliberately reminded Dongfang Yuner was because he felt that Senior Brother Wang was not a good person. He did not want her to stay with him. The second reason was that he wanted to remind Senior Brother Wang that Dongfang Yuner's identity was not simple. She had a half-step essence gathering stage brother in the sect. There were some things that he could not do casually. After that, Chu Zhongtian looked at Senior Brother Wang. He did not say anything to him. He turned around and left. When Chu Zhongtian turned around and left, Dongfang Yuner said something to Senior Brother Wang and ran to Chu Zhongtian's side to leave with him. "You dare to compete with me for a woman? I think you are tired of living." Wang Tao looked at Chu Zhongtian and Dongfang Yuner's back and said while gnashing his teeth in anger, "Mr. Chu, that man just now is called Wang Tao. The one in charge of our cultivation is a hall master who has reached the peak of the qi transforming period, and he is the son of the hall master. This man is just like his father, a cunning and insidious villain. You have to be wary of them in the future. You have to avoid them secretly hurting you." After Dongfang Yuner caught up with Chu Zhongtian, she quickly introduced Wang Tao's background in a low voice. She wanted him to be careful of Wang Tao and Wang Tao's father's revenge. "Yun, don't worry. I have a way to protect myself. They can't do anything to me for the time being." Chu Zhongtian's confident attitude made Dongfang Yuner feel relieved. The master of Outer Sect was in charge of the servants in Trial Peak and the disciples of Outer Sect. His status was much lower than Zhao Enjuan's. With the importance Zhao Enjuan attached to him, if the Outer Sect master wanted to use his status and identity to take revenge on him, he couldn't defeat Zhao Enjuan. Chu Zhongtian couldn't defeat a peak of the qi transforming period, but ever since his talent had risen to a low-grade 6th grade, he was confident that he could break through to the qi transforming period within a year. At that time, Chu Zhongtian would become a disciple of the inner sect. It would be even harder for Wang Tao's father to seek revenge with his cultivation base. Chu Zhongtian was not afraid of Wang Tao either. As long as Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base broke through to the 6th layer of the body refining period peak within a month, his combat strength would reach the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period. If he used the semi-spirit tool weapon he just obtained, his combat strength would probably reach the peak of the half-step chi transforming period. If Wang Tao wanted to take revenge on him, he was afraid that Wang Tao would lose more than he could gain. Although Dongfang Yuner had a strong backer in the sect, she was still a disciple of the outer sect, so she had to live in the trial peak. Therefore, 10 minutes later, Chu Zhongtian left Dongfang Yuner and went to Hidden Dragon Peak alone. When Chu Zhongtian returned to the Hidden Dragon Peak, he found that Wang Fuqi was no longer in front of the Courtyard 9. He knew that Wang Fuqi had either thought it through thoroughly and tried his best to increase his cultivation, or Wang Fuqi had accepted Chu Zhongtian's challenge, and he had also tried his best to improve his cultivation. After Chu Zhongtian returned to Courtyard 9, he went straight into the secret cultivation room. He took out hundreds of 7th-grade middle-rank spirit stones and arranged them according to the simplified version of the spirit-gathering formation. After that, he started to consolidate his cultivation. 3 days later, Chu Zhongtian sat cross-legged in the secret cultivation room and opened his eyes. There was a trace of ecstasy on his face. 3 days later, after he returned to the secret cultivation room, he started to consolidate his cultivation base with the help of the thick spiritual qi in the secret room. He only spent less than 2 hours to completely consolidate the spiritual power. After that, Chu Zhongtian began to consume all kinds of medicinal pills that could increase his potential. He tried his best to increase his own potential, but what he didn't expect was, while he was increasing his potential, his cultivation talent and the ample spiritual power in the secret chamber had allowed his cultivation base to break through 3 small stages in a row. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base had already reached the 5th layer of the body refining period peak, and he was one of the top disciples amongst the elite disciples. Chu Zhongtian retracted his qi. He didn't leave the secret chamber immediately, but instead took out a blade-like knife embryo from his storage bag. This was a semi-spirit tool weapon that Chu Zhongtian had used 90 sect contribution point to exchange for. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9, Cultivation Chamber. Chu Zhongtian looked at the saber-shaped artifact prototype in his hand. Its grade had reached the semi-spirit tool grade. A trace of excitement and anticipation flashed across his face. He forced out a drop of essence blood from his body. Chu Zhongtian planned to fuse the essence blood into the knife embryo, and then start the first step of refining the weapon. When Chu Zhongtian subconsciously looked at the essence blood on his fingertip, he temporarily stopped refining the weapon, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. Chu Zhongtian had been continuously purifying the blood of the blood prison pavilion for 5 days and 5 nights. The blood in his body contained a trace of purple. When he broke through to the body refining stage, his blood contained nearly 20% of the purple blood. Chu Zhongtian had not paid attention to the changes in his blood for nearly a month. At this time, the purple blood in his essence blood had reached 25%. The 20% purple essence blood could increase his combat strength by 1 minor stage, and the 25% purple blood could increase his combat strength by a lot. Chu Zhongtian was looking forward to it. At the same time, he planned to test his true combat strength after refining the knife embryo. Chu Zhongtian withdrew his attention from the essence blood and dripped the essence blood on the knife embryo. As the essence blood slowly merged with the knife embryo, Chu Zhongtian gradually felt that he had a close connection with the knife embryo in his hand. When the essence blood completely merged into the knife embryo, Chu Zhongtian immediately began to imagine the detailed shape of the 100 tempering top-quality steel blade he had used before. He also began to control the shape of the knife embryo through his consciousness. The shape of the knife embryo itself was similar to the steel knife he had used before. Under his conscious control, the knife embryo quickly took shape. The shape of the knife embryo was exactly the same as the 100 tempering steel blade he had used before. Integrating the essence blood was only the first step to refining the weapon and upgrade it. Next, Chu Zhongtian needed to use the spiritual power to nourish the spirit blade so that it could adapt to the attributes and characteristics of his spiritual power. This step required a considerable amount of time. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian only used the spiritual power to wrap around the spirit blade so that it could sense the attributes and materials of his spiritual power ahead of time. Chu Zhongtian waited for the spirit blade to fuse with a trace of the spiritual power and use it to slowly level up. He put away the spirit blade, then got up and left the cultivation chamber, leaving Courtyard 9 and Hidden Dragon Peak. The breakthrough of the stage was only a change in the spiritual power and his constitution. If he wanted to transform the spiritual power after the breakthrough into a powerful combat strength, he needed to adapt and grasp the strength after the breakthrough through fighting different opponents. At this time, Chu Zhongtian could not go out and refine, and he did not have any suitable opponents by his side. Therefore, the Trial Pavilion, one of the 4 great secret realm in Trial Peak, was the most suitable place for him to increase his combat strength. Senior brother, I want to use the Trial Pavilion. He used his mind to connect to the identity token. Chu Zhongtian handed the token to the disciple in charge of managing the Trial Pavilion and said, "How long do you plan to use it?" The disciple in charge of the Trial Pavilion took the identity token and asked, 2 days. When Chu Zhongtian participated in the disciple test a month ago, he had fought in the Trial Pavilion. He understood the situation inside. 2 days was enough for him to adapt and master the spiritual power after breaking through. "All right, junior brother, you can go in now." The disciple in charge returned Chu Zhongtian's identity token and explained. At the same time, the disciple in charge reminded Chu Zhongtian before he entered the Trial Pavilion. "Junior brother, if you stay inside for more than 2 days, the Trial Pavilion will automatically deduct the contribution points from your identity token. If you don't stay inside for 2 days, the contribution points won't be refunded. At the same time, if you are killed by your opponent within 1 day, then you will be deducted 1 point of your sect contribution point within 1 day." Chu Zhongtian nodded to show that he understood. After that, he took the identity token and allowed it to return to his body. Then, he walked into the Trial Pavilion. "Please choose your weapon." When Chu Zhongtian walked into the independent space of the Trial Pavilion, a familiar voice sounded in the void. "Saber." He had experienced this kind of situation once before, and Chu Zhongtian said with familiarity. He reached out his hand and grabbed the 100 tempering top-quality steel blade that appeared in the void. Chu Zhongtian stood still and waited for his first opponent to appear. 10 seconds later, a black-clothed man in black clothes and holding a 100 tempering top-quality steel blade appeared. His cultivation base had reached the 5th layer of the body refining period. This time, Chu Zhongtian wanted to test his own strength and use his attacks to adapt to and grasp the strength of a breakthrough. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian wasn't in a hurry to finish off his opponent. When he participated in the disciple test, a 2nd layer of the body refining period man in black could already use a yellow-level beginner-level martial skill. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian didn't use the basic saber technique. On the contrary, he was the first to use the sun scorching that he was most familiar with, and it was also the strongest sun scorching. However, when Chu Zhongtian used the sun scorching, he found that the additional attribute energy couldn't be used in the Trial Pavilion. This caused his combat strength to drop by a whole level. Fortunately, he was in the Trial Pavilion to test his own strength, adapt to it, and grasp the power after his breakthrough. Even if he couldn't use his attribute power, it wouldn't affect him at all. It would even be of great help to him. This would allow him to understand his true strength even more thoroughly. According to the usual practice of the Trial Pavilion, the first opponent to appear would only passively defend, and he wouldn't take the initiative to attack. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian suppressed his own strength to the 5th layer of the body refining period. A 2nd layer of the body refining period warrior could use a martial skill, but a body refinement level 5 warrior's martial skill was not only more profound, but also more powerful. The powerful saber technique collided with each other in an instant, producing a deafening explosion. Although Chu Zhongtian had suppressed his combat strength to the 5th layer of the body refining period, his true combat strength had reached the 9th layer peak of the body refining period. This had caused the power of the saber technique he had just used to surpass the 5th layer of the body refining period. The power of the ___ that was stronger than the 5th layer of the body refining period had dispersed his opponent's attack. The remaining power struck the black-clothed man's body. In an instant, the man in black's body was shattered into pieces. Chu Zhongtian used the gap between the appearance of his second opponent and immediately began to reflect on himself. He reflected on the disadvantage of his control over strength and adjusted his next attack. When the second opponent appeared, Chu Zhongtian suppressed his strength to the fourth layer peak of the body refining period. Once again, he used the sun scorching. Although his cultivation base was suppressed to the fourth layer peak of the body refining period, with the enhancement of the saber technique he was familiar with, the power of the saber technique had reached the fifth layer of the body refining period. Chu Zhongtian was delighted when he saw that his opponent's saber force had cancelled out his attack. It was a dream for any warrior to have an opponent who wouldn't take the initiative to attack him. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian used different saber technique to test the power of the saber technique. Furthermore, he could use the power of the saber technique to familiarize himself with and control the power in his body. Although the saber technique used by his opponent was very profound and his strength was at the peak of the same level, under Chu Zhongtian's continuous attacks, his opponent didn't last long. Soon, his opponent was split in half by Chu Zhongtian's steel knife. After Chu Zhongtian landed on the ground, he took a deep breath. Furthermore, he immediately raised his attention. This was because the next opponent he faced was not only stronger, but also had the ability to use the movement technique. Furthermore, his opponent could take the initiative to attack. Trial Peak, Trial Pavilion. 5 minutes later, the third opponent appeared. He had combined the movement technique and sword method martial technique at the same time, catching Chu Zhongtian off guard. When he participated in the disciple test, the third opponent that appeared was able to take the initiative to attack him. Furthermore, he could use the movement technique. However, the two martial skills of the third opponent were used separately. He could give Chu Zhongtian time to react and prepare for his counterattack. However, Chu Zhongtian never expected that the fifth layer of the body refining period opponent from the trial pavilion had already started to combine the two skills. Although Chu Zhongtian was caught unprepared, his own strength far exceeded that of a fifth layer of the body refining period. This caused his vision and reaction to be very fast. He casted the windbreaker, which had already entered the peak stage. He temporarily avoided the attack formed by the combination of the two martial skills of his opponent. After that, he continued to use the windbreaker as soon as he landed on the ground. At the same time, he began to consciously combine the sword method martial technique to increase the power of his attack. It was rare for Chu Zhongtian to encounter such an opponent. Furthermore, Chu Zhongtian did not need to worry about the threat of death, so he boldly and confidently combined the two martial skills. Even if he was killed, he could still waste a sect contribution point to recover. After fighting with his opponent for a while, he found that his current fourth layer peak of the body refining period strength wasn't enough to defeat his opponent. Furthermore, he was getting weaker and weaker. If they continued fighting at this rate, he might be killed in the end. Helpless, Chu Zhongtian could only raise his combat strength to fifth layer of the body refining period peak. When he raised his combat strength to fifth layer of the body refining period peak, his opponent's strength would also reach fifth layer of the body refining period peak. Under the same level of combat strength, no one would be able to gain the upper hand. Regarding this, not only was Chu Zhongtian not anxious, but his heart was also filled with joy, because Chu Zhongtian was evenly matched with his opponent. He found that his understanding of the saber technique martial skill was getting deeper and deeper. At the same time, his understanding of the usage of the spiritual power was also getting deeper and deeper, and the techniques he used were also becoming more and more ingenious. The only pity was that Chu Zhongtian had suppressed his strength to the fifth layer of the body refining period peak. However, his powerful strength made him suitable for a protracted battle. His opponent was only an illusionary figure that was formed by special energy in Secret Realm. He wasn't good at protracted battles. After half an hour of battle, the opponent's spiritual power was rapidly consumed. His speed of attack became slower and slower, and more flaws appeared in the combination of his movement technique and sword method martial technique. Chu Zhongtian was no longer able to improve his opponent's strength. Helpless, he could only use an intermediate yellow-level martial skill that he had just mastered, and split his opponent in half. Chu Zhongtian used the gap between the fourth opponent's appearance. He used the abundant spiritual qi in the trial pavilion to recover the spiritual power that he did not consume too much. At the same time, he experienced the utilization of the spiritual power and martial skills during the fight just now. 5 minutes later, with the appearance of the fourth opponent, Chu Zhongtian wasn't in a hurry to increase his strength. He had been maintaining the strength of a fifth layer of the body refining period peak for a long time, and at the same time, he had also used the sword method martial technique that he was familiar with and mastered just now. He started attacking his opponent continuously. Although his opponent's cultivation base had reached the sixth layer of the body refining period for the fourth time, he wouldn't take the initiative to attack. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian was also at ease and boldly used the beginner and intermediate sword method martial technique back and forth to achieve the goal of familiarizing himself with and mastering them. Unfortunately, even though the opponent's cultivation base had reached the sixth layer of the body refining period, he still couldn't allow Chu Zhongtian, who was suppressing his strength, to attack with all his strength. The opponent who appeared for the fourth time only lasted for less than 5 minutes before he sliced him in half. After landing on the ground, Chu Zhongtian continued to absorb the spiritual qi from the trial pavilion. He recovered the spiritual power that he had consumed and waited for the opponent to appear for the fifth time. As for the opponent that appeared for the fifth time, Chu Zhongtian was suppressing his combat strength. With the combination of the movement technique and sword method martial technique, he could only last 30 seconds longer than his fourth opponent. He also cut the opponent in half with his blade. When the sixth opponent appeared, Chu Zhongtian used the movement technique and attacked first. Compared to the previous 5 opponents, the sixth opponent was stronger and stronger. It was more exquisite when it came to the combination of 2 different styles of martial skills, making Chu Zhongtian, who was suppressing his fifth layer of the body refining period, at a disadvantage. Although Chu Zhongtian was temporarily at a disadvantage, he wasn't in a hurry to increase his strength. Instead, he continued to maintain the combat strength of fifth layer of the body refining period peak to fight his opponent. Through this kind of battle, Chu Zhongtian gradually discovered the inadequacies of his previous cultivation. At the same time, he began to make up for these inadequacies with the exchange of blows. After he made up for these shortcomings one by one, he gradually changed the situation where he was at a disadvantage. After their fighting abilities were equal, he gradually began to gain the upper hand. Furthermore, 20 minutes later, he used the enemy's careless flaws to kill it. There was still some time before the seventh opponent appeared. Chu Zhongtian made the best use of the time to recover the spiritual power that he had consumed. At the same time, he began to feel the flaws that he had made up for earlier as well as the changes and improvement in his own strength. Through his senses and comparisons, Chu Zhongtian discovered that after making up for his deficiencies, his combat strength had increased by a small stage among minor stage warriors. Don't underestimate this small stage of improvement because he already had the combat strength of 4 minor stage warriors. At this moment, he was a fifth layer of the body refining period peak warrior, and he had the combat strength of a 9th layer peak of the body refining period warrior. After making up for the deficiencies in his previous cultivation, his current combat strength could barely reach the early 10th level of body refining. Even though the fact that he couldn't use his attribute power in Trial Pavilion had reduced his combat strength by 1 minor stage, his current combat strength could still reach the early 9th level of body refining. And now, he had discovered his shortcomings through an opponent who was a minor stage higher than him. After he passed the 9th level of the 7th layer of the body refining period, 8th layer of the body refining period body refinement, and even the 10th level of body refinement, he could continue to discover his weaknesses and make up for them. If that was the case, his strength would very likely continue to increase. The 7th opponent that appeared was already a 7th layer of the body refining period. Chu Zhongtian continued to suppress his strength at the beginning, and fought it with the combat strength of a 5th layer of the body refining period peak. Although the 7th opponent wouldn't take the initiative to attack, his 5th layer of the body refining period peak combat strength wouldn't be able to do anything to it either. After he understood his opponent's sword method martial technique and got used to it, he would directly increase his strength by 1 minor stage and cut off the opponent's head with his blade. The opponent that appeared for the 8th time didn't consume too much of Chu Zhongtian's spiritual power, and he didn't gain much either. It was killed within 3 minutes. When the opponent appeared the 9th time, Chu Zhongtian raised his combat strength to the peak of the 6th layer body refinement realm, and then restored the spiritual power that he didn't consume too much. Within the isolated space of Trial Peak, Chu Zhongtian waited until the 9th opponent appeared, then he unleashed the movement technique. He didn't attack first, but instead, he deliberately retreated. This was because his 9th opponent had already reached the 7th layer of the body refining period, and he was a high rank of the body refining period. He had started to strengthen his internal organs and blood vessels. His strength was more than 10 times stronger than a 6th layer of the body refining period. Chu Zhongtian didn't know how powerful the combination of movement technique and sword method martial technique with a 7th layer of the body refining period cultivation base was. Therefore, he decided to retreat for a while and observe for a while before deciding how to attack. However, he had underestimated his 9th opponent. His cultivation base was already at the 7th layer of the body refining period. Because the movement technique used by his opponent was also a mid-yellow level martial skill, and his stage was also at the peak stage, Chu Zhongtian couldn't observe his opponent's movement at all. Fortunately, his opponent for the 9th time did not combine the two martial skills. Otherwise, Chu Zhongtian could only continue to increase his strength. Since the opponent wanted to use the movement technique to defeat Chu Zhongtian, not only did Chu Zhongtian not feel any fear, he even felt a trace of joy in his heart. The reason why he was able to break through to the peak stage in such a short period of time, apart from being in a hopeless situation where he would die, was mostly because of his temporary enlightenment. The middle rank movement technique had already broken through to the peak stage, and his opponent was going to start cultivating the high-ranked yellow-grade movement technique. In Chu Zhongtian's mind, there was a book of advanced movement technique Thunderwind Legs that Zhao Enjuan had gifted him. If he could master and break through to the advanced movement technique by competing with his opponent's speed, then Chu Zhongtian's combat strength would increase by at least 1 to 2 small stages. The 9th opponent that appeared seemed to have the wind attribute as well. The movement technique he used was also a wind attribute martial skill, which made Chu Zhongtian unable to compete with him in the beginning. Because Chu Zhongtian was suppressing his strength, he couldn't use most of the spiritual power in his dantian, and his opponent could use all of the spiritual power that belonged to the 7th layer of the body refining period. As time passed, Chu Zhongtian's speed was comparable to his opponent's, and he gradually fell into a disadvantage. However, Chu Zhongtian was not anxious because he was at a disadvantage. This was because after competing with his opponent's speed just now, he gradually discovered that his startling wind kick, which had broken through to the peak stage, was gradually increasing. At this moment, he was using the windbreaker's speed to dodge his opponent's attack, and at the same time, he was recalling the contents of the Thunderwind Legs martial skill that he had memorized. Whether it was the movement technique Wu Fa or the sword method martial technique, in order to increase their speed, they could only display their greatest advantage in battle. Chu Zhongtian was currently in this state. He felt that the windbreaker's speed had reached its limit when he was competing with his opponent's speed. At the same time, through his continuous understanding and learning of the Thunderwind Legs martial skill, Chu Zhongtian gradually had a basic understanding of the Thunderwind Legs. When Chu Zhongtian used the peak stage windbreaker, his speed had already surpassed the speed of the wind. However, as he mastered and broke through to the entry level, his speed had increased by nearly 3 times. At this moment, he could only see a black shadow in the independent space of the trial pavilion. As for the blue shadow, he could no longer see it with his naked eyes. When the advanced movement technique broke through to the entry level, Chu Zhongtian's situation, which was originally in a disadvantageous position, changed instantly. At this moment, not only was he able to observe his opponent with ease, he could also use the advanced movement technique to tease his opponent. Unfortunately, his opponent was just an inanimate object without any consciousness or emotions. Chu Zhongtian's teasing was a complete waste of his time. His advanced movement technique had broken through to the entry level, and it would be difficult for him to improve it in a short period of time. Chu Zhongtian didn't want to waste any more time. He used an attack that was 3 times faster than his opponent's speed to split his opponent in half. After landing on the ground, Chu Zhongtian bent his knees and sat down cross-legged. He began absorbing the spiritual qi in the isolated space with all his strength, restoring the energy he had just consumed. In order to help his movement technique break through, he used all his strength to increase his speed while suppressing his combat strength. The consumption of his spiritual power was very fast. At this moment, the spiritual power in his dantian had almost reached the 3rd layer. As the next opponent became stronger and stronger, he had to maintain his peak condition. Only then could he improve his cultivation base and strength. The 10th and 11th opponent's cultivation base had reached the 8th layer of the body refining period. Chu Zhongtian was suppressing his own strength. Although he had the obvious upper hand, it was very difficult for him to kill them. After exchanging dozens of blows, Chu Zhongtian had no choice but to raise his strength to the 7th layer peak of the body refining period. Under such circumstances, he finally killed the 10th and 11th opponents. After his 12th opponent appeared, a serious expression appeared on his face for the first time. Although Chu Zhongtian's saber technique couldn't contain any attribute energy, it had caused his combat strength to drop by 1 minor stage. However, by making up for the deficiencies in his early cultivation, his combat strength hadn't decreased by much. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian was still able to maintain a combat strength that exceeded for minor stage warriors. In other words, Chu Zhongtian's current combat strength could still reach the 9th layer peak of the body refining period. However, when the 12th opponent attacked first, what? Chu Zhongtian asked. He found out that the unexpected opponent not only used the movement technique and sword method martial technique, but also used the body refining stage's most powerful advantage to attack with his body. For example, Chu Zhongtian had used movement technique and sword method martial technique to block the opponent's attack, but the opponent had used the gap between their weapons to knock Chu Zhongtian down with his strong body. Chu Zhongtian felt a slight pain in his chest. Apart from a serious expression, he also had a serious expression on his face. At the same time, he made a decision in his heart, and that was to end the cultivation of Trial Pavilion. He would immediately go to Gravity Pavilion. He wanted to use the special gravity of Gravity Pavilion to continue increasing the strength and flexibility of his body. After Chu Zhongtian made up his mind, he held the steel knife in his hand and used the advanced movement technique, which had broken through to the entry level. He started fighting with his opponent with all his might. They had fought for more than 10 rounds. With Chu Zhongtian's movement technique speed, they had temporarily moved back a certain distance, and Chu Zhongtian had also raised his suppressed strength to the 8th layer peak of the body refining period. After Chu Zhongtian's combat strength had increased, he once again charged forward with the steel knife in his hand. The battle between him and his opponent was no longer as passive as before. Because as the weapons continued to exchange blows, each of his opponent's attacks would be forced back by a step by the powerful force contained within Chu Zhongtian's weapon. Under these circumstances, his opponent was unable to continue using his powerful body to attack. Moreover, the powerful rebound from the collision of the weapons caused his opponent's spiritual power to be consumed at an extremely fast rate. After more than 100 exchanges, Chu Zhongtian had gradually adapted to his opponent's attack speed and strength, and he began to gain the upper hand in the battle. However, Chu Zhongtian did not immediately kill his opponent. Instead, as the battle began, he consciously continued to suppress his own strength and lower his combat strength. When Chu Zhongtian suppressed his combat strength to 8th layer of the body refining period mid-stage, his opponent had automatically disappeared into his own spatial zone because of the excessive consumption of the spiritual power. Chu Zhongtian looked at his opponent who had automatically disappeared. He was stunned for a moment, then a helpless and bitter smile emerged on his face. Originally, Chu Zhongtian had hoped to borrow the strength of his opponent to continue suppressing his strength to the early 8th layer of the body refining period during the battle. He had even suppressed his opponent to the early 7th layer peak of the body refining period, but he had never thought that his opponent would be so weak. He couldn't achieve his ultimate goal. He didn't suppress his own strength, and neither did he increase his strength. Chu Zhongtian maintained the strength of an 8th layer of the body refining period mid-stage, and while he was recovering the consumed spiritual power, he was quietly waiting for his 13th opponent to appear. The 13th opponent's cultivation base had already reached the 9th level of body refinement. He was the same as the previous 12 opponents. He only knew how to defend and counterattack, and wouldn't take the initiative to attack. Chu Zhongtian used the rules of the trial pavilion to continue testing the power of different grades of saber technique and martial skills. Moreover, he was able to adapt to and control the constantly increasing power. At the same time, he continued to make up for the deficiencies in his early stages of cultivation. The strength of an 8th layer of the body refining period mid-stage was definitely not enough to kill his opponent. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian felt that once his sword method martial technique was raised to the limit, he would raise his strength to the early 9th level of body refining and smoothly kill his opponent. He still used the same method to defeat his opponent who appeared 14 times. He waited until he killed his opponent who had appeared 14th time, and waited for his opponent to appear 50th time. Not only did Chu Zhongtian start to recover his spiritual power, but he also released the suppression of his strength. He was prepared to face his opponent in a state of complete victory. According to the rules of the trial pavilion, the 15th opponent not only had a 9th layer peak of the body refining period cultivation base, but also a 9th layer peak of the body refining period cultivation base. He could even use the advanced movement technique and the advanced sword method martial technique. With the combination of these two martial skills, his power could reach the 10th level of body refinement. Facing an opponent who could fight with him in his peak condition, Chu Zhongtian did not dare to hold back at all. He did not want to continue suppressing his strength. After the 15th opponent appeared, Chu Zhongtian still retained the method of facing the opponent at the beginning, and he retreated first. The 15th opponent was just as Chu Zhongtian had expected. The movement technique and sword method martial technique he used were both yellow-grade high-rank martial technique. Furthermore, his mastery of the underscore was far greater than Chu Zhongtian's. Therefore, even if Chu Zhongtian had unleashed all of his combat strength, he still wouldn't be able to defeat him. Although he was at a disadvantage, Chu Zhongtian was still able to resist. Moreover, through the powerful strength of his opponent, he was able to clearly see his weaknesses. At the same time, Chu Zhongtian began to experience and imitate the way his opponent attacked, as well as the moves of the saber technique. He wanted to use this to continue improving his own strength. 10 minutes later, Chu Zhongtian was still at a disadvantage, but his usage of the spiritual power, saber technique, and martial skills, as well as how he could maintain the correct defense when attacking, had greatly improved. 20 minutes later, Chu Zhongtian was still at a disadvantage, but as his overall strength increased, the situation had slightly changed. At this time, while he was defending, he could occasionally make effective counterattacks. 30 minutes later, Chu Zhongtian's combat strength was the same as his opponent's. Not only did he have more attacks than defense, but his advanced sword method martial technique was also showing signs of breaking through. At the same time, Chu Zhongtian's aura and condition had also changed greatly. Originally, he gave off a very gentle feeling, but now he was emitting a sharp aura. Although the sharp side of Chu Zhongtian was concealed, the fierce aura couldn't be concealed. 40 minutes later, not only had Chu Zhongtian gained the upper hand, the power of the combination of movement technique and sword method martial technique had doubled. With the help of the flaw that his enemy had inadvertently revealed, he stabbed the sharp tip of the blade into his chest. He had ended his life. After landing on the ground, Chu Zhongtian panted heavily. The martial skills Chu Zhongtian used did not contain any attribute power. His own combat strength had barely reached the 9th level of body refinement. With the help of his enemy's training, he had already raised his combat strength to the 9th layer peak of the body refining period. At this moment, no matter if it was his cultivation, potential, movement technique, or sword method martial technique, he had already reached his limit. Unless he could make an important breakthrough in his cultivation or body, it would be impossible for him to break through to the 10th level of body refining with just his combat strength. Although Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base and strength couldn't continue to improve, he wasn't in a hurry to leave the trial pavilion. While he was recovering the consumed spiritual power with all his strength, he was secretly calculating the time. Currently, there was less than a day's time before he entered the trial pavilion. When he entered the trial pavilion, he had already reserved enough time. Furthermore, he wanted to experience the power of the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period stage in advance. This would be beneficial to his future cultivation. The 16th opponent didn't make Chu Zhongtian wait for long. Along with a loud sound coming from the isolated space, a powerful force rose from his body and started to affect the surrounding isolated space. The 4-secret realm in Trial Peak could only be used by service disciples and outer sect disciples. The highest cultivation base of the opponents in the Trial Pavilion could only be at the 10th layer Great Perfection of the Body Refining Period. Half-step Qi Transforming Period was just a name. Chu Zhongtian could feel the incomparably strong Qi coming from his body. He found that although the Qi coming from his body was very strong, it was still within his endurance. If he could use the power of his attribute right now, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill him. Although he couldn't use the power of his attribute, his opponent wouldn't take the initiative to attack him. Therefore, he would attack him with all his strength without using his final trump card. He hoped that this would continue to increase his strength. However, after attacking for a while, Chu Zhongtian helplessly discovered that his potential, cultivation, and martial skills had all reached their limits. It was very difficult for him to improve again. Since Chu Zhongtian could not continue to increase his strength, he did not want to waste any more time. He used the saber technique to split his opponent in half. When the 17th opponent appeared in the isolated space, Chu Zhongtian used the same method to kill him. Trial Peak, Trial Pavilion, Isolated Space. As soon as the 18th opponent appeared, the independent space began to shake slightly. As the opponent's figure became more and more real, the spatial zone started shaking more and more violently. It was as if the independent space could no longer withstand the powerful energy within the opponent's body. After the 18th opponent appeared in the isolated space, he did not choose to attack immediately. Because after he appeared, a line of text suddenly appeared in the void. Through reading this line of text, Chu Zhongtian understood the final secret of the Trial Pavilion. That was, if he could defeat the strongest opponent of the Trial Pavilion, he would be able to obtain the contribution points of 10 secs. Chu Zhongtian could feel the powerful qi of the enemy, as well as the powerful attack that he was about to face. Chu Zhongtian, who had originally planned to retreat from the Trial Pavilion, changed his mind immediately and raised the power of the attack to its peak. Ever since he broke through to the body refining stage, the power of his force had doubled. With the help of force, his combat strength could increase by nearly half a minor stage. In other words, even if Chu Zhongtian couldn't use the enhancement of his attribute, his current combat strength had already surpassed the 10th layer Great Perfection of the Body Refining Period, and was close to the half-step Qi Transforming Period. Although the enemy's attack was powerful, Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base and combat strength were at the 10th level of the Body Refining stage. After he used the special force contained in the attack to restrict the enemy's movement, he used the strongest saber technique skill he had ever used, the saber technique Liahua, to defeat the enemy. When the enemy was defeated, Chu Zhongtian could clearly feel that there were 10 extra points of sect contribution point in his identity token. At the same time, a message appeared in his mind. The content of this message was very simple. Since Chu Zhongtian had killed the strongest opponent in Trial Pavilion, it meant that his strength had already surpassed the 10th layer Great Perfection of the Body Refining Period stage. There was no way for him to continue improving his strength in the Trial Pavilion, so from now on, he would never be able to enter the Trial Pavilion in the future. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian didn't mind. After more than 10 continuous battles, not only had Chu Zhongtian fully consolidated his cultivation base after breaking through, he had also improved his combat awareness through the battles, allowing him to touch the bottleneck of the 6th layer of the Body Refining Period. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried that his mind state's cultivation base was too low, and if something unexpected happened during his breakthrough, he would have broken through to the 6th layer of the Body Refining Period by now. After Chu Zhongtian left the Trial Pavilion, he first observed his surroundings. He didn't notice the commotion caused by him defeating all the opponents of the Trial Pavilion, which made him secretly heave a sigh of relief. Hiding one's strength was the best choice for the sex competition, because only if the enemy didn't know your true strength and trump card would they look down on you. Only then would you have the chance to turn the tables. Hidden Dragon Peak on top of a mountain peak, in the courtyard. Jiaowenjuan, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked forward. Not long later, A palm-sized piece of paper flew over from afar. When the piece of paper flew into the courtyard, Xianxia reached out and caught it. After he roughly looked at it, a smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he muttered to himself, "I didn't expect that when I applied pressure on you. Not only did it not make you retreat, you even used this pressure to turn it into motivation, allowing your strength to increase so much in a few short days. You didn't let me down, Chu Zhongtian." After Chu Zhongtian left Trial Pavilion, he didn't return to Hidden Dragon Peak. Instead, he went to another secret realm Gravity Pavilion. The 15th opponent that appeared in the Trial Pavilion made Chu Zhongtian deeply feel that his only weakness right now was that he didn't have enough control over his body. Body refining stage. He didn't think highly of the usage of spiritual power. In a battle, he mostly used the combination of his body and martial skills. However, Chu Zhongtian had always maintained his combat habits when he was at the Qi refining stage. He liked to use powerful spiritual power to defeat his opponent. This made him temporarily ignore the importance of his body. At this time, Chu Zhongtian had already noticed this problem. How could he not think of a way to change it immediately? The Gravity Pavilion was the best place to change this problem. After Chu Zhongtian handed over the 2 points of sect contribution point, he walked into Gravity Pavilion. This was Chu Zhongtian's second time entering the Gravity Pavilion, and he still felt very fresh about it. Because the first time he entered Gravity Pavilion, because of his breakthrough in Cultivation, he didn't feel much of the gravity in Gravity Pavilion. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian's stage wouldn't break through for the time being. He mainly used the gravity to increase the strength and flexibility of his body, so he had enough time and energy to feel the gravity of the Gravity Pavilion. Chu Zhongtian had the cultivation of a 5th layer of the body refining period peak, the strength of a 9th layer peak of the body refining period, and the combat strength of a half-step Qi transforming period warrior. Therefore, he didn't stay where he was. He headed straight towards the deeper region where the pressure was greater. When Chu Zhongtian was a 1st layer of the body refining period peak, he was able to withstand nearly 40 times the pressure. At this moment, he was already a 5th layer of the body refining period peak, and 40 times the pressure could no longer bring him any improvement. Therefore, when he reached the position where he broke through to the 2nd layer of the body refining period, he did not stop. Instead, he continued to venture deeper. It was only when the pressure increased by 60 times that Chu Zhongtian felt a heavy pressure. This time, Chu Zhongtian entered the Gravity Pavilion to increase the strength and flexibility of his body. He wasn't here to show off his abilities. Therefore, under the pressure of 60 times, he bent his knees and sat down cross-legged. He also took out the bone cleansing pill, body strengthening pill, and body softening pill, and began to improve the quality of his body. Time passed minute by minute. When Chu Zhongtian closed his eyes and circulated his cultivation, he could not feel the passage of time. It was only after 2 days that he woke up on time. At this time, Chu Zhongtian had already entered the depths of the Gravity Pavilion under 90 times the terrifying pressure. Under 90 times the terrifying pressure, Chu Zhongtian used the bone cleansing pill, body hardening pill, and body softening pill to increase the strength and flexibility of his body to the limit. If Chu Zhongtian were to once again fight the 15th opponent from the Trial Pavilion, he wouldn't need to increase his strength at all. He could also use his body to fight the opponent head-on. Chu Zhongtian calculated the time. He found that there were only about 10 minutes left before he entered the Gravity Pavilion. He didn't go any deeper. Instead, he went back the way he came and left the Gravity Pavilion. At this time, Chu Zhongtian's cultivation, potential, martial skills, and body had all reached a limit. The only thing he lacked at the moment was the improvement of the mind state. As long as Chu Zhongtian increased the cultivation of the mind state, he could continue to break through the stage and continue to increase his strength. However, other than relying on his usual accumulation and rich experience, if he wanted to increase the cultivation of the mind state in a short period of time, he had to rely on some extraordinary means. As for what kind of extraordinary method it was, Chu Zhongtian didn't know either. However, he knew that there was one person who could give him the answer, and that person was Xianxia. Since Xianxia had given Chu Zhongtian a very clear target, it would be the sex competition 20 days later. He would at least enter the top 10, and Zhao and Juan had the obligation to help him solve the problem of the mind state. Therefore, after Chu Zhongtian returned to Hidden Dragon Peak, he didn't return to his courtyard 9. Instead, he walked straight to the peak of the mountain and to the courtyard that belonged to Zhao and Juan. Elder Zhao, Chu Zhongtian requests an audience. Standing in front of Peak Courtyard, Chu Zhongtian shouted out loudly. In the courtyard at the peak of Hidden Dragon Peak, Zhao and Juan was currently sitting on a stone chair in the courtyard. There was a ginseng placed on the stone table in front of him. This ginseng was about 20 centimeters tall, and its top had the appearance of a human. More than 10 ginseng beards swayed up and down, giving off a lively feeling. "Give it to me." Zhao and Juan stretched out his hand. His expression was indifferent, but his tone did not allow anyone to doubt him. The ginseng seemed to be comparing something with Zhao and Juan. If Chu Zhongtian saw this ginseng that could speak the language of a baby and possess human intelligence at this moment, he would definitely be shocked to the point of jumping up. In Eternal Continent, all living creatures with spiritual intelligence could cultivate. Among them, there were the most plant-type creatures. However, it was very difficult for plant-type creatures to cultivate successfully, and the success rate was very low, so it was very difficult for human warriors to see plant-type cultivators. Among all plant-type creatures, there were some creatures with special talents and opportunities, and their success rate was also much higher. Among them, there was a large proportion of ginseng spirit object. According to the classification of herbs in Eternal Continent, a 100-year-old ginseng could enter the level 10, a 500-year-old ginseng could enter the level 9, a 1,000-year-old ginseng could enter the level 8, and a 5,000-year-old ginseng could enter the level 7. As for a 10,000-year-old ginseng, not only could it enter the 6th grade, humans could also unlock its intelligence, giving it the same intelligence as humans. At the same time, a ginseng with intelligence could cultivate. They could use their cultivation to grasp powerful strength, and then use their powerful strength to escape from their original place of life. The ginseng in front of Zhao and Juan could speak, and it had a rich expression on its face. Its grade had already reached the 6th grade, and it belonged to the highest tier spiritual treasure in the southern domain. "Don't worry, I will give you a drop of 10,000-year spirit milk at that time. That will be enough to make up for your loss." Although the ginseng was unclear, Zhao and Juan had already understood its meaning through the powerful divine sense. Furthermore, he had given it a solution. Hearing that Zhao and Juan would compensate it with a drop of 10,000-year spirit milk, the originally unhappy expression on the ginseng's face immediately turned into excitement. After that, it gritted its teeth and shook off a ginseng beard on its body. Then, it used the vital spirit to wrap up the ginseng beard and handed it to Zhao and Juan. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian's voice came from outside the courtyard. Zhao and Juan instructed the ginseng, "You leave temporarily. After this, I will send you the 10,000-year spirit milk." The ginseng jumped off the stone table and disappeared after landing on the ground. "Come in." After the ginseng completely disappeared, Zhao and Juan said, "Chu, why didn't you stay in your courtyard and cultivate? What do you want from me?" Zhao and Juan saw Chu Zhongtian sitting on the stone chair in front of him. He pretended to be angry and said, "Of course I need to look for you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here," Chu Zhongtian said bluntly. After a few interactions, Chu Zhongtian found that Zhao and Juan looked serious on the surface, but in fact he was a very casual person. If you were respectful to him, he would definitely not be happy. If you appeared very casual in front of him, he would be happy instead, which was why Chu Zhongtian appeared very casual this time. Zhao and Juan felt helpless when he saw that Chu Zhongtian wasn't afraid of his threats. "Tell me, why are you looking for me?" "Elder Zhao, this is what happened." After that, Chu Zhongtian told Zhao and Juan about his current predicament and hoped that he could give him a direction. The best way to improve the cultivation of the mind state is to go down the mountain and experience the rich life outside to increase your experience. If that's the case, the cultivation base of your mind state will naturally increase. Zhao and Juan shook his head and rejected the suggestion. However, there are still more than 20 days before the sex competition arrives. If you go out and refine mind state, it will be obvious that you won't have enough time. Furthermore, that method is a waste of time, It's not suitable for you. Right, I have a way. Suddenly, Zhao seemed to have thought of something and slapped the stone chair in front of him. He said in pleasant surprise, Chu, your luck is here. Elder Zhao, please speak frankly. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian withdrew his casual attitude and his expression became very formal. Chu, why did you suddenly become polite? Chu Zhongtian's sudden respectful request confused Zhao. Nothing. Elder Zhao, I just hope you can make the most reasonable arrangement based on my true strength. Chu Zhongtian said with a meaningful tone. After all, Chu Zhongtian had already experienced Zhao irresponsible actions. He was worried that his following arrangements would be as dangerous as the situation in Purgatory City. Although Chu Zhongtian did not say it explicitly, Zhao understood what was going on after thinking for a moment. After that, he said with a smile, as one of the 9 major powers in Southern Domain, the power of Floating Cloud Sect is beyond your imagination. We have 10 secret realm. Among these dozens of secret realm, 3 of them have treasures that can improve the cultivation of mind state. Chu, you're really lucky. 3 days later, one of the places in the secret realm will be opened. All disciples below the Qi transforming period stage can participate. Besides the treasures that can improve the mind state, there are also treasures that can increase one's cultivation base and potential. Treasures that can improve the mind state's cultivation base? Disciples below the Qi transforming period stage can participate. Chu Zhongtian repeated the last part of Zhao words and looked at Zhao with a complicated expression. There was a trace of doubt in his eyes. Because of the various benefits and restrictions that Zhao had described just now, he couldn't help but think of the secret realm in Purgatory City. When he first entered the secret realm, the higher-ups behind the scenes also said that there were countless heavenly treasures in the secret realm, and only those below the Qi transforming period stage were allowed to enter. If it wasn't for the fact that he obtained Elder Huang's secret help after entering secret realm, it would be a problem whether he could leave secret realm alive or not. Chu, what do you mean by that look in your eyes? Could it be that you suspect that I have some unspeakable secrets? The doubt in Chu Zhongtian's eyes made Zhao very dissatisfied. He even angrily stood up from the stone chair. Elder Zhao, don't be angry. I am not doubting you. I just hope that you can give me detailed information about this secret realm. Don't let me wander around like a headless fly after I enter the secret realm again. Chu Zhongtian saw Zhao stand up from the stone chair in anger. He quickly withdrew his questioning gaze and made his request. Chu Zhongtian, you're too naive. You want to use this excuse to fool me? I'm telling you that's wishful thinking. If you don't explain the questioning gaze to me just now, then the opening of the secret realm this time, you can't go in. Chu Zhongtian used another request to cover up the doubts in his eyes. But this didn't make Zhao give up on pursuing the matter. He continued to ask. Chu Zhongtian did not think that Zhao would not let go of the previous question. It seemed that Zhao was really angry, so he did not dare to hide the complaint in his heart. He told Zhao the truth. Chu Zhongtian's honesty made Zhao, who was originally very angry, suddenly speechless. When Zhao arranged for Chu Zhongtian to go to Purgatory City for training, he just wanted to let Chu Zhongtian experience the outside world. He didn't want Chu Zhongtian to become arrogant because of the rapid advancement of his cultivation base. He never considered the possibility that Chu Zhongtian would succeed in guarding the arena, and the possibility of him entering secret realm. Because of this, Zhao did not tell Chu Zhongtian about the challenge and the detailed information about the ranking competition. Chu, it was my mistake to tell you about the experience in the Purgatory City. It was my lack of consideration. However, not only did you return safely, you also gained a lot in the secret realm. Don't mention this matter again in the future. Zhao realized why Chu Zhongtian would question his arrangement, and he immediately felt a little embarrassed. He also took the initiative to explain the matter clearly. Chu, this time the secret realm is different from the secret realm in Purgatory City. Although the Purgatory City has the secret realm for more than 10,000 years, they are a group of incompetent people. Even after such a long time, they still haven't fully grasped and controlled the secret realm. The secret realm that the sect opened this time has already been fully developed and fully grasped. Everything in the secret realm has been clearly understood. After saying that, Zhao Enjuan stretched out his finger. A special energy shot into Chu Zhongtian's mind. Then he continued to explain. Chu, I have already sent the information about the secret realm into your mind. You can read it now. If you have any questions, you can ask me any time. When Chu Zhongtian saw that Zhao Enjuan could use his consciousness to transfer the information, he immediately confirmed that Zhao Enjuan's cultivation was definitely above the divine soul stage. According to the information Chu Zhongtian got from Elder Huang, only warriors who had reached the peak of the divine soul period could use the divine soul technique to transfer information. Chu Zhongtian used his mind to connect with the energy that Zhao Enjuan had sent in, and a detailed information appeared in his mind. This was related to the subsequent refinement, so Chu Zhongtian quickly read the information. Through reading the information that Zhao Enjuan had sent, Chu Zhongtian learned that the sect was going to open the secret realm in detail. When Chu Zhongtian completely read the information, his face revealed a look of ecstasy. It turned out that the secret realm that was about to open was unexpectedly discovered by a divine soul stage warrior of the Floating Cloud sect. When he discovered this secret realm, he almost suffered a loss due to his carelessness. Because this secret realm was different from the ordinary secret realm, apart from some relatively precious heavenly treasures, there were also some other treasures in the secret realm. These creatures were called Blood Devil. It was a creature that relied on fresh blood to make a living. The Blood Devil had many types of attack methods. It had both martial skills and physical attacks, but these attacks were not its strongest methods. Its most powerful attack method was a mental attack. The Blood Devil possessed a special ability. It could use screams to stir up people's memories. It could also create an illusion based on the memories, causing people to completely fall into an illusion and be unable to extricate themselves. It could also take the opportunity to take away the enemy's life. Back then, the expert who discovered this secret realm had almost died because of this reason. Fortunately, the Blood Devil in the secret realm wasn't very strong. The highest cultivation level in the secret realm was only at the 6th grade, which was equivalent to the divine soul stage among human warriors. This allowed the expert to regain his senses in a very short period of time. After waking up, the expert found that there was a kind of red energy crystal in the dead body of the Blood Devil. The crystal contained the energy to create an illusion realm. After a human martial artist consumed this energy, they could refine their mind and also increase the cultivation of the mind state. The expert felt that this secret realm had an unimaginable effect on the sections. He used a special method to summon the sect expert of the stage. With everyone's combined efforts, they moved this secret realm into the sect. There were many Blood Devil in the secret realm, and their attacks were unpredictable. The illusion created by the 6th grade Blood Devil could affect experts at the Divine Soul period stage and above. In order to prevent the loss of the sect's disciples, the experts used powerful means to divide the entire secret realm into 5 levels. Each level corresponded to different stage warriors. The first level's Blood Devil was a level 10, which corresponded to a Qi refining stage service disciple. The second level's Blood Devil was at the level 9, which corresponded to a body refining stage outer sect disciple. The third layer's Blood Devil was at the level 8, which corresponded to the Qi transforming period stage disciples of the inner sect. The fourth layer's Blood Devil was a level 7, and it corresponded to an essence gathering stage's core disciple. The grade of the level 5 Blood Devil was 6th grade, and it corresponded to a divine soul period stage true disciple. A Blood Devil relied on blood to advance. The higher the grade of the Blood Devil, the harder it was to advance. The number of level 7 and 6th grade Blood Devil was extremely rare. In order to ensure that there were enough grade of Blood Devil in the secret realm for disciples above the essence gathering stage to use, the sect had set some rules. They decided to open the secret realm once every 3 years, the 4th layer who opened the secret realm every 10 years, and the level 5 who opened the secret realm every 50 years. This way, it could ensure that the disciples of different stage would undergo the refinement, as well as the number and grade of the Blood Devil in the secret realm. The blood crystal in the Blood Devil could both enhance one's mind and cultivation base. This was very useful to Chu Zhongtian. If someone didn't want to consume the blood crystal, they could also exchange it with the sect in exchange for the sect contribution point. Moreover, the exchange rate was very high. 10 blood crystal produced by a level 10 blood devil could be exchanged for a sect contribution point. 5 blood crystal produced by level 9 blood devil could be exchanged for 1 sect contribution point. 1 8th grade blood demon blood crystal could be exchanged for 1 sect contribution point. It could be said that the opening of the blood demon secret realm was an opportunity for the disciples to quickly increase their strength, and also an opportunity to earn a large amount of wealth. Chu Zhongtian was pleasantly surprised to encounter such a rare opportunity in the sect's competition. At the same time, through the information entered by Zhao Enjuan, Chu Zhongtian found that there were no restrictions in the blood demon secret realm. There were no restrictions on the enhancement of his attributes and combat strength. In other words, he could unleash all his combat strength in the secret realm. Currently, Chu Zhongtian was a 5th layer of the body refining period peak, and his true strength had reached the 9th layer peak of the body refining period. If he used the saber technique and combined it with his attack, his combat strength could reach the 10th grade peak. If he continued to use the ____ to increase his combat strength, his true combat strength would surpass the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period, and he would be close to the half-step chi transforming period. With such a powerful combat strength, he could basically dominate the entire 2nd level of the Blood Devil secret art. Therefore, he was very confident in his experience in the secret realm this time. This time the Blood Demon secret realm will only be opened for 15 days. I hope that you can use the special environment of the secret realm to increase your cultivation base with all your might. Try to break through to the 7th layer of the body refining period before the sex competition arrives. Also, break through to the peak. With your combat strength that surpasses a few stage, if you can break through to the 7th layer peak of the body refining period, then your true combat strength will be comparable to a 1st grade chi transforming period warrior. At that time, you will have the ability to fight for the top 3 positions, and you might even be able to win the championship. Zhao Enjuan said with an expectant look on his face, when he saw that Chu Zhongtian had completely digested the information about the secret realm. Originally, Zhao Enjuan had only been looking forward to getting into the top 10 of the sex competition, or to be more precise, the top 8 to the top 10 of the major sects. As the deacon elder of the inner sect, Zhao Enjuan was also an expert at the divine soul stage and above. It was very easy for him to understand the overall strength of the disciples of the outer sect. He knew very well that there were many geniuses amongst the over 10,000 disciples of the outer sect. There were also many geniuses who had several stages that surpassed them. It was very difficult for Chu Zhongtian to stand out from these people. However, after a period of contact with Chu Zhongtian, Zhao Enjuan found out that he was like a spring. The heavier the pressure he gave him, the stronger he became. That was why Zhao Enjuan had suggested the top 10 goal of sex competition. He wanted to use this goal to give him a lot of pressure. He wanted to maintain the speed of breaking through to the stage. Even if Chu Zhongtian couldn't get into the top 10 in sex competition, Zhao Enjuan wouldn't give him too heavy a punishment. Chu Zhongtian's next performance not only reached Zhao Enjuan's expectation, but also far beyond his imagination. At this moment, Zhao Enjuan hoped that by setting a higher goal, he could further suppress Chu Zhongtian's potential. It would allow him to unleash even more power. 7th layer peak of the body refining period. When Chu Zhongtian heard Zhao Enjuan's anticipation for him, he fell into a state of hesitation. 1. Breaking through to the 6th layer of the body refining period within a month and raising his cultivation base to the 6th layer of the body refining period peak. Initially, Chu Zhongtian only had a certain amount of confidence, but after learning that the secret realm was about to open, he actually had a blood crystal that could increase his mind state's cultivation base. He immediately had 100% confidence that he could advance his cultivation base to the 6th layer of the body refining period peak. However, if he wanted to break through to the 7th layer of the body refining period in a short period of 20 days, and break through to the 7th layer peak of the body refining period, then his confidence would be somewhat lacking. This was because the advancement of a 7th layer of the body refining period wasn't a simple one. It was the process of breaking through from the body refining stage intermediate to the high rank of the body refining period. Not only did it temper and strengthen the internal organs and blood in his body, it also required him to have a deep understanding of it. Elder, I can only say that I will give it a try, but I can't guarantee that I will have 100% confidence. Zhao Enjuan's expectation was a good thing for Chu Zhongtian, which meant that he thought highly of him. Next, he would definitely take special care of him. However, he had to act according to his own abilities when doing anything. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian did not dare to speak too confidently. Chu, if you can make it into the top 3 of sex competition this time, then the reward for the first place we agreed on was your 3rd place. If you can get the 2nd place, then besides the reward for raising the cultivation talent, you will also get the 2nd place. Everyone will get double the reward. If you can win the championship in the end, not only will all the rewards be doubled, I will also give you a treasure that can change your destiny in a short period of time. In order to further motivate Chu Zhongtian, Zhao Enjuan began to increase the rewards. Really? If I win the championship in the end, the rewards will be doubled? Chu Zhongtian stood up in shock. According to the reward agreement, if Chu Zhongtian could win the championship in the end, he would be rewarded with nearly 1,000 points of sect contribution point and a small grade of cultivation talent. If the reward was doubled, it would mean that Chu Zhongtian would obtain 4,000 points of sect contribution point and a 2 small grade cultivation talent in the end. As for the reward that Zhao Enjuan proposed, Chu Zhongtian did not take it to heart. A treasure that could change one's destiny in a short period of time. How could it be so easy to obtain? That's right. Zhao Enjuan nodded and replied very seriously. I will do my best. Facing such a generous reward, Chu Zhongtian secretly decided that even if he did not sleep for the next 20 days, he also wanted to break through to the 7th layer peak of the body refining period, and even break through to the stage with all his might. Because only by breaking through to the higher level of the stage would he be able to continue improving his strength, and only then would he be able to ensure that he would be the champion. Since you have a goal to strive for, you should return to your place and cultivate diligently. Zhao Enjuan saw that his motivation had reached its goal, so he didn't want to delay Chu Zhongtian's cultivation anymore. He gave a simple reminder, then waved his sleeve and sent Chu Zhongtian back to Courtyard 9. There were still 3 days left until the opening of Blood Demon's secret realm. At this time, Chu Zhongtian's cultivation and martial skills had already been raised to the limit. If he wanted to increase his strength by 1 level within these 3 days, there was only one way. That was to take the risk of breaking through to the 6th layer of the body refining period. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian's stage and comprehension had reached the edge of breaking through. The reason why he couldn't break through was because of the suppression. When he broke through to the 6th layer of the body refining period, his mind state would become a hidden danger in his breakthrough. However, the trip to the Blood Demon's secret realm 3 days later could completely solve this hidden danger. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian no longer had any worries. He decided to make use of these 3 days. He had broken through to the 6th layer of the body refining period and reached the 6th layer of the body refining period peak. Because only by breaking through to the 6th layer of the body refining period peak could his combat strength reach the half-step chi transforming period. This would be an unimaginable help to his trip to the secret realm. After pondering for a while, Chu Tianzhong raised his head and looked at the Courtyard 9 that belonged to him. His heart was filled with determination. Chu Zhongtian strode to the front of the courtyard. He wanted to push open the door and enter, but he was surprised to find that the door to the mansion number 7 had been opened. After that, Zhang Xing walked out of the mansion number 7, wearing a set of scrolls and aura. Junior Zhang. When Chu Zhongtian saw Zhang Xing walking out of the mansion number 7, he gave up on the idea of entering the courtyard and quickly greeted him. At this moment, he finally had the right to call Zhang Xing junior brother, because he was already a 5th layer of the body refining period peak, and Zhang Xing had just barely broken through to the 4th layer of the body refining period. Although Zhang Xing's advancement speed was also very fast compared to the other disciples, it was obviously much slower for Chu Zhongtian. Senior brother Chu, I have something to talk to you about. Zhang Xing heard Chu Zhongtian's greeting and said with a smile, Junior Zhang, let's talk inside. Chu Zhongtian heard that Zhang Xing wanted to talk to him about something. so he temporarily put down the impulse to break through. He invited Zhang Xing to the Courtyard 9 to talk about it in detail. "Senior Brother Chu, then I will disturb you." Zhang Xing was very happy to hear that Chu Zhongtian had invited him to the Courtyard 9. After passing the third round of the Floating Cloud Sect's disciple test, they were assigned their own courtyard. Among the 6 elite disciples, besides Chu Zhongtian, they had all paid each other a visit. The only courtyard he hadn't visited or entered was Chu Zhongtian's Courtyard 9. This was because ever since Chu Zhongtian had moved into Courtyard 9, he had either been cultivating in a secret chamber or going out to cultivate. He had never invited anyone to enter. Zhang Xing was the first guest to enter besides the master of the Courtyard 9. This made him very proud. "Junior Zhang, I'm really sorry. This is my second time coming to the living room. It's a bit messy inside." Chu Zhongtian looked at the tables and chairs covered in dust and said in embarrassment. Ever since Chu Zhongtian entered the Courtyard 9, he had never come to the living room again except for the first time he had entered the living room to observe the layout of the courtyard. The only place he lived was the bedroom used for sleeping and the secret room used for cultivation. He would only occasionally clean these 2 places. As for the other places in the courtyard, he didn't pay too much attention to them. That was why when they entered the slightly dirty living room, he felt embarrassed. "It's all right, Senior Brother Chu. You are a person who is obsessed with cultivation and only focus on cultivation. It's normal that you don't care about the trivial matters of life." Zhang Xing shook his head, indicating that he didn't care about the living room's environment and helped him clean it up. In Zhang Xing's opinion, the slightly dirty living room was normal. After all, outsiders thought that Chu Zhongtian was obsessed with cultivation. It seemed like this was the only thing in his life. If the living room was very clean at this time, he even suspected that Chu Zhongtian had specially cleaned it up when he knew that he was going to be a guest. Or perhaps there was a charming woman in his courtyard helping him clean up the courtyard. Chu Zhongtian saw that Zhang Xing was helping him clean up, so he immediately stretched out his hand to help. Actually, there was only some dust in the living room. They only needed to clean it up. Therefore, the 2 of them did not spend much time to clean it up. They sat on the chairs in the living room and moved the tea table in front of them. Zhang Xing then took out an exquisite tea set from his interspatial storage bag. He explained as he carefully brewed the tea. "Senior Brother Chu, when we went to Purgatory City, I told you something. When we return from the Purgatory City, I must find some time to have a good chat with you. At this time, we have time to chat." The secret realm was about to open in 3 days. He had enough time to break through to the 6th layer of the body refining period and increase his potential. Furthermore, Zhang Xing was an alchemist, and he would definitely be able to use him in the future. Therefore, he patiently waited for him to prepare the fragrant tea. "Senior Brother Chu, please." Zhang Xing boiled the tea once and poured it out. Then he boiled it again and poured it out again. Took him nearly half an hour. After Zhang Xing finished cooking, he signaled Chu Zhongtian to drink the fragrant tea. Chu Zhongtian took a small teacup and put it in front of his nose to smell. An alluring fragrance entered his body through his nostrils, making him feel a jolt in his body and instantly become 100 times more energetic. When the fragrant tea entered his mouth, not only did the fragrance make his spirit feel refreshed, even his mind state had a great improvement. Good tea. A fragrant tea was actually able to increase the cultivation of the mind state. Chu Zhongtian was surprised and happy. He praised as he signaled Zhang Xing to continue pouring the tea. "Senior Brother Chu, take your time." Zhang Xing saw Chu Zhongtian's performance just now. He was very happy that Chu Zhongtian liked the fragrant tea he personally brewed. He felt as if he had met a confidant. However, the fragrant tea that he brewed just now was not an ordinary tea. It was a kind of top-notch spiritual tea. If you want to achieve the best effect, there are strict procedures in the process of tasting it. Chu Zhongtian saw that Zhang Xing did not pour any more tea, so he was too embarrassed to ask for more spiritual tea. He could only put down the teacup and wait for Zhang Xing to speak. "Mr. Chu, the tea I brewed just now is called Tranquility. It came from the distant Great Zhou Kingdom. This is a peak level 9 spiritual tea. It's very difficult for the world to obtain it. Zhang Xing didn't explain why he was looking for Chu Zhongtian. On the contrary, he introduced the specific origin of the tea leaves. Level 9 Spirit Tea. After Chu Zhongtian heard Zhang Xing's introduction, he finally understood that the tea he drank just now had reached the level 9. He was shocked, but at the same time he also solved his doubts. How could a tea leaf that could increase the cultivation level of mind state be an ordinary item? Senior Brother Chu, please enjoy the tea. After Zhang Xing explained the origin of the tea leaf, he shut his mouth. After another 5 minutes, he signaled Chu Zhongtian to continue drinking the tea. Chu Zhongtian took the teacup and poured it into his mouth. He closed his eyes to experience the effect of the spiritual tea. When the effect of the spiritual tea was over, Chu Zhongtian was pleasantly surprised to find that after the nourishment of the 2 cups of spiritual tea, his mind state cultivation had increased by a whole level. At this moment, not only could he boldly break through to the 6th layer of the body refining period, he could also borrow the power of the medicinal pill to raise his cultivation to the peak stage. This would be an unimaginable help for his trip to the Blood Demon secret realm and the 20+ days he would need to break through to the 7th layer of the body refining period. Junior Zhang, thank you. Chu Zhongtian put down the exquisite teacup in his hand and thanked him sincerely. Senior Brother Chu, you are too polite. Zhang Xing washed the tea set Chu Zhongtian had used before. He straightened his body and looked at Chu Zhongtian with praise. Senior Brother Chu, I left Purgatory City 5 days ago. I met Dongfang Yongping on the way back. I heard about Senior Brother Chu's performance in Purgatory City from Senior Brother Dongfang. I admire you from the bottom of my heart. Junior Zhang, I think you didn't call me here today just to treat me to tea. If you have anything to say, just say it. If I can do it, I will do my best. The advancement of the mind state had filled Chu Zhongtian with confidence in his next breakthrough. Therefore, he was in a hurry to cultivate. He didn't have the time and patience to continue chatting with Zhang Xing. Therefore, he directly interrupted Zhang Xing's flattery.